Okay. Hittener. Tomodachi. Some crap. Okay. Let me type stuff up for chat. Move this right. Hey, how's it going, guys? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? One man. What's up, Arashi? What's up, Ib? What's up, Random? You got a question? Sure. What's up? Give me 1 second so I can send out an announcement to my chats, and I will at everyone, I'm live, and then let's forward this. No, just type it up. At everyone, I'm live. Okay. What we scale higher, Walmart or Target? Walmart's got more experience than Target, if I had to be honest. As a major corporate conglomeration, I think that there are probably more Walmart. You know what? We can actually do some research on this, right? How many Walmart stores in the U.S., right? There's almost 4,600 stores. All right. Target. How many Target stores, right? So there's only 2,000, right? So Walmart, like I said, not only has more experience than Target, but it's also got like a vast majority, basically over doubling its numbers, right? Like Target just gets completely overwhelmed by the vast majority of Walmarts out there. It's just not even remotely close, guys. How much does Target make a year, right? We have to figure out how much Target makes. Target seems to create some kind of a revenue of around what, $106 billion. That is insane. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of stuff. But you know what? I'm sure that Walmart will. Yeah, it's easy. It's no contest at all. Like, I get the appeal for a place like Target, but Walmart clearly outscales by a massive amount. I mean, they've got a power level of like 713 billion. Meanwhile, Target's only got 106 billion. Like, you know what? It's not even to say that, like, you know, Target is a weak ass conglomerate store. You know, it's not to say that, but obviously for those of you that were siding with Target all the way up here, it's not even close, guys. I'm sorry. It just be like that sometimes, you know. When you've just got that much experience, that much power, that much time to like really build a strong user base, it's hard for a store like an up and coming store like Target to really keep up, and that's really nobody's fault. What do you think wins in a fight between Yuta and Jotaro? I personally think Yuta blows Jotaro out of the water. Jojo stand the hanged man, right? It was the Jojo stand the hanged man, right? So, from my understanding, Jotaro, at least from as much as I remember, Jotaro fought this stand right here that called the hangman that allows it to essentially, it only lives via reflections. So it essentially moves from one location to another via reflective surfaces. Funny enough, it doesn't say here that it moves at light speed. Can move, at the speed of light. Yeah, I know. So Jotaro is way fucking faster than Yuta. Like, there's kind of no argument, at least as far as I'm aware, that one can make for like Yuta essentially having the capacity to keep up with Star Platinum. Like, even under a scenario where you're like, okay, sure, Walmart clears, attack's not the main argument there. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, right? So Yuta has a more varied moveset, but the problem is that, and listen, I'm not gonna go into a whole like strength for strength thing, because I mean Star Platinum can break like what, Diamond Tough. What was it? It was he could break Diamond Tough punches and stuff. Wait, one second. Yeah, so, my bad, my bad. Sam's Club is a part of Walmart. Alright. Hey, what's up, Monkey Man? So, that's the issue, right? So, yeah, you're right, you're right. I'm wrong, you're right. Yeah, it was Polnareff that fought against, the Hanged Man. It was Polnareff that fought against the Hanged Man, and then Star Platinum eventually fights against Polnareff again, but this time Polnareff was, if I'm correct, Polnareff was under Silver Chariot was under the control of Anubis, and Silver Chariot has an ability that allows it to essentially remove its armor. Yeah, it has the capacity to remove its armor, thus increasing its speed drastically. The armor lowers its speed, but also prevents it from being injured, as Polnareff does not receive the same injuries that the armor does as long as it's donned. The armor is shown to be capable of withstanding extreme heat without melting. The ability's drawback seems at Polnareff's inability to see through Silver Chariot's eyes. Polnareff is able to shed Silver Chariot's armor in order to gain more tremendous speed enough for after images to appear, but doing so renders his stand more vulnerable to attacks as a trade-off. Right, so he essentially beat a version of Polnareff, specifically Silver Chariot, that had, if I'm correct, the stand Anubis, whose ability is, whose multiple power support him in direct combat, making him a formidable fight. I don't care about any of that. Yeah, is capable of fighting Silver Chariot and Star Platinum toe-to-toe, and can go, can defeat either in a straight fight, even without its powers. The sword is very sharp, as Chaka was able to cut through stone pillars. Yeah. If someone unsheathed the sword, they will hear Anubis speaking in their mind, encouraging them to use it against all in their path. Eventually, will completely overtaken by Anubis, allowing the stand to control their bodies. Stand users are not immune to this effect. If Anubis controls them, it takes control of their stand. Despite this, selective intangibility, attack speed adaptation, an apparent extension of the above ability. The most dangerous ability shown is to remember and adapt to any attack that is launched against it and eventually learn how to counter it. That is truly deadly if it fights an opponent with techniques that it has already fought against. The same tactic will not work twice. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. I don't think Yuta. I think Yuta loses. I don't really see Yuta hurting Jotaro hurting Yuta though. It depends on how hard you think Star Platinum punches, considering that it can shatter. What was it again? It can shatter like what, diamond tough teeth, right? It was something like that. I think the sword was amping him too. Yeah, the sword was amping him too, but Star Platinum was able to keep up, right? Would a Kulexus assassin be able to beat Mahito? I don't know who the fuck that is. What the fuck is a Kulexus assassin? Kulexus assassin from fucking 40k? I don't know what the fuck these are, dude. They look kind of crazy. I have no clue. Sure, let's read the fucking wiki. What can these guys do? I don't care about the history or any of that crap. Psychic blanks can nullify psychic powers. Well, I mean, these things just beat every fucking stand user then, right? What's good, Julio? These things just straight up beat every single fucking, like, stand user then, right? Like, can nullify psychic powers. Aren't stands just psychic powers? Opinions on the latest One Piece chapter. Insane. Absolutely wild. I've been watching a lot of Naruto fans, or I don't like saying Naruto fans. I've been watching a lot of people, a lot of anime community people, they've been clowning on Luffy now because of it. I don't know. The latest chapter was crazy. Oh, so the topic was, can Yuta beat Jotaro Kujo from, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I guess we kind of switched to these things. The biggest cliffhanger in a while? Yeah, biggest cliffhanger actually, we've been getting plenty of cliffhangers lately. I'm completely fine with it. Assassin specialized in psyker hunting? I don't think I can say that. You know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't say, I didn't think I could say that. That's, that does sound like a slur. These fucking psychers. Oh, man. At least I'm not saying it with a hard R, right? Okay. By chance, did you ever read Record of Ragnarok? I've watched Record of Ragnarok. I think the last thing I saw, as far as, like, the anime went, was the, what the fuck was that dude's name? Jack the Ripper. I saw the Jack the Ripper fight against Hercules, and I was kind of over it. I mean, shouldn't Jotaro be able to just cast Time Stop, pop Yuta's head, and that's a wrap? See, I was thinking the same thing, but some people here say that, like, Yuta should probably be capable of tanking anything Jotaro throws at him. So, you know. Star Platinum can reach inside your chest and crush Yuta's heart. It can also do that. On my soul, Emu just locked in against Luffy. He got mad at him for being weak with his ex-boyfriend, with his ex-best friend's power. I thought you were gonna write boyfriend. Psychers is just a 40k term for people with psychic powers, not a slurnkek. What the fuck is a slurnkek? Slurnkek. The fuck is this? You seen the chapter? Yes. I just talked about it. I mean Shinjoro. Yeah. It's been good. It's been good. The new chapter, I really enjoyed it. I've been seeing a lot of people. Oh, it's a slur. Okay. Okay. Bro, GG with 40k names. Thank you. Hey, we don't know. They could have been boyfriends. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, oh, he was actually, Joy Boy was actually Emu's boyfriend in the past, and fucking Lily turned him straight. Yeah, the new chapter was fantastic. I also really enjoyed this portion right here. It kind of does imply that there is not only, obviously it goes into this idea of already a connection that's been established that goes far beyond, you know, just Joy Boy and Emu being enemies. Obviously, I mean, there's usually some kind of a connection between the bad guy and whatever historical figure existed in the past that ended up getting fucked over. I think the genie portion was kind of like just out of fucking nowhere. I thought this entire scene right here was just. So may I discuss? Yeah, you can discuss the new. Yeah, you guys can discuss the new chapter content. I think this whole situation right here. I mean, anyone who probably follows One Piece has been spoiled to an extent after the whole, like, you know, Luffy charting into this thing. But yeah, I kind of wish it did more. I kind of wish I got to see this. I hope we get to see this form again. I'd love to see what this form can do, because all Luffy kind of did was trying to throw like a sucker punch. It was kind of interesting, you know, but it is what it is. I am officially of the opinion that Luffy is probably slightly stronger than Loki. I would argue that Luffy's stronger than Loki. Will the next chapter be released? Who fucking knows? I think we got a 2-week break from this one, so I don't think we're getting one this week. I know it doesn't say it. I know it only says to be continued, but hey, it is what it is, right? Luffy turning into a tree, into a baseball bat was out of nowhere too. Yeah, but like that did something. This was not really. I've seen a theory that Kashimo could replicate infinity. How did JJK fans lock in on their reading comprehensions for a meme? I don't know, man. I don't pick up on internet theories for mangas and stuff like that, so it is what it is. And people have to remember Emu's sword casually took out the life in an Elbaf forest, which its presence itself was in a country. That sword would instantly kill everything. Well, how do you think that? What, that, but yeah, genuinely, this is like a callback to Luffy versus Crocodile. If I'm being honest, the parallels between the panels at the end, yeah. This is definitely a parallel, especially since this kind of does... I don't want to say it's a complete parallel, only because this clearly shows that there's still something that Luffy's lacking, and it might just be, like, raw strength. I'm not the type of guy... I'm not one of those people that says there should be a Gear 6. I like the idea of there being a Gear 5. Maybe a 6 to, like, push things over the limit. You know, if it's, like, Luffy plus the One Piece... equals Gear 6, or probably, like, an extension of Gear 5. I'm not personally sure, but... I do like the parallel real quick. Because it kind of goes to show that, like, okay, let's just be real about this. Luffy talked a lot of shit. Luffy spoke quite a lot of shit. Like, let me just pull out the panels for you guys. Like, let me just whip out the panels real quick, right? Luffy says right here, and these are like famous last words, but he's saying that bad news guy is Elbaf's enemy, right? Huff huff. Then that means he's my enemy. I'm overflowing with strength. Right now, I can't see anyone beating me. So this would include Kaido. This would include Big Mom. This would include Blackbeard. This would basically include anyone whose Luffy has ever fought at this point. I think falls under the umbrella of this statement right here. I can't see anyone beating me. Like, if he had to go back and fight Akainu right now, I really do think that, like, if we were up against, like, Marineford Akainu, I think Luffy's curb stomping. There's just no fucking way, dude. Luffy saying, like, I know, characters say this kind of stuff all the time, and they usually, it usually either bites them in the ass, it's just some figure of speech. Oh, man. Oh man, Eon, you're just blowing this whole statement out of proportion. But like, let me be clear about something, right? Let me just be clear about something. How often does Luffy say something within the context of, you know, an opponent, his strength, the capacity to make a statement in reference to either his strength, his opponent's strength, etc. How often does Luffy make a statement like that and doesn't wholeheartedly mean it, right? This statement right here kind of blew minds because it essentially sets up this idea. Not really blows minds, actually. It blows minds from a perspective, but is Kaido somewhat relative, even a little to Luffy somewhat reacting to it? No, fuck that. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm done lying about it. I'm done trying to quell the masses. Sorry, fuck you guys. Kaido's no longer relevant. Like, yes, he's relevant in comparison to the Straw Hats, to Zoro, to like a good portion of the cast, a vast majority of the cast. Currently, Imu, nah. Curb stomp. Not even close. I'm not even going to remotely entertain the idea that Kaido's fighting against Imu or essentially anybody of this tier of power. I'm just not even remotely... I'm not doing it. Like, there's just no way. It's like saying Crocodile can still fight Enel back in back when like Enel was first revealed. It's like saying Crocodile can still fight Enel, or like saying I don't fucking know. Mr. 3 is taking on Rob Lucci. You can mean it and still be wrong. That's why he needed to be humbled. Here's the difference. Luffy is not aware of Imu himself. Luffy is not aware of Imu's power. You can see this up until this point right here. Yes, he can draw blood from Imu. Cool. Off-guard moment. If I had to be honest, an off-guard moment considering the massive speed difference between Gear 5 and, the massive speed difference between Gear 5 and base Luffy, and then also adding on to the fact that Luffy quite literally says, like, not like objectively speaking, he says right here. Let me. I gotta keep switching between the panels. That fucking sucks, dude. Okay, where the fuck did Luffy? Where the fuck was the statement? There we go. Oh, wait. It was prior to this. Right. My bad. Oh, they changed the statement. The official says I was able to hit you before. He said before it was a sure hit. Okay, that changes what I was thinking. The official translation changes it. But anyway, you can see right here that Imu there's like a little sound effect here that goes tech. In the what is it? TBC, right? TCB, One Piece TCB. Oh yeah, it was in the One Piece TCB translation. You can see it as well that Imu does show a bit of a sound effect saying tech. I don't know if that is exactly future sight for Imu or if it's a second ability that... Oh, tap. You can see it right here with Imu. Every time he blocks one of Luffy's attacks, there's like a little like tap sound. That could be future sight for all we know. But it... Honestly, from everything that I've seen so far, it really does come across to me. You can also see it again right here. Right... Gum. Fuck. I could have sworn that it was another tech sound effect. Whatever. Hey, Ian, are we sound scaling? Yes, we're fucking sound scaling, dude. We're going at it hard. We're trying to discern what all the sound effects means. Ga clearly means that, like, you know, he's blocking all of Luffy's attacks. Do, ga. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Onomat format, alright? We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The Onomat deck. We're playing Utopia type shit. Corporate power scaling, Luffy not getting back up. Yeah, he's probably not getting back up from that. I don't understand why people want Luffy to beat the final villain before Blackbeard in one arc, yeah. Kaido can even injure Shadow, Imu, and God Valley. Hell no. I mean, I don't know why this is even an argument. Gabon knew Luffy beat Kaido, and he still didn't think Luffy could handle Loki when they were trying to get the key. Yeah. You think this is Luffy's hardest fight by far? I don't want to say it's the hardest fight, only because, the Kaido fight essentially pushed Luffy farther than any other fight we'd seen up until that point. I come at this more so from the perspective of, like, okay, Kaido pushed Luffy harder from a perspective of, like, a difficulty fight, but in this one, it's just, Luffy's just not even standing a chance. Like, Imu kind of just really did low diff Luffy. Luffy got one hit on Imu. He got, objectively speaking, one hit in on the guy, and then Imu said, alright, never again. Literally blitzes Luffy's dodge attempt when he moved his head out of the way, not changed his arm's trajectory so he could send Luffy down. Mind you, I've seen Luffy covered in dirt and like black charcoal again after he got blasted by Kaido, but Luffy didn't even bother like spinning it off of himself this time. He said, "Fuck it, I'm not wasting time. I'm going back for it." Imu is blitzing Luffy like face to face. I've never seen. Did Loki do better than Luffy? I disagree. I don't think so. I think as far as like the two go, you kind of have to consider that Imu at the very least was kind of lost in thought against Loki. Like, let me show you guys. Let's check it out. God damn it, I hate having to switch the goddamn panels. Alright. He tries to block, Imu blocks an attack, right? Imu makes himself large, they both clash, Imu moves around Loki, stabs him immediately, right? Continues to attack Loki, takes a second hit. Shall I give the power of the god beyond that? Of what we call domination. Shall I give thee a power of a god to step beyond all others? Loki does slam Imu. God, devil, what is the difference? Imu has not taken power yet. Yeah, you can see it right here. God or devil, what is the difference? Loki completely dodged attack. Yeah, Imu was clearly more serious against Gear 5 Luffy. Correct. At least I agree with that. At least I agree. Yeah, but I'm telling you, had our rivals. No, 100%. Listen, here's the thing. I'm not saying that, like, the difference between Luffy and Loki is night and day. They both got taken out in 2 hits by Imu. The only difference is that Imu, I could argue, at least could relatively be argued to have tried slightly more against Luffy, but you can also argue that's because of the size difference, right? I'm not going to sit here and act disingenuous and say that Imu doesn't also comment on the fact that Luffy saying that he won't, Luffy saying that he saw the fight between Loki and Imu. Looking at the fight between Loki and Imu, Luffy says that now that he's seen the attack, he should be able to avoid it, and then Imu basically makes a small comeback, I think the chapter later, saying like, oh, is that what you think? You said that you were going to be able to make this work? Okay, that's not going to be the case. Imu was monologuing against Loki. Yeah, so right here, once he starts to think about Joy Boy, yeah, he says, what's wrong? Got distracted? Yeah, he got distracted and literally, then you don't respect me enough? Yeah. He transforms into a giant, and Imu blocks it right here with a force field of Maki. Or Omens. Still not sure as to how I want to reference it. Maki or Omen. They attack Imu. I think he avoided that attack. Yeah, Gazing Black Eclipse. Then he throws a bunch of blasts. They start covering this entire area. Holy shit. Nah, their fight's actually kind of crazy. That homie's smiling, though. Wait, Zarya zoned out. Can you repeat everything you said since the start of the stream, please? And please and thanks. Yeah, so just to catch you back up, Walmart absolutely negs Target. They just got more money, they get more bitches, they got more locations, they got more experience. It's just been a store that's been around for longer, you know. People just don't shop enough at Walmart, and it clearly goes to show. I forgot what else we talked about since then. I think we were talking about, like, this dragon guy. Who the fuck's this dragon guy? The Elbaf scaling is insane. The Elbaf scaling is... I genuinely didn't think that, like, Wano scaling was gonna... You know what the thing is? I feel like we fall into, like, these traps as viewers that, like, we think that because a series gets so much more powerful as it progresses, or, like, as an arc progresses, as an arc fleshes itself out and reaches its end, we sometimes think that, like, there's no way that things could get much stronger. There's no way we could think that... God damn it, I feel like I had a stroke just now. There's no way... There are moments where, like, we as viewers feel like the characters could not get much more powerful. That like, the scaling can't get much higher, but every single time I'm honestly blown away. I mean, listen, let's just look at it from, like, this perspective, right? Let's just look at it from, like, this perspective, right? I'm gonna go throughout the post time skip, right? Let's go like early into post time skip, and then we'll talk about it from there, right? Okay. So as we move along throughout, like, the One Piece series, like, yeah, it becomes blatantly, it becomes blatantly obvious that, like, the characters reaching certain extents of power is something that is a consistent theme throughout the entirety of the story, right? But it always surprises at least me, right? It always surprises at least me how absolutely monumental the scaling can progress at least up until a point where, yeah, you as a viewer will likely sit there and say, yeah, no, nothing power clips Kaido. Like, probably only Emu power clips Kaido. There's probably, like, nothing out there. There's no character. There's no scene. There's no feat. Like, there's nothing within the series right now that shows some level of relativity. Listen, in the last 3 fucking years, I made my first video on Kaido. Throughout the last, like, 3 fucking years, 3-4 years, I've really sat here and told myself, like, there's just no way, right? Like, there's legitimately speaking no fucking way that, like, the scaling of One Piece gets that much higher, because Kaido is everything. Kaido was a monumental powerhouse in terms of raw physical strength, greater than anyone we'd seen up until that point. We have what's-his-face, we have, the Gorosei. We have, like, Saturn and all these other guys, like, showing up and doing crazy shit, but, like, we're still comparing them to Kaido. The power stopped growing linear and started growing exponentially. I agree. It's like, dude, the Gorosei didn't seem that impressive, right? Like, the Gorosei almost gave us this idea that, like, yeah, no, Kaido really was, like, the world's strongest creature. Like, they were willing to anger the guy, but they would probably just beat him out of hacks. Like, there's no way that the Gorosei would actually beat Kaido in a fight, or, like, oh, what if there were 5 Kaidos in Elbaf, right? Like, how are any of these guys going to remotely compete? Like, he's still relevant, he's still this powerful and all this crap, but let's just take a look back. Let's just legitimately go back, talk about the actual power creep. I know I made a whole video about this, I know I already talked about this in terms of content, but, like, dude, it's always been in our faces, and we keep falling into, and we as a fan base, we as a community, whether it's us, the power scalers, or the casual fucking fan base, you think Egghead got stagnant and weaker than Elbaf, than Wano? Elbaf was the catalyst? I don't think he got stagnant or weaker, because let's be honest here, we are going right out of the win of we're walking away from a win against an emperor. Luffy has been crowned an emperor. You can't have the first arc of the story succeeding Wano be Luffy getting his ass completely turned inside out by the next opponent, right? The Gorosei were a sign, right? The Gorosei were a sign that there was a power within the context of this story that was maybe not exceeding Kaido in terms of raw brute strength, and even to this day, I'm starting to be convinced more and more that they were likely at least relative, if not relative / on par, if not stronger than Kaido, or at least out-hacks them in certain ways. Like, Warcury was straight up tougher than Kaido, right? You have Mars literally being able to shoot fucking blast breaths. You have... Listen, talk all the shit you want. Literally, talk all the shit that you fucking want. Literally, shit on Saturn all you want for taking all those blows, for being stabbed by Bonnie, for essentially not being that impressive. But he did something that Luffy couldn't do, and that was shoot out poisonous, exploding balls that could literally blow up Warcury. Like, think about it like this. The issue with Saturn, of all people, wasn't a matter of power, it was a matter of speed, right? Need some moments to shine, and I agree, they do need some moments. Just wondering why you don't power scale in TikTok. It's a very simple thing. Power scaling in TikTok, in my opinion, is very underdeveloped. I don't like TikTok to begin with. I don't like the application. I don't like watching TikToks. I know it's the same thing as, like, Reels on other shit, but Reels on or Shorts on YouTube and stuff like that. I don't care, dude. I don't like TikTok. I have a little channel on TikTok. I posted some of my old shorts in there. I don't make enough shorts, and I don't have somebody making shorts for me, so I genuinely just don't care, dude. Like, I don't care about the whole thing of, like, TikTok content creators. Like, they also do this whole thing, I think I've been noticing with, like, this guy named Jordan, where, like, they'll constantly have, like, this back and forth, where, like, they'll try to debunk each other by, like, posting the video, like, taking the video that the person did, downloading it, and then basically, like, covering themselves over and explaining why you're wrong and blah, 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 and then just a back and forth. I don't like any of that shit, dude. I don't like TikTok culture. I don't like TikTok scaling. I just think that TikTok scaling in general is just... Because of the ease of content creation because of the ease of content creation as far as, like, I imagine editing and uploading videos, considering that, like, a lot of them is just throwing a panel in the background and then just yapping in front of it, I think it's genuinely underdeveloped in many cases. In many cases. Not all cases, but many. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't even like 5 Elders versus Luffy. Luffy's getting out endurance. It was like Luffy legitimately, I don't think, is taking on all 5 Enders at once. Wait. Dodging your comments? I haven't really seen your comments. My bad. Emu might go out this arc with the best power set in all of One Piece. I was thinking about that, dude. I was actually thinking, like, say fuck it to the Naruto versus Luffy video. I was thinking about legitimately making a Emu broke One Piece power scaling video. I legitimately think about it. Like, yo, I didn't think it was gonna be that fucking crazy. I didn't think that Emu, when he showed up, was gonna be as... I thought that Emu was going to be crazy, but I wasn't expecting this set of powers, and I'm genuinely surprised by how creative it is. Like, literally giving the main villain of One Piece a living power set. Not just like Big Mom, where like she brings homies to life by infusing them with souls. No, like, his attacks are just straight up alive without him needing to do anything else. He creates little balls of fire that are already alive that chase around and move around at the target. That Luffy says they're hot, but they're not like, you know, like too scalding hot. It's just... oh shit, they'll track and they'll make the attack a surefire hit. Like, I think that stuff is insane. He's a Beppo victim, I agree. Beppo one shot in the verse, especially as Oolong. I'm glad you brought up that part because Saturn was the only person who could cause Warrior to regen from the ashes in the entire series. That's what I'm getting at, dude. It's like, people view things from such a surface level that when you look at the smaller panels, when you look at a bit more of the extra detail, you'll find shit. That's why I was pointing some of the stuff out in the Emu chapter, man. It's like, there's stuff here that you kind of do miss if you're just like reading it off the bat with one go. Like, let's go back to this real quick, right? Pacifistas were a massive fucking problem in One Piece scaling early into the later into the pre-time skip, right? Like how hard did you really, like, realistically speaking, how much harder could Luffy's crew have fought? They were all literally exhausted by the end, and here is Luffy after 2 years worth of training, literally one-shotting it, doing more damage to a pacifista in a single fucking punch and walking away than the entirety of his fucking crew plus a third gear elephant gun. Sorry, a third gear giant pistol. Even Sanji and fucking Zoro are out here two-shotting it, dude. Like, so then you think to yourself, alright, Luffy's pretty damn strong. And yeah, Luffy kind of goes through like a winning streak throughout the early portions of the post-time skip, but then it's like, bro, he had to pull out Gear 4 against Doflamingo, and don't get me wrong, Gear 4, again, overwhelming in the fight. Doflamingo was just not doing anything. Like, people, also, I always hate how people make a mountain out of a molehill with, like, Doflamingo dodging one attack. Literally dodges one straight punch from Luffy and then takes the subsequent blow right afterwards. I always thought that it was funny how, like, people make a mountain out of a molehill in that regard, but... As we progress, it's like, yeah, no, Luffy's completely overpowering his opponent. He's doing so much shit. He is extremely powerful. Like, oh man, Luffy's nuts. Luffy's nuts. Like, Dressrosa onward, you're really thinking to yourself, like, man, the post-time skip, even if, like, Doflamingo pushed Luffy to the point that he had to use fourth gear twice, it's like, no, Luffy completely overpowered Doflamingo. And then what happens in the very fucking next arc, you're like, okay, yeah, no, Luffy could literally clash with these top tiers. We're literally thinking to ourselves, like, Luffy is a problem, right? Luffy can clash with these top tiers, but then it's like, no, fuck that. Luffy's not one of these top tiers. Look at the fucking Katakuri fight. Look how much Luffy had to fight. Fuck the Katakuri fight. Look at the Cracker fight. Look at the fucking Cracker fight, dude. Literally, Cracker showed up, said, Big Mom, after Big Mom saw how you beat Doflamingo, she sent me. And then what happened? Luffy fought Cracker for 11 hours straight and would have lost that fight if it weren't for Nami. If Nami was not there, Luffy couldn't have eaten any of Cracker's biscuit nights. Like, that's crazy. Then he has to fight a guy stronger than Cracker in Katakuri, and we're thinking to ourselves, alright, how much fucking stronger could Luffy get? He literally had to learn how to see into the future to fight this guy, and then what happens quite literally the next fucking arc, he has to fight Kaido, and he gets one shot. Like, I always bring up Luffy getting one shot because it's one of those things that you don't see in One Piece. You see Luffy fight the guy. You see Luffy take a couple of hits from the guy. You see Crocodile literally drain Luffy's arm of all of its fluid and turn it into like a dry husk. But it's like, no, Kaido put the man down in one hit. Kaido didn't do anything. Kaido didn't hit him with a blast breath. Kaido didn't do jack shit. He just straight up put him down with a single swing of a fucking goddamn club, dude. And yes, let's look at Van Augur. People are here saying, oh, do you really think Van Augur is even remotely as powerful as Gear 4 Luffy? Yes! Yes, stop thinking that just because the character looks stupid, or because you don't like the character, or because it's not fucking, it doesn't feel good, that Van Augur could be as powerful as Gear 4 Luffy. Yes, Van Augur curb stomps fucking Doflamingo. Van Augur kills Doflamingo. You put Doflamingo and Van Augur in a fucking fight, Van Augur is curb stomping 10 times out of 10. I don't have a reason to even remotely engage in any discussion regarding this. He one-shot Biscuit Knights that required fucking Gear 4 Luffy to fucking fight. Bro. And literally Cracker was just sitting there and like literally you see it in the Biscuit Knight's face like what the fuck is happening? This guy's just shooting us down. Like One Piece power scaling constantly power cliffs itself. Van Augur. Sorry, yeah, Van Augur. In one of the... I'll show you. So, you guys remember the Biscuit Knights, right? You guys remember these fuckers that needed Gear 4 Luffy in order to defeat, right? So it would be right here. Yeah, these things that Luffy needed to go Gear 4 from. It's like... Yeah, listen, Gear 4 is a very powerful transformation, but we're out here acting like, oh yeah, no, Luffy is one of the strongest characters. No, Luffy is literally growing as the post-time skip goes, but at the end of the day, other characters are going to match up and beat that power level, dude. I'll pull up the scene real quick so that you guys can see it. I'll pull it up real quick so that you guys can see what I'm referencing, in case you're not anime watchers, right? In case you're not anime watchers. By the way, the whole Akash Singh thing, I don't know if you guys know who this guy is, but his wife quite literally ruined one of his fucking friendships, bro. I'm so tired of that, of his wife, dude. Anyway, so it was Van Augur versus Cracker. Just look at this, right? Alright, we're gonna stop it right there. So he makes the Biscuit Knights, right? He makes the Biscuit Soldiers. I'm gonna put it at 1.5 times speed. We're gonna mute it. Okay, so he makes the Biscuit Knights, right? And then Van Augur just teleports. And then look, boom. Literally, right there. Just shot one of them down, bruh. Oh, but it's the anime only. It's the anime. I don't care, bro. I don't care, dude. I really don't care. This shit is sick. Even if we're not counting it for scaling or whatever, whatever, I don't give a shit. It's the fact that look at their fucking face. I didn't see this kind of face against fucking Gear 4 Luffy, bro. That is a face of a man that is a face of a fucking artificial biscuit man that is quite literally never seen one of his men get blasted into smithereens. It's sick as valid. That's what I'm saying. It's really not hard to believe he can do it, though. It's not hard to believe because he literally did it. More, hey, what's up? I'm busy dealing with heresy in 40k, but setting myself on fire for extra fire damage. Well, I'm sorry that you're dealing with heresy. Heresy is bad. We all hate heresy. All my homies despise heresy. But let's be honest here, right? When we're talking about Warhammer 40k, it really just is all heresy or some kind of blasphemy. I remember Oda said that he was going to end One Piece decades ago, and it might not be true now, which means the power grows more and more. Yeah, that's the face. Like, listen, that's the face of a man that if he had a bowel system, if he had bowels, if he could shit, he would be shitting large pellets of raw fucking cracker dough, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be fucking honest. The crackers, the Biscuit Knights, yeah, not even close, dude. How strong is Blackbeard's crew? It's a fucking Yonko crew. You ask me how strong they are. I don't know, man. We still haven't fully seen what they can all do. And finally, the last gear. Gear first, Kaizoku. Luffy can stretch time and space at rubberized hockey, create rubber hockey sword and a spear, gum pistol, and augment of rubber hockey aura pistol. Yeah, all that crap. Shonen Jump ain't gonna let him end One Piece 10 years ago. The Cracker Biscuits only show emotion when Cracker's inside one of them. They're just robots. It's insane they were so scared. That's what I'm saying, bruh! Well, you can say there are limits to it. I mean, hard to claim you're a dogmatic, righteous type when you're eating the brains of a living criminal to know his thoughts. I saw a video last night. I didn't finish it, but I did see a video. I also do have to check out Obsession, but I did see a video last night that that brought up how the Emperor of Humanity might be like the most powerful god in Warhammer 40k. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, dude, Van Augur would also be proof that bullets in One Piece scale obviously much higher than AP/speed than ours, yeah. Sup, is it even going to weird that Blackbeard Day 1 member is that strong? Probably, man. I don't know. It's not even weird, but that's my whole thing, right? It's like the power jump keeps going up. The power scaling just keeps going up, dude. So it's like when you go from Katakuri to Kaido, it's supposed to be a big fucking shocker, and that's why we think to ourselves, nobody can get stronger than Kaido. But then, listen, Oda may not have done the best job at demonstrating that these guys are far and away more powerful than Kaido, besides maybe Warcury, right? You might be able to sit here and say, well, Oda clearly maybe fumbled the bag there. I don't think he did. I think, you know what else is going up? My mom is going uptown, so yeah, probably my mom. She's going uptown, yeah. She's actually heading uptown right now from the train. I'm kidding. Anyway. So, all I'm getting at is that, like, maybe it was intentional. Listen, I don't know. Maybe it was intentional, but now that we've gotten to this next point, now that we've gotten into Emu essentially showing up, right, the current top one of the verse, showing up and essentially curb stomping Loki and Luffy, who are arguably stronger than Kaido, it's like we really just have to sit there and ask ourselves, right? We really genuinely have to sit here and ask ourselves, to what extent are we really going to push this? Because remember, let's go back. One Piece Elbaf mural. Let's check out the One Piece Elbaf mural, right? Now, what do we gather from all these things, right? This was the first world. We don't know, I don't know what exactly here would be considered the second world, but we know a couple of things. This is Nidhogger. This is likely the tree of Adam, the Adam tree. This is obviously Emu. We have Emeth, or probably was going to be Pluton, or whichever one of the ships that Frankie's going to make. It's got to be a giant robot, and Emeth is essentially taken down. This is 100% Loki. These are the giants. These are the minks. These are the fishmen. These are that's Shirahoshi with the fishman tribe. This is Momonosuke with the dragon people. I don't, fuck if I know what these are again. There's a whale here somewhere, probably Laboon. And, yeah, we have the Seraphim, right? Likely the Seraphim. All I'm getting at is, we know that Emu can transform, and we know that Emu can make himself larger and stronger. I don't know if it's necessarily just Emu making himself larger like he did against Loki, or if Emu has a full Zoan transformation of any kind, maybe turns into an actual legitimate level. I'm not exactly sure, but this is clearly not the full extent of Emu's power, and I'm kind of baffled by what it could possibly be. How much farther could Emu push this? Does Emu maybe absorb the Mother Flame and grow even further in power? What exactly is going to happen, right? That fire-breathing dragon is his Revolutionary Army dragon. The giant snake, in my opinion, should be the red line, and this should be Nidhogger. This should be Nidhogger, because we know for a fact that Emu makes a comment. Emu makes a very specific comment. Right. Nidhogger. So thou art back, right? So he looks at Nidhogger, he says, thou art back. His presence is still there. To think I would see thee again in this world. Cough, huff, traitor, Nidhogger. Snow, indeed, lightning caused by an impact with ice. Thy affinity for one another was always great, Ragnir. So thou stayed as thou were in days past, waiting for a new master to come along. How familiar thy sight is. Right, so you have, like, Ragnir, so likely there's probably some kind of connection between, obviously there's a connection between, not obviously, not likely, obviously there's a connection between Nidhogger and the Ratatasker fruit Ragnir, but what, the Ratatasker Devil Fruit Hammer Ragnir, but my point right here is that there's likely a case where Emu either convinced or manipulated the previous Nidhogger back from 800 years ago, to essentially join him in defeating and essentially taking over the world. They essentially became a part of, they worked together, is my theory. I mean, in SBS 9, it also confirms that guns in One Piece do not work like they do in real life. Yeah, that is true. SBS Volume 9. See. Yeah, right here. He talks about how they're like flintlocks, but they're like modified, yeah, they are flintlock pistols, but they are modified. The flint spark stone, so you can make it one step perform. Pull the trigger, the cock is released, the flint strikes. Bullet, the spark, and because these pistols are basically only fired once, sometimes they're pistols, as many as 5 or 6. The world, they have improved so they can shoot any number of times. Scary. Yeah. Okay. By the way, I wanted to give you guys an update, and I am going to put out an update later today for the rest of the channel, just so everyone is aware. I am actually I've actually made a good bit of progress on the script. I'm at 46 pages, and I'm basically, I didn't know it on the spot. Memento gave me the SBS. He said SBS 9, so I just ended up looking it up. But Yeah, no. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I do know quite a bit of like chapters and stuff like that, but I'm not that crazy with it, right? I'm not that insane. So I'm almost done with. Yeah. I am 46 pages in. I am writing essentially my opinion towards who wins between round 1 Naruto versus Luffy. Yes, 46 pages is approximately a little over 2 hours. And I am just finishing round 1 of the fight. So, yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said this video might be like 10 hours long. I am probably going to space it out and rip it up into different portions, but I'll be releasing it all at once. And I'll probably just break it down and just split it into different portions so that way they're more digestible. Like, I'm going to be honest, it has never once been portrayed. Okay. If you guys want an idea of like how I go about the pre-time skip version of the fight, or at least like the round 1 version of the fight, yeah, there's nothing Naruto can do. Like there's no logical reason for me to engage with the idea that Naruto beats Luffy right off the first 100 chapters. There's no chance. But genuinely, Nika has always depicted it with a sword and shield and a spear, and haven't seen Luffy use any of these things yet. Yeah, but Zoro and Sanji are depicted as the 2 wings of the Pirate King as his sword and shield. Sanji is a protector, Zoro is an attacker. Read the latest One Piece chapter. Imu might be massively FTL. He's speed blitzing Luffy in Gear 5. Yes, I'm aware of that, Darkin. We've talked about a lot of it. Like Marineford Luffy versus Final Valley One-Tailed Naruto? No, we're talking about East Blue Luffy versus the first 100 chapters Naruto. There is essentially no reason for me to entertain the idea that, like, yeah, Naruto even stands a chance. If you guys want me to read out what the conclusion is, and you guys have anything you guys would like to tack on, I'm more than willing to, like, I'll bring it up if it's a good point. Punch holes in its hull. Okay, yeah. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah. That's not it. Really? Are you just not wanking Luffy? Dear God, finally. Right, so who wins? Right, so it's from, like, here down. This is basically my reasoning as to why Luffy wins round 1. You think Luffy would get 10 million views the longer the years pass? Probably. Hopefully I eventually get that many views in any of my content. Are you rigidly cutting off at chapter 100 or just at the end, whatever the arc is happening? I'm rigidly cutting off at chapter 100 because I know that the Neji fight essentially starts right there, but there's nothing for me to go off of. Like, I could bring up the Neji fight, but I mean, realistically speaking, what does that do for me? Like, essentially, it's this. Like, it's essentially this, and it's like, this doesn't add anything to Naruto's. Where is Naruto exactly during the first 100 chapters? Everything prior to his fight with Neji. Everything prior to his fight with Neji. I technically didn't talk about this fight specifically just because I thought it was going to be a little weird that I'm bringing up, like, this fight specifically, like, the first portion of this fight, but in reality, none of this scaling does anything. None of this. Will society as we know still exist when you release the video? Hey, listen, it's only been like 3 months, alright? It's only been like 7 months since I started work on the video, and I'm already got 46 pages done, alright? Mind you, I started writing this thing like a month ago. It's fine. It's fine. You'll be fine. You will continue to exist. Hopefully, you're all still alive and healthy when I put out the video in, like, I don't know, 3 more months. You think Imu will get jumped by Luffy? No, he might get jumped, but it's 100% gonna end off with a 1v1. Luffy does not like fighting people. Luffy does not like defeating his opponents. He does not like defeating his opponents with help. Use Nidai Kitetsu in Wano? He did. I saw a theory the Luffy awakened band around his torso, but it's bendy. Meanwhile, Imu has a perfected circle, which could mean that Luffy hasn't unlocked the perfect awakening yet. That's also interesting. I cannot fathom how long this video is gonna be. Maybe I need to start scripting, low-key. Probably. I mean, it's good to at least, like, have an idea, right? People are hating on Luffy so much. I mean, what do they expect? Defeat the final villain or go extreme diff with him in Elbaf? Yeah. It's not... Listen, I don't know what people want. It's just one of those cases of, like, if people are going to just complain about it, just let them. It doesn't mean anything. Just enjoy it yourself. Right? Like, complaints are fine. Like, I'm never going to be one to say that, like, you can't complain about anything, but, like, because, let's be honest here, even if we're talking from, like, a first world perspective, a very, quote-unquote, privileged first world perspective, it's like, You're going to complain about something in your life. You're going to complain about something stupid in your life. Everyone cares about something utterly stupid, right? Whether it's My Little Pony, power scaling, knitting, gardening, I don't know, politics. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. People are going to complain about something. You might as well get in as many complaints as you want about life or whatever the fuck is going on if it makes you feel better, but ultimately, like, it's just, you're just getting it out of your chest. I just view it as people getting something out of their chest. It doesn't mean anything. The French, yeah, sometimes we just have hobbies like being French. Also, real quick, I can't, how do I show this video to you guys? There was a video that I sent my girlfriend where it was a guy talking, a woman recording her fiance or her husband saying that he believes, as a British man, he believes that British food is the best, and then his meal was, and I genuinely shit you not, his meal was 2 fucking glizzies, 2 hot dogs, and a can of baked beans. And for a moment there, I thought to myself, people are always talking about nuking the French, but the British literally colonized and tried to take over the fucking planet. And they still choose to eat like this. All the British have done is try to steal other people's spices and land, and yet you somehow say that a fucking can of baked beans and hot dogs are somehow better than American or even any other kind of cuisine. Bro, nah, the British need to go. The British need to go. I'm sorry. Fuck the French. The British need to go, bro. I'm sorry. The One Piece power scaling crowd is so annoying. They flip-flop on who is a bum, who is OP, and who, and so on. No thought or care about the narrative. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, at that point, why would you care, right? Why would you care about what they think? Like I said before. Like I said, what was it, last week? Don't share your pearls with swine. There's no point in trying to talk to somebody who's essentially either... Could modern America get Frieza into office? Probably. As long as Frieza talks about the right kind of, You know what? I can't say the joke. I can't make the joke. As long as... Listen, Frieza uses a specific word that starts with an M that likely many fucked up people in the United States would absolutely love him for. Even though he's talking about, you know, the actual animal and not that. But yeah. Frieza would probably get elected into office, and if it's not by, you know, the people's will, he probably just takes over the planet or blows it the fuck up, right? Like, there's no winning with Frieza. Are you jealous you weren't the one eating beans? No, I'm not jealous. If anything, I wished for a single moment that in this pre-recorded video that I'm watching weeks after it was posted, I wished that a meteorite fell inside that car. Fell just right on top of it. A meteorite just right on top of the I cannot say it. I do not know if you are of the proper level of melanin to be able to say whatever the fuck you thinking you can say. I think they're gonna weaken Emu by killing their covenants. Probably that as well. Have you heard of the manga Akumetsu? I have not whatsoever. The Blitz fucked British taste buds irreparably. That's funny as fuck. A bottle of water. American food is a low bar to clear, but British food is in hell. Listen, I'm not saying that American food is that great. Listen, man. When it comes to cuisine for me, Latin, Asian, and I'm going to throw it in there. Middle Eastern cuisine, bro. Latin, Asian, and Middle Eastern cuisine, top tier. Top tier. You can't get better. You can't get better than either some fried rice, fried by shrimp. You're telling me shrimp fried this rice? Yes. You can't tell me fried rice, sushi, some kind of Hispanic food incorporating beef, and anything with either, what the fuck was it again? Anything that's basically anything halal, bro. I ain't gonna lie, all that shit slaps. All that shit fucking slaps. I don't think he's getting Gear 6. Maybe a complete version of Gear 5 where he realizes his powers. He still thinks Emu, it's Gomu Gomu. He's not even using many different... I mean, clearly it's not just Gomu Gomu at this point. Clearly, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I disagree with this whole thing that, like, Luffy doesn't know what he's capable of. I disagree for now. I'm willing to be wrong, but, like, nothing... This right here has nothing to do with Gomu Gomu. This right here should have told you 10 times out of 10 that Luffy's no longer about this whole, like, oh, he thinks his powers are just rubber at this point. Like, this has nothing to do with rubber. I'm sorry. This is no way. Oh, yeah. Creole and Cajun cuisine is crazy. I just can't have it because a lot of it is spicy. I can't have Cajun. In fact, I'll order... Oh, you know what? Throw an Italian in there. Throw Italian food in there, too. I forgot. Sorry, Aster. I forgot you were Italian. But not just because you're Italian. Throw Italian food in there specifically because pizza and pasta, when it comes to carb-based foods, Italian food is just completely unmatched. Anything that has to do with tomatoes, anything that has to do with either some form of tomato, pesto, or fucking just goddamn carbs, bro. South Korean barbecue is so fucking good. I agree. I will defend East European food all day. We can make even... Nah, sorry, just no beans. I was about to unsubscribe. That's the... Mediterranean and Central European food clears. I agree. Mediterranean food, especially if you can get yourself... Yo, have you guys ever had like some real like Greek lamb, bro? My God, yo, there are moments in my life where I legitimately thought of just asking the guy that's like taking that giant slab of meat that's on like a skewer just rotating in heat. Bro, there were times where I literally thought to myself, whatever kebab style meat that shit is, bro, I don't know where they get it from. I don't know what it's from. Just give me the whole fucking rack of lamb, bro. Just give me the whole fucking... I don't care. Yo, my mouth is watering right now. God damn, bro. That shit is good. Okay, the Yonkos are the peak of power prior to the endgame villains. I will say the Yonko are the peak in power to the mortal world. I will say that to the mortal world, right? To the people that live below the red line, the Yonko are the peak of power. I am Greek or lamb chops are unmatched. I agree. Absolutely unmatched. What are the key principles of Nile scaling? Narratively implied low-end scaling. I got you right now. So, if you want to talk about... So, we have to bring out the calculator. And you see this calculator? Throw it the fuck away. You don't need it, right? You don't need it. Unless it's for, like, multipliers. All right. So, the key points of narratively implied multipliers. The Nile, as I like to call it. Nile. Okay. Statements, feats, narrative. Okay. Statements, feats, narrative. I like to call these kind of like the Trinity of Nile. They're essentially the three different things that you should excessively focus on when you're using this specific metric of power scaling, right? Now, what does that mean, right? What does one do with these three things, right? Well, it's very simple. Within the context of each and every one of these stories, there is a different form of writing style and a different form of, I guess you could say, expression and exposition that an author will give to a story, right? There is a certain level of expression and exposition that an author will offer a story, right? What makes Nile something difficult to obtain in the first and foremost is that in order to kind of use this, you need to have a decent level of reading comprehension. In other words, you have to read, you have to be able to look, have to be able to interpret what is underneath the surface, right? Let's look at it from this perspective, right? I'm going to bring up a scene from Naruto, and I'm going to ask you guys this, right? Throughout many of these stories, there are a large number of statements throughout many series that could be considered as that could be considered valid and invalid, right? So for statements, all three of these things, I want to make it clear that they all have a similar level of... Oh wait, no, I don't want this. All three of these points, I want to make it clear that they all have an equal level of importance, but it might vary between who you are and how you choose to scale, right? So for example, for statements, right? For statements as an example. while reading through a story, you have to pick up and understand how the author writes and how they express their characters' capabilities, right? For example, Luffy, as I mentioned before in a previous chapter, made a claim that he felt like he couldn't lose to anyone, right? He's overflowing with strength. Right now, I can't see anyone beating me, right? A statement like this would essentially imply that Luffy is so confident right now that he thinks that he quite genuinely cannot lose, right? That is the base assumption that we can come up with, right? Now, if you took this from a surface level, it would mean that he would include Shanks, Mihawk, etc., right? They could probably be thrown into the conversation, though Luffy's never truly fought them one-on-one, besides arguably Mihawk, but even then, it was more so Luffy trying to throw one attack at him and realizing, okay, this isn't going to work, right? Kaido, however, is someone that Luffy not only fought, but someone that he defeated, right? Nah, Kaido one-shots Imu, trust, Oda told me. So, one can easily come to an assumption or a conclusion that this statement essentially encompasses every single opponent that Luffy has fought and likely even lost to, or you could view it as anyone that Luffy has fought to a marginal extent, right? I'm plugged into my Ethernet cord, so it's probably you. Let me just double check. It says that the stream is healthy, Aster, so it's likely you. But then you also have examples like with Naruto, for example, where there are many statements within Naruto that are considered very there are a lot of statements in Naruto that could easily be considered not only canon but also very effective. For example, let's see right here. Okay. Reinforcements, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, spent like that. How do we take them? Chakra volumes. Okay, no. So they've already teleported them. Cool. So we have to go a bit farther back. Holy shit, wait, what the fuck? Where's the statement? Okay, right here. Mabui's ethereal transmission jutsu is object transportation. So she can send any object anywhere at the speed of light. That's why she's my secretary. In this case, yeah, he's not lagging. In this case, you can see that A is giving an exposition about how powerful, sorry, not how powerful, but about what Mabui can do and informing his allies. This is what she can do. This is the ability that this is not only what she can do, this is how her ability works. And this is the reason why she is my secretary, right? He is giving an exposition towards the viewer and the other characters in order for them to understand. Now, if one were to look at, let's look at Madara's statement. My Susanoo is destruction incarnate. A single stroke of the blade contains enough power to smash all things in this universe. It rivals even Biju, right? Now, a statement like this, on the other hand, one can argue for Madara is hyperbolic. Why is that? Let's look at the context of the situation. He not only told the 5 Kage that they are nothing to him, he has not only spent a vast majority of this fight essentially playing with them, since he could always have pulled out this attack, and he finally decides to unleash his full power, which results in him slicing 2 mountaintops with a single swing of this blade, not only blowing them back from the attack, but also demonstrating that, hey, listen, this is clear, you guys are clearly fighting in a weight class that you're not ready for, right? Now, you could sit there and say, so what Madara is saying is objective and he is not being hyperbolic, he is being very serious. However, when you look at the entire overarching plot of the series, specifically the narrative, you can quickly realize that Madara is very easily being hyperbolic, right? There are things within the context of the story that one could easily argue Madara's perfect Susanoo cannot smash it, right? You can argue Madara's Susanoo cannot smash Sasuke's, let's say, a full power Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. You can argue that Madara's perfect Susanoo cannot smash, let's say, the ETSO, You can say that his perfect Susanoo cannot smash. As an example, Sasuke's Nine Tails or Sasuke's Tailed Beast Susanoo, right? These are things that one can argue from the perspective of a character like this. It is extremely, at least currently, this statement right here is extremely hyperbolic because the character is essentially making a claim that cannot be backed up because we know that there are things within the context of the story that vastly outscale this version of the character, right? What makes things... Let's talk about feats, right? Let's talk about feats, for example, right? Actions within... within the story that can either quantify or emphasize a character's level of power. However, it is reliant on statements if there is no quantifiable metric to adhere by, right? What does this mean? Essentially, everybody knows what a feat is, right? Everybody knows that feats are essentially what the characters do. Nothing simple. You guys don't need me to give you a whole TED talk on what feats are. But something that I want to say that is very important is that more often than not, many feats are simply not quantifiable. And what I mean by that is, you can find a bare minimum for the feat. You might even be able to find a high-end maximum depending on how you choose to go about it. However, the problem that arises, in my opinion, is that many a times we have situations where we simply do not have any kind of information, or feats are essentially one-time use that causes a situation where, as an example, this Rasen Shuriken that Naruto threw, right? There is a giant gleam of light right there. Naruto's creating an Odama Rasengan. Why the fuck am I missing a panel here, right? I'm missing a panel, right? I could have sworn there was more to this. One second. Now I need to look this up because something is clearly wrong here. I know for a fact there is... I know for a fact it should be a little bit bigger than that. What was it, 656? Do you think Bardo's barrier can be bypassed? By most people, no. Fuck no. We'll have two of them. Yeah. Ah, there it is. Why the fuck don't I have this one? This massive Rasen Shuriken. I'm sure many of you would say, yo, Eon, look at the size of that Rasen Shuriken. It's gotta be pretty crazy, right? This thing's gotta be at least above mountain level, right? Right? Like, it's gotta be kind of crazy, Eon. I'm just saying, Eon. He's gotta be a little crazy. But here's the thing. I have no idea how fucking powerful his attack is. I have absolutely no fucking idea how powerful his attack is. It's a massive Rasen Shuriken. If that's a massive Rasengan, and he turned it into a massive Rasen Shuriken, the best I can tell you is that it's probably... It's some amount stronger than it, right? Like, if Naruto's Tailed Beast Bomb, if like a massive Rasengan from Jiraiya can carve away at mountains, and this is allegedly, like, what, 26 times stronger than that? Or whatever the fuck? Then that's kind of it. Check out the reaction to the 11/18. Not right now. I'm not a big fan of watching other people's reactions towards like chapters. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of that. The best I can do is 59 path chakra trees or something. Yeah. The Kaido Haki would slow their regeneration. I just believe Imu is just a tier above that. Yeah. I truly believe right now Luffy, Loki, and Kaido are in the same tier. That's fair. If you believe so, that's fair, but I would disagree, at least for Kaido. I don't think that Kaido is currently on the same level as Luffy and Loki. The massive Rasen Shuriken would have to be stronger than the Rasengan of the same size. Right! How many Rasengans are of the same size? That's the problem. How many Rasengans are of the same size? I don't... Okay. I have a personal claim. I'm not sure if you guys will agree with this. It is fine if you do not. It is fine if you do not agree with this. I'm not going to say anything or be against anyone if they 100% disagree with this, but I want to do a little bit of a claim here, right? Now, Do I think these massive Rasengans are about as powerful as the Rasen Shuriken? Do I think that the massive Rasengans are about as powerful or about as large as this one? I'm gonna be so honest with you. Fuck no. I think this one honestly looks a little bit bigger, right? Like, which of these looks bigger, right? Which of these looks bigger? This or these massive Rasengans, right? Because I'm just gonna make... I meant mine. It's not so much a reaction, though. I was just thinking if it's a good path. Let me see. All right. If you want me to check it out, sure. I could give it a look at. By the way, guys, I'm pretty sure you're going to, like, surpass me in followers anytime soon because of how long it's taking me to do this video, dude. Everything you missed? Sure. Let me grab my headphones. Dude, how the fuck do you get animation this fucking quickly? You just work throughout the whole weekend? Jesus Christ.
Go.
Okay.
So, if you've read the latest chapter or happen to have it spoiled by Twitter, you probably know exactly what I'm about to speak on. The second I saw this scene, the one person who came to mind was the humbled one, Satoru Gojo. But while Gojo and Sukuna's fight was an incredibly narrow match at the pinnacle of sorcery, Oda completely flipped the script and left my boy Luffy out to burn. Not only did Imu put his rod through Luffy, he also two-tapped him faster than anything we've seen in quite a while. So, a couple of chapters ago, while Loki was struggling against Imu, Luffy's fat ass just finished eating and proceeded to say he was overflowing with strength and could not see himself losing. And that was when I knew Oda was setting some shit up. You see, ever since Sabaody, people have complained that Oda never let the Straw Hats experience any major loss, even when I'd argue Kaido nearly ended the show. Sabaody was really the place where Oda said, no amount of plot armor is going to save you from this one, little bro. And this is especially driven home when Aokiji said that while Luffy had done well to reach that far, it's still way too early for him to be on that stage. I think this is essentially what Oda is trying to drive home here as well, even if Luffy has now become a force to be reckoned with. Imu at the moment is nothing like what Luffy has faced before. It took 2 years and an absurd amount of beatings for Luffy to be even in the same conversation as the Yonko and the Admirals, so it sure as shit would take a lot more than to resolve to reach the heights of Imu. In fact, it seems like even though Joy Boy and Luffy look identical, the only way Imu could know for sure that Luffy wasn't Joy Boy was by how insanely weak Luffy was in comparison. Though, I don't think this should be much of a surprise as we saw how powerful Joy Boy's haki was, which, by the way, people were describing as a Shanks upscale. But getting back to the chapter, it seems Luffy is getting fed up with the constant comparisons people make between him and either Joy Boy or Nika. Or it could just be that he hates Inu.
I'm not sure.
In any case, it seems Imu is really shaken up by the stark resemblance as he continues to press on it while chasing down Luffy. Side note, Imu's devil powers seem to be able to mimic a lot of other devil fruit powers, from Big Mom's Soul fruit to Morio's Shadow fruit abilities, and even Baby Five's Arms fruit. It seems he is also able to use some form of Toon Force like Luffy in his Omen and even personal attacks. In fact, it seems like he is only able to do these through the Omen, as whenever these powers are shown, the affected area is usually covered in the Omen flames, and this shows up in later panels as well. So far, this seems to be one of the very few times Luffy is actually angry, or at least less playful throughout a fight. After some scuffle, he transforms into a new Majin form, and personally, I really like it. People seem to have mixed feelings about it, mostly because of its relevance, but I think the design is pretty cool regardless. Plus, I looked into things, and it seems like there could possibly be a story here. Majin translates to demon god, and genies like Aladdin translates to Lampu no Majin. Sorry if I butchered that. And this could be Oda using a classic comedic and linguistic flip. While Imu embodies a true, terrifying Majin of oppression and dominion, Luffy sort of corrupts the word by turning it into a wish-granting genie who fulfills humanity's collective desire for liberation. But hey, that's just a thought. I should also mention that this changes the tone from the previous, more serious Luffy to the regular Gear 5 ridiculousness. Probably Oda trying to make us put our guards down. Speaking of guards down, I talked about how Oda's villains are fascinating because of how goofy their designs and characteristics are, so if you want to see that, please click the link above. Anyhow, as he transforms, Luffy tells Imu how he won't be forgiven for killing Loki, and that seems to alert Imu as he fires an Omen Blast at Loki for a finishing blow. Cute Ragnar tries to cover for Loki, who thinks all is lost, but Jinbei steps in his usual boss man fashion and disperses the attack just in time, making Ragnar look at him with such adoration. This was interesting to me because I assumed Ragnar would be able to tank it. Anyway, at this point, the rest of the Straw Hats nearby have started to realize that this particular villain is not as easy to shrug off like the rest of the Fraud Elders and Fraud Knights. Brook, being the one on the crew with the most knowledge of these kind of things, states that Imu is clearly different from the Fraud Knights and no one should be above them except the Fraud Elders, which they all saw in Egghead. Usopp points out Imu could be the captain of the Holy Knights, which is honestly a good guess, but Frankie snaps Brook out of the trance as it seems the ice around Princess Shuri is melting. Frankie asks what they should do next, and Usopp thinks back to when Luffy and Robin were frozen by Aokiji. This part made me realize just how many adventures the crew actually had pre-Water 7 and Thriller Bark. All this commotion then lets Emu recognize Brook, as he is the only possible person with an afro who could know Gunko as Princess Shuri. While Emu is still having his monologue, Luffy attempts to sucker punch Emu. At least he's finally using some haki in his attacks. Unsurprisingly, Emu blocks this attack with ease, and is frankly shocked that Luffy is still trying to fight after seeing what happened to Loki. He then attempts to use the same stigma.
I don't think that would put Jinbei above them because, like, okay, so real quick, I know what you're saying, but, like, dude, look at the different, look at how far away they are. Like, when Emu took out Zoro and Sanji, he was right next to them. He was, I would argue he was much closer. I wouldn't argue Jinbei's above them, I would just argue he is way farther away. It's low-key crazy that Emu remembers Brook. I think so, too.
Attack he used on Loki here as well, but Luffy remembers he has Future Sight and dodges the attack. Emu follows up with some Omen attacks, and Luffy tries to dodge them. Emu substitutes his polearm with a badass sword he draws from his demon circle, and so far, this seems to act like Luffy's Hagoromo, but on steroids. So whether this is a variation of the Arms fruit, a form of Portal to the Abyss, or just an imagination thing, it seems linked to Luffy somehow. The sword seems to dry up everything in its path, and this panel immediately reminded me of Zeref from Fairy Tail. In fact, they do have some similarities. They are both ancient entities who created their own kingdoms, have dominion over life, and have very striking relationships with the main characters of their verses. In fact, both Zeref and Emu stab their protagonists before they finally reach their full potentials. So that's something I think is interesting, for whatever reason. In any case, yeah, Emu two-shot Luffy like he did Loki, and shows why he's the big dog. Naturally, there's a couple of ways the Straw Hats could escape this one, and I personally don't even think Luffy is fully out. But I gotta go watch the match, so I'll see you all in the next one.
That was pretty good. I like, I'll say this. How the fuck do you only have 170 subscribers? I thought you had way more. Well, anyway, you'll get up there. I like it. I like this style of content. Funny enough, I think before you got here, I was actually talking about making like a video on how Emu, yeah, he has a really cool voice. I was thinking about making a video on oh, very amazing visuals by Opposite and Anime. Shout out to the VA Big Hack. Okay, sweet. What was I gonna say? Oh man, Akasha's going through it. Yeah, Akasha's going through it. His wife. I'm sorry, Jasleen. He just has to let her go. Like, I'm sorry. I get it. She's hot, but like, dude. Your wife is quite literally ruining your career. And also, she can maintain her little shitty podcast. She basically had him break up with one of his best fucking friends, like win Rasengan to the... Okay, but that does... I get what you're saying, One Smart. I understand, but that doesn't help me quantify anything. It doesn't help me figure out how much more powerful it is. Also, Guy, so, just to like, say what I was gonna say. I like the style of content. I would say give it a very... If you want to really sell the videos, give it as clickbaity of a title as possible. Like, I was thinking about making a video myself like this, basically titled, how Emu broke One Piece power scaling. Emu just broke One Piece power scaling. Something like that, right? It's good. It's good. I like the little callbacks that you brought up. I like how, you were essentially able to show people that there are parallels that we see through earlier points in the story, and how Oda is capable of essentially expanding the narrative by essentially showing that, like, okay, things that the Straw Hats have already done, or things that they have experienced, is now in full-on effect, is now being properly, might now come into play in regards to, like, what they can do, with, like, let's say, the ice that they're dealing with right for Gunko, or the fact that, like, Emu is remembering an old character like Brook, being the only man capable of even knowing who Princess Shuri is. I actually changed the title recently. It was Luffy's Genie Form Changes Everything. That's actually not a bad title. By the way, Pal World is a huge success, huge player counts, game staying at 30 wins. Nice. I actually bought the game. I bought it for $22 because I saw it on a sale on PlayStation. I'm like 50 something days in or whatever. I don't know. I played it till like 7 a.m. Saturday morning. I was on the game for a while, dude. Beauty never lasts forever. That is the one thing she has to offer. Yeah. How will they ever beat Emu? I have no clue. Yeah, I think the Genie title was definitely much better. You can actually, I think you could do like an A/B setting thing where like it'll A/B testing where you can like have both titles up, and then it'll give you the ability to see which title actually does better based on engagement. Like this video right here, yes, Law Solos Naruto. This ended up being the title that stuck through my A/B testing. Yeah, it's not gonna happen in LBAF. Okay. Rasen Shuriken, right? I want to get Palette World for PC, but it doesn't do cross save, so I'm waiting for at least transfer my 600 hours I have in it. Now, okay, that's fair. Oh, just to point out something, right? So how many Rasen Shurikens does Naruto have here on screen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's like 26. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that on version Naruto? That is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Right? 4, 6, 7, 8, 19, 12, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 26. So Naruto's Rasengans, massive Rasengans, hit Kurama for about 26 of them. And then Naruto essentially finishes off Kurama with a Rasen Shuriken. So a Rasen Shuriken is 26 times stronger than a massive Rasengan. But I can't tell you how much more powerful a Rasengan, a massive Rasengan is to a Rasengan, right? Like, I'll put it like this, right? Let me close this one up. I don't need this anymore. Actually, I probably should have saved that. Whatever. Okay. One Rasen Shuriken is, at the very least, greater than or equal to 26 massive Rasengans. The problem is, I don't know how much fucking stronger a massive Rasengan, a massive Rasen Shuriken is to a regular Rasengan, because I don't know how much stronger a massive Rasengan is to a regular Rasengan. I don't know how much stronger a massive Rasen Shuriken is to a regular Rasen Shuriken, since I don't know how much stronger a massive Rasengan is to a regular one. Brother, I can't watch the stream live today. I have an important exam anyways. I am here to tell you something I feel really proud of. Something I really feel proud of and wanted you to know. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, for sure. We'll give you some W's, man. For you, that just has to be consistent and lucky, unfortunately. Right. Yeah, sometimes it's just consistency. I feel like when you're starting off YouTube, it really just is a matter of consistency. Like, just keep putting out content, just keep putting out videos, and just let them keep being the high quality that you can, and anything, keep improving upon the high quality. Let me know what it is that you want to do, and best of luck on your exam, Murphy. I think in all time, Kaido's probably top 7. Okay. Who are the top 6 then? Joy Boy, Emu, Shanks, Roger, Whitebeard, Rocks, and then either Herald or... So wait, is Luffy just not in that top 7 list? Yes, Emu completely solos the Narutoverse. I'm sorry, dude, but like, the fact that he's speed blitzing Luffy of all people... Rasen Shurikens, that's the thing. I would have nothing to base that off of. That's the problem. That's the problem, Known Test. Like, I have nothing to base it off of currently. I can't think of a way to argue that a massive Rasengan is more powerful. How many more times is a massive Rasengan more powerful than a Rasengan? And it's clearly not 10 times. It's clearly not 10 times because when the Jiraiya statement about his massive Rasengan being like a mountain carving away or whatever, that's under the effects of Sage Mode, so it's obviously has to be more powerful than just 10 times. So it's greater than 10 times, but I still don't know how much stronger it is. I could, at best, the only thing I can really say is that this Rasen Shuriken is at the very least 10 times stronger than the other one because Naruto's in Sage Mode. That's basically all I got. If you were making a scaling video of Emu versus someone in general, you'd probably get a lot of traction. Probably, but I still don't fully know everything that Emu can do. I'm the kind of guy that, like, I like to know everything a character can do before I make a video on them. I don't know. I've always been weird about that. Yeah, I don't know. I just... Shamrock plus Emu power up equals GG One Piece. Also, hi, Ianya. What's up, Black Yoshi? I mean, I could always make, like, Emu versus Kaguya. The only problem is, how do I argue that he beats her? He just keeps, what, stabbing at her? He just keeps going at it? How the fuck does he beat her? With, like, Law, I can at least argue he splits her up into pieces, right? But with, like, Emu? What the fuck is Emu's win condition? Don't get me wrong, I think Emu with speed blitzes everything. Emu's bag was so deep we may finish One Piece and never know everything he can do. That's what I'm thinking. What could... I mean, I guess he could use the Sword of the Void and absorb all of her life. Yeah, he has Life Drain, I guess. I think Kaido can still outlast him, but in terms of power, they're equal, but because of the weakness of Gear 5, Kaido has a chance to win. I disagree. I think Luffy at this point just curb stomps Kaido. Can Kaguya beat Emu? You think Omen, like, burns people alive? Luffy does comment on it being hot. Luffy very much so does comment on, Omen's being hot. He says, yeah, wow, huh? It's hot. I mean, it stings. What is this, black fire? Yeah, what is this black fire? Yeah. Like, it stings. Like, it does burn. It does sting. I just don't know what it is. Hey, what's up, Jaxel? How you going, man? One thing is for sure, Eon Luffy has a long way to go. I agree. Whole freaking heartedly do. Luffy in Gear 4 will beat Kaido. I don't know about Gear 4, but I do think Gear 5 Luffy can do it. Who says nature chakra doesn't cancel out Haki? What do we do for that? What do you mean? Who says nature chakra doesn't cancel out Haki? What do we do for that? I don't get what you mean. Yeah, why would nature energy cancel out Haki? Why would it? Do we count Dami Reversai as a win condition? You could count it as a win condition, but the thing is, I don't know what the exact conditions for Dami Reversai are. What's your predictions for the next chapter? Emu probably drains the life out of Luffy, or somehow they're able to get Emu out of... Luffy can't die. Luffy cannot die, so there's probably going to be some plot contrivance that forces Emu to either go back, or somebody forces Emu out off the island. And from there, it's basically just the God's Knights having to, like, pray to everything that, like, their Omen powers persists. Maybe it might be, like... Maybe the next chapter is just, like, a difference in time... sorry, not a difference in time. Maybe the next chapter is a more of a focus on Zoro versus what's-his-face, Summers. Zoro versus Summers and Sanji, maybe awakening Advanced Conqueror's Haki. It's kind of weird, right? Every single time that we get a chapter that makes us wait a couple of weeks, every single time we get a chapter that makes us wait a couple of weeks, it's usually something big. It usually either resolves something big or develops into something big by the end. So, yeah. I am not sure. I am personally not sure. Could Dami Reversai be the Maki version of Conqueror's Haki? It could be. It could be. I'm not exactly sure right now. It does seem to come from, like, magical circles, which makes me believe it's part of some other ability. We also know for a fact that Emu has that book that allows them to essentially create weapons and stuff, like the knife that could hurt Broggy's skin, and then the shotgun that blew his arm right off. Like, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. What if Luffy is not done yet and he's heavily injured but continues to fight? I don't know, man. I don't know. Luffy might be able... Like, I'm all for Luffy grabbing Emu by the arm and probably trying to blast him with Conqueror's Haki or something, but it's like, nah, I just don't know, man. I think at best, Luffy's still gonna have some fight in him left, but it's just Emu putting him down once and for all. It's Emu putting him down, and then likely something's gonna force... Probably Emu's own condition is gonna force him right out of Elbaf. No, I get it. I get where you're coming from. I'm not saying that you're necessarily like downplaying Luffy. It's just I don't know if I would just agree with the idea that Kaido is still, like, relevant, at least to Luffy. He could also just not clash with Bajirang and hit Luffy instead, but he wouldn't do that. Yeah. It's heavily implied Luffy is cooked, but maybe. Yeah. He leaves. Yeah, it's Cope. Yeah, it is kind of Cope. Is Omen hotter than Dragon Torch? No, I wouldn't say so. I would not say that Omen is hotter. I probably wouldn't agree with that. Even at full strength, since he's restricted by what's going on in Mary Draw. Yeah. Emu's also currently, like, suffering damage by being outside of Mary Draw. It's not slander. I don't know, like, I don't know if... Okay, let's just go back to this real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know what this people's weird fascination with, like, the idea of, like, characters being quote-unquote slandered for essentially losing to one of, if not probably the most powerful... Emu versus... I don't even know why you're asking me Emu versus Mihawk. Like, Mihawk has no feats. I'm sorry, but, like, Mihawk has no feats. He has no real-time comparable scaling. If it's any character... I'm going to just say it like this. If you ask me a question between Emu and insert a character, I'm probably just going to say Emu. That Emu beating Luffy like this means Ichigo can do the same? Yeah, they're out of their fucking minds if they think that. Is it because Emu has a sword? Like, since when does Ichigo's sword drain life? Since when does Ichigo have a homing attack that follows you and is also alive? Since when can Ichigo just change the trajectory of his own attacks mid-fucking attack? Like, what are we talking about, dude? Motherfuckers see a guy with a sword and they'll automatically think it's either a demon slayer or a Bleach fucking victim. I don't get it, dude. I think people are weird. I think people are weird when they say that kind of stuff. I don't know. Emu versus Hawkeye Goku. I ain't gonna lie. Hawkeye Goku? That guy sucks. Hawkeye Goku is probably one of the weakest characters I've ever seen. Like, the bro really stole the eyes of a hawk, put him in his head, and then said, yo, yeah, fear me, beware. He fought Vista. Yeah. Yeah. And how strong is Vista? Isn't Vista like number 3 in terms of swordsman or some shit? Emu versus Walmart? I'm sorry, but I think Emu's been around a little longer than Walmart. Also, I would say having vast control over a majority of a planet is probably more impressive than like Walmart having a couple thousand stores. Wait, but we knew Rox was a big deal even way before we saw his design. Why can't we just interpret Mihawk to upscale off of a pre-Egghead and above? You can! You have every right to, and you're very much welcome to do that. I'm just saying I don't really have a reason to entertain the idea that Mihawk's beating this. Like, what about Mihawk is essentially making me say that he beats this? That's really what it is, right? Like, jokes aside, Black Blade aside, like, what really makes me say that? I'm not saying that you guys can't. I'm not saying that it's not that you can't try to formulate some kind of argument versus Infinite IKEA. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, nobody's beating those fucking IKEA instruction manuals, bro. I think even Emu, with all of his power, would struggle to build a fucking Clarboterman, or whatever the fuck they're called. Actually, I say Clarboterman because of the One Piece thing. No, Emu would. I don't know, man. I generally don't know. I can only imagine how much crazy One Piece feats are about to get. I've been telling you guys for a minute. I'm waiting on Luffy growing his arms out to the size of a fucking planet and essentially putting Emu on the red line, stretching it over his finger over a big ass thumb like a rubber band, and flicking it right out of the planet. If Luffy does that shit, that will be the craziest fucking. That'll be the craziest 5-head call out I've ever had. If Luffy does some shit like that. I can't even imagine what spin-off One Piece feats will be like. Not to be that guy, but Emu has mastery over contracts, which means he could probably take an IKEA manual. But like, he gives power to people, right? His contracts are based on giving power to people. Why exactly would that let him translate a contract? You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to be that guy myself, but it's like, actually, when did Emu ever translate an entire fucking line of text? A line of undescribable text in order for him to, you know, be capable of defeating his opponents. I'm just saying, man, it's kind of rough. Like, let's be real here. And I'ma just say it. Emu Flower Room. I'ma just say it. Listen. Where do you see? What do you see in this room? What do you see in this room? Do you see any ornaments? Do you see any drawers? Any kind of furniture in this room? There is no such thing in this room. The Room of Flowers? There is no such thing. That's because Emu quite literally cannot build his own IKEA-style desk. Fuck botany. Emu's only room, which is harder, setting up your new furniture piece or talking about an elderly Italian woman how to do it. Through an elderly Italian woman how to do, I don't know, man. I'd probably say an earlier Italian woman only because at that point, why the fuck am I not just doing it? Like, something must be really wrong if I'm not the one fucking making the furniture instead of her. Damn, Gear 5 overrated? Well, that's for them. If they feel that way, then they feel that way. When will those damn space pirates come into play? Nah, they won't come into play, bruh. Don't worry about that. They won't come into play. Oda just threw them in for fun. Alright. I'm gonna read you guys a little bit from the, by the way, spoiler alert, Sandbag is in this video and he helps me talk, so anything that's in red, that's Sandbag. Okay, so. Let's see. Alright. So, yeah, I'll just rip off the Band-Aid right away. There's no way that Naruto wins this round whatsoever. Oh, people are not gonna like that. True, but I don't really care, Sandbag. Like, what am I legitimately supposed to tell you? For starters, I'm comparing a 17-year-old with super strength to a 12-year-old with super strength, but only when he takes an extraordinary amount of damage or he's in a life-and-death situation. If I completely ignore the Baratie and Arlong portions of Luffy's scaling, then I could make a legitimate argument for Naruto having the capacity to, at the very least, give Luffy a decent matchup. But the simple fact is that actually, not even Baratie, the Syrup Village, Baratie, and Arlong arcs. But the simple fact is that Luffy could quite literally take down a creature that is over twice as large as Gamabunta, and there is legitimately no reason for me to even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto can do the same. Let's just go into strength portion of the round. Naruto gets absolutely mogged by Luffy when it comes to raw brute strength. There is literally no feat within the entire context of the first 100 chapters that even remotely puts Naruto on the same tier of strength as Luffy. Sure, they both punched and harmed a large serpentine creature, but Luffy actually knocked out the Lord of the Coast, whereas Naruto only at best stunned and bruised the snake. Even if I grant this snake every benefit of doubt and say that it is as large as Manda, that doesn't mean it's as physically powerful or as dangerous. Physically powerful, as durable, or as dangerous. Stopping a giant snake that essentially has no feats whatsoever would be extremely impressive if Luffy didn't lift up a creature that is at the very least over twice as large as Gamabunta, and one that weighs 16 tons at that, which is 14,515 kilograms or 32,000 pounds. And he spun it like a pinwheel and sent it flying outside of the island's borders. Naruto, on the other hand, was bleeding from his nose and mouth after being slammed through 3 large hollow tree branches and physically stopping the snake from attacking Sasuke. Just to bring that up real quick, because I don't want anyone saying that I'm making some shit up real quick. I don't need this. There we go. Yeah, right here. This is not the face of someone. This is not the face of someone who is dealing with this shit without an issue. This is not the face of someone who is going through all of this. It's wild to me that Momu is the size of a blue whale, but weighs like 1/12 of one. Yeah. You can hear me out on the genuine. Can you hear me out on the genuine physics of Naruto verse and One Piece verse are so different? Big Mom's lame-ass husband survived his explosion / burning alive. Do you think Sandbag even likes you? The things you have to put him through, I think he'll have... If he had resentment towards you, it will be reasonable. Listen, I'm not saying... Okay, listen. I'm not saying that I've been the kindest person towards Sandbag. And I'm also not saying that Sandbag... I haven't put Sandbag through a lot of shit. But Sandbag also asked for a lot of it. You're not gonna sit... Listen. Let me just be clear about something. When I told Sandbag, get Naruto's attention, probably just steal his wife or something, you know what he went ahead and did? You know what he goes ahead and did, bro?
Naruto Uzumaki is some random orphan that no one likes. What a loser, am I right? Since I've been granted full autonomy over how I get the target's attention, I decided to kidnap that Teuchi guy from his favorite ramen spot and then made him watch as I served people bowls of ramen with my dirty fingers in the bowl. Oh, and I also dropped some white phosphorus missiles on the leaf while Naruto was asleep. That should probably be enough to get his attention, right, Eon?
Yeah. That's not on me. That is not on me. Got greater upscale though. Emo has the strongest back attack back for watering those plants. Yeah, like I'm sorry, but like real talk, it's not on me. I told him to get Naruto's attention. I never said go out of your way to drop white fucking phosphorus. Look up what white phosphorus is. Look it up. Seriously. Go ahead. You're not gonna like it. It's kind of crazy. Not to be that guy, but Emu probably like a manual. Over 5 is overrated. Botanist. Which is harder, setting up or furniture? Yeah. Can you see the Yonko versus Madara isn't fair? Sure. Yonko versus Madara isn't fair. Alright. Oh! Alright. Alright, it's by this guy. We've heard of this guy before. Remy, yeah. Do you think Sandbag even likes you? Listen, it's Sandbag's fault. It's not my fault. He does whatever the fuck he wants. I just tell him. I just sick him at a person. I just tell him here is a portion of. This is literally what I just do, right? I get on Discord call. I get on Discord call with Sandbag. I basically show him Naruto Uzumaki. I basically just tell him, hey, you see this kid? Yeah, I need you to go piss him off for me. So he's like, which of these? Is that like his dad and his older brother? No, this is all the same guy. He literally did not know that Naruto like grows up. He thought like all anime characters just stay the same age. Anyway, so yeah, it's not on me, man. All I'm saying is, a lot of this shit, I've already had a lot of discussions with Sandbag. I do feel some level of anger from Sandbag sometimes, but I feel like overall we've gotten mostly past it. I think that he is ready to work with me again, and I promised him that I wouldn't use him for, like, you know, fucked up deeds as often. Do you agree with the feats relating Haku and his ice mirrors are at best relativistic? I would say light speed, but only while moving between the mirrors. Would you rather stay 3 years in prison or stay in prison until your mom beats Elden Ring? Hey, ma. ¿Usted se acuerda de ese juego que yo le mostré a usted hace mucho tiempo? Que era como... si yo estuviera en la prisión, si yo estuviera en cárcel, usted haría el esfuerzo de derrotar un juego muy difícil para sacarme. O sea, usted aprendería cómo jugar un videojuego sumamente difícil y lo termina. Oh yeah, she said yeah. My mom,
with the Yonko.
My mom is like outside of is like right next to my room right now. She's cleaning some stuff up. She's doing like some housework. She said, "Yeah, nah, I would wait until my mom beats Elden Ring. I would probably wait until my mom beats Elden Ring." What kind of a fuck ass question is that, by the way? Can you hear me out on a genuine physics? Yeah, if you could tell me the physics of it, sure. What about the time with Luffy? Okay, that time, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of was responsible for that.
Or on top.
This was me. This one was me, but I'm gonna be honest with you.
So I tasked Sandbag with a very simple job. To poke the bear. Or I guess in this case, the funny rubber man. Now, what exactly would Sandbag have to do for Luffy to not hold back a single iota of his arsenal? Enslave and starve an entire nation? Nah, that's thinking too small. Capture and torture his entire crew? Close, but I think we can do better. So I had Sandbag steal all of the meat from the Straw Hat's fridge. Desecrate and defecate on Ace's grave all of the meat from the Straw Hat's fridge.
I forgot I wrote that, dude. That's so... Your brother died because someone insulted his daddy. Rip Bozo. Love Sandbag.
And defecate on Ace's grave, all the while leaving a
Also, I guess Sandbag technically canonically does poop. Sandbag is a war criminal. Sandbag is tanking Naruto's punches. Well, he tanks them. He still feels them though. How do we know Momu's weight? We know it from this data book entry. My bad. Let me show that to you real quick. It says right here. This is his weight. Oh shit. My bad. Right here. 16 ton. Right there. Ton. I wasn't reading out the actual words. That was like the katakana. That's what it reads out to. T-O, and then the other one was an N. Ton. I can understand if you say One Piece humans are just built different. Here we go. Bro, we be bullying Madara. That's just not fair to him, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Let's see what this guy makes up. Oh, hell no. Not the war crimes. Yeah, Sandbag is kind of hot. You have problems. You have genuine fucking problems. One Yonko, low divs, but we're gonna say Madara beats all four at the same time while the Senju... while the Senju lived, are we really that upset about the white phosphorus? I would be pretty upset about white phosphorus being dropped on my neighborhood. How does Imu compare to Naruto's villains in terms of gayness? I ain't gonna lie, I showed Imu, I was showing like the latest chapter to Letty. I was showing the latest chapter to, and don't tell her I said this, but Lebby. And she was like, "Yo, why Imu kinda? She was like, "Yo, why Imu kinda? why he kinda majestic? Why Imu kinda look like that? He's really majestic with it. He's really got that thing on him." Dude, I was crying when she was saying this. She was like, "His hair's majestic. Like, look at his lips. He's got contour. His makeup's done right." I'm like, "Yo, no funny shit." I mean, she's kind of cooking with it. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not one to make like a mountain out of a molehill, but like, no funny shit. Imu kind of like, his hair is all voluminous. Like, listen, you don't just get that kind of volume. She was sitting here explaining to me why you just don't, you don't just wake up with this level of hair volume. This shit is majestic. Like, look at the way that it flows in the wind, bro. Look at the way that it just covered his eyes. She was like, he's got like that eyeliner. He's got the lip filler. His nose job is just well done. Like, look at the contours. Like, she's like, bro, in the fit. She's like, it's not all for her, but like, damn, the fit just makes it all work. I ain't gonna lie. Even with that being said, I would still probably say that Naruto villains are probably less gay. I'm not gonna say, like, Imu is really harping about another man. The only Naruto villain I would say is probably about as gay as Imu is probably Madara, because not just because of the hair, but because, like, let's be honest here, they both have this over fascination with a guy, like Madara with Hashirama and Imu with Joy Boy. The flag was based though. Fuck Ace. Oh, finally, one of my jokes finally resonates with you. It's more than 16? What do you mean? What do you mean it's more than 16? It says right here, 16. My mom would say the first boss call that shit demonic and never touch it again. True. Why are you LARPing as the Mexican rat from the Looney Tunes, Speedy Gonzalez? Did you just fucking call me Speedy Gonzalez because I spoke Spanish? What the fuck, dude? In Alabasta, Luffy says that he could take on 100 Banana Gators, which are huge. I would say even Sage Mode Naruto would be able to do that. In 10 minutes? Sorry, in 5 minutes? Yeah, no, Sage Mode Naruto, right? Like, Pain Arc, Sage Mode Naruto, probably not. Sandbag is going band for band with Usopp when it comes to Rage Bait? Probably. I would probably argue that Sandbag is the type of guy that will probably take it an extra step and literally shit on your mother's grave if you told them to. Itachi and the Remnants versus the Remnants of Viltrum had this one on your server. Yo, you guys think that Itachi Uchiha could beat the Viltrumites, like the last 7 Viltrumites or some shit, not including Thrag? Can Itachi beat like 12 not Thrag Viltrumites? Yes, Genjutsu / Perfect Susanoo. GG's. No. That blind orphan maker. But they turn them into I'm not gonna make that one. I'm not gonna say that one. That's fucked. I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna The other option was gonna be no, but they make them into but they turn them into no, but they turn them into a condom. They use them as a condom. That's so fucked up. Okay, Madara slash Sasuke with Hashirama slash Naruto. Are we allowing Genjutsu? Not really, but I just threw the Genjutsu line in there just for fun. Itachi Solo's all a fiction? You would say that, wouldn't you? I am like 90% sure Aster's like the one guy who voted yes for Itachi. Either him and Wardsmart. I'm calling it right now. The last 11 slap Itachi silly. What the fuck? Itachi is perfect Susanoo. Sorry, I didn't mean perfect Susanoo. I just meant Susanoo. Itachi has no perfect Susanoo. My bad, I forgot, alright? We talked so much about perfect Susanos, I forgot Itachi was a fucking fraud. Bro never awakened the perfect Susanoo. What a fraud. If Genjutsu it's an option, Viltrumites can't do shit. Okay. Say Totsuka GG for Itachi instead of Susanoo GG. Yeah, just Totsuka GG, sure. This is like saying 7 Sage Narutos versus Itachi. I would disagree with that. Sage Naruto cannot fly. Alright, let's check. That's a... Oh wait, no, that was my video. I was about to say, what the fuck? There's no way I'm watching an hour-long video. 8 minutes! Bro! What the fuck? 8 minutes. Bro didn't even do any research, bro. Bro really didn't do any research. Bro just... Alright, let me see this one real quick. Oh, okay, $20 right now that this is just one of those power, and then it shows an image of Madara. Speed, image of Madara. Hacks, image of Madara. Battle IQ slash intelligence. Madara, blah 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 blah. Yeah, he has the storm. There's the perfect Susanoo in a storm game. Yeah, but he's still a fraud. Never unlocked that shit for real type shit. Well, I was wrong. Ryan Saiyan. Damn. We're just doing low quality content, aren't we? Can we all agree that if you put Kaido in Madara's place against the 5 Kage that it ends the same? Oh. What do you mean can we all agree? That's just a fact. Listen, I have no fucking clue how you put Kaido versus the 5 Kage and argue that he doesn't finish them off way quicker and way more mercilessly. I'm sorry, I just don't know how you can come to... Fuck. I just don't know how you can come to that conclusion. Like, if we had an actual conversation about it, right? If we were having a genuine conversation about this topic...
With the Yonko...
And you actually sat there and told me... If we genuinely had a conversation about this, right? Imagine a short power scaling video. Couldn't be Eon. It couldn't be me, man. A power scaling video under 10 minutes? What the fuck are we... We're not even... Where is the explanation? You're not even telling me your metric. What are you using calcs? Are you not? Like, what are we doing here? Made better edits for my B-roll? Listen, okay, listen, I'm being mean, obviously. It's not even to, like, really like the YouTuber themselves. It's more so, like, the content. I don't know. I feel like when it comes to... listen, I don't want to make it, like, some kind of a weird thing that, like, oh, I look down on other people who make, like, shorter videos than myself, because that's really not the case. I think it's all based on the content, right? I just know exactly the kind of content that this dude makes right here, and it's not even to, like, start a beef or anything with them, because, honestly, I don't really have an issue with them at all. It's more so just, like, to me, whenever I see videos like this, it's like 8 minutes worth of time. Cool. How much information are they going to actively put to, you know, make a scale for these guys? Because I'm willing to bet right now that they really didn't do that much research for, like, One Piece. And as far as, like, the Ryan Saiyan guy, I'm going to be so real. That last short that we saw, I don't know, shorts like that usually always just come down to me more so from, like, a very casual, like, power scaling perspective. Not to say that there's anything wrong. Is the video length difference proportional to the age difference? Fuck you.
The most feared and most well known within their verses, to be the pinnacle of power. So for today's video, we're going to go over just that. How could Madara stack up against the 4 emperors of the sea?
Okay.
The only rules to mention are that yes, chakra and haki along with devil fruits will be...
I want to beat his ass. Chu, Lucci, Doflamingo, Ulti, and even Emu felt that energy. So you're saying you don't have enough of a reason to want to beat Sandbag? Short scaling is always funny regardless of who wins. Sometimes no explanation, and sometimes they put an essay on every beat. Yeah, that's the thing, but it's like, I don't know. I personally will always prefer, and I'm just talking about like the content that I like, right? Not saying that one is better than the other. I always personally prefer content that goes as in-depth as possible to an explanation, or sometimes gives an explanation that, or if it's like a very technical explanation, like let's say with like speedrunning or video games and like trying to figure out what's happening underneath the hood, what's happening on like the coding end. I always like to think to myself that like these kinds of videos require the YouTuber to express things in a very simplified way, because that kind of stuff can get very complex from a coding perspective, right? Or from the way that the game's like framework is made up. But then when we're talking about something like with anime and manga and stuff like that, I feel like a bit more information is necessary, because more often than not people will use arguments that could easily be countered by something within the context of the story, even if it requires you to do a bit of extra work in order to figure out what works and what isn't. You me to check out the Why All Might versus Whitebeard isn't close video? Okay, we can check that one out. Yeah. Naruto is gonna be about 6 hours. I believe Eon said 1 hour for every Eon will wait. Alright, fuck you. Alright.
Equalized. And we will be exclusively that yes, chakra and hockey along with devil fruits will be equalized. And
so
we
they're
will
all
be
just the same? What the fuck? But hockey and devil fruits aren't the same. What the fuck? So does that mean a devil fruit power can cancel out chakra? What the fuck are we talking about? How much you guys are willing to bet and say that like Madara is gonna be able to cancel out some of their devil fruit abilities with his vast amounts of chakra, but they won't be able to do the same for his?
exclusively talking about the 4 original Yonko, being Old Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks. If you want more One Piece or Naruto related content, be sure to let us know. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe.
No, I agree with that. They're easier it's a lot easier in terms of content to take in, right? Like the level of content is much easier to digest as a viewer, which is why it's good. That's one of the reasons why short content in general is always has a lot of views and a lot of comments, because yeah, it's just basically like a minute or two worth of your time. You don't always have like 15 hours to watch something, right? Or even 3 hours, or even an hour. Sandbag doesn't have that vibe. I'm sorry. Even Usopp rage baited Luffy. Who can possibly take Usopp's title as greatest rage baiter? Well, the point of this video, at least, isn't for Sandbag to rage bait anyone, so you're probably not going to get anything like that out of him, but I can definitely do something. How? Devil fruits don't even have a share a power system. Each one is a separate power that doesn't really interact in any way.
Subscribe to help us reach 10,000 subscribers. It'd be greatly appreciated. And with
Well,
that
some
out of
do
the way,
interact in
enjoy
special
the
ways
video.
with others, but
So
yeah.
to start the skill for the Yonko, we're going to start from weakest to strongest of each. Beginning with Old Whitebeard, obviously has the statement of being capable of destroying the world. If you were to look up any skill to measure the size of the One Piece world, you would find that the One Piece world should be around large planet in size, or even 80% the size of our
Sandbag
sun.
versus
In my
Ichigo,
opinion, this is
sure.
kind of a high
I do
ball,
have to make
and to
that,
say Whitebeard
Bleach
could just
video
one-shot a
anyway.
star-sized planet is just pretty unreliable scaling-wise. I believe a good low ball could be between multi-con to around planetary and raw power. Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks, who are more healthier, and while having advanced conquers, should scale them above an unquantifiable amount of whatever feats Whitebeard is able to pull off. The scale speed is pretty consistent in One Piece that there are multiple lightspeed feats within the series, such as an injured pre-time skip Zoro being able to dodge multiple lightspeed attacks from Kuma, and post-time skip Luffy being able to easily react and dodge lasers from the Pacifista, which are said to be derived of Kizaru's light beams. Luffy having multiple training arcs along with his gear multipliers should scale his speed to a low ball.
Can Spain really keep this lead? Are you talking about like a current match in the FIFA? Are you talking about like one of the current matches in the World Cup? Isn't today like the semifinals or some shit?
Of FTL plus,
Alright.
and yet this Luffy will still have trouble reacting to Kaido even with future sight. Big Mom and Shanks, who have fought
Holy
Kaido
shit, they're actually
beforehand,
giving
should
him-
prove their speed to be on par with Kaido's. Whitebeard should also
I mean, he's giving them at least decent scaling, like, sure.
scale to this somewhat, as we've seen him intercept
I'm really
Kizaru
not
even at his old
returning
age.
his favorite
So
manga,
all
by
the
the way.
Yonko
Yeah,
should be
yeah, I told
FTL or
him that.
FTL plus in combat and reactions. And lastly, to mention their abilities, Whitebeard has the Quake fruit, which can cause massive earthquakes
Gotcha.
and tsunamis, along with being able to bypass physical objects, giving it a form of durability negation. Big Mom has the Soul fruit, which can make any object into a living thing, and has her homies being Zeus, who can use lightning, Prometheus, who can use fire, and Napoleon just being a living sword. All three can combine into Misery, who we've seen beat the bricks out of Law and Kid. For Kaido, he has the Fish fruit, fruit, which can turn him into a dragon, or a hybrid dragon, which boosts his stats immensely. And has all 3 forms that advance Haki, along with Future Sight and Conqueror's Coding, which boosts his stats even more. And finally for Shanks, from what we know, he has no devil fruit, but he does have access to Future Sight, which at a bare minimum lets him see 10 seconds into the future. And also has Conqueror's, which boosts his stats as well.
So let's talk about Madara's scaling. During when he was alive, he was able to tame the full Ninetales with a single hand sign, and have the power to have full control.
Okay, he wasn't... He put the Ninetales under Genjutsu. He didn't tame it under a single hand sign, he put it under Genjutsu.
Over it. As we all know, half of Kurama was stated to be capable of burning the world to ash, which upscales Madara from the planetary statement. It's further evident as we see Madara have earth-shattering power with their Biju bombs. Madara would also ragdoll the 5 Kage, including the likes of Raikage, who is stated to have the power of a Biju. So by proxy, Madara upscaling from the Biju, who all have multi-con to planetary ranges, even at his weakest. Once Madara undoes his Edo Tensei and become alive again, he would then absorb the Tensei's. This is where his scaling would skyrocket. This Madara would perform a feat of creating multiple meteors. This feat would have been calculated to around small planet to large planet, give or take. And this is all prior to when Madara does his Edo Tensei and become alive again, he would then absorb the Tensei's. This is where his scaling would skyrocket. This Madara would perform a feat of creating multiple meteors. This feat would have been calculated to around small planet to large planet, give or take. And this is all prior to when Madara absorbs the God Tree. This one-eyed Jubidar will then have the statement by Hagoromo that Madara is getting close to his own power. Hagoromo being someone who is able to fight the strongest version of Kaguya in base. Kaguya obviously has the power to create and erase entire time spaces and dimensions, which contain stars and moons within them. It's not to say Madara is relative to Hagoromo or Kaguya, but it's just something that should be mentioned, since he would get stronger than this after absorbing the Shinju tree, which gave him the power to damage 6 past Sage Mode Naruto with his Limbo clone, who would go to fight Kaguya later on. Again, I don't believe he scales anywhere near to a full power Kaguya, but being able to damage 6 past Sage Naruto prior to gaining his second Rinnegan and Rinnegan, which is way stronger than all his previous feats, and was already stated to be getting close to Hagoromo's power way before. This should upscale him to at least a star range, and at the very least, large planet, since there are other large planetary calcs that he would blatantly scale to. Moving on to his speed, as you know, there are multiple light speed statements within the data books, which the people like the 5 Kage would easily upscale from, such as Itachi's Water Fang, Sasuke's Kirin, and B's Lariat. The 5 Kage would get destroyed by the weakest version of Water Fang.
That's not the right translation, by the way. That's a very old translation that says bullets are the speed of light when the actual translation says they're lightning fast. It's 2 different guys. It's definitely 2 different guys. Yeah.
Sasuke's Kirin, and B's Lariat. The 5 Kage would get destroyed by the weakest version of Madara. This would already make Edo Madara FTL+. Madara upscaling.
Why would it make him FTL plus? Why does it make him FTL plus? All those jutsu are just stated to be light speed.
With his GB.
Remember when I said, yo guys, do you think Madara at his peak was stronger than Hagoromo? Fuck no. Let me ask you guys a quick question. Let me ask you guys a quick question, right? I'll put it like this, and if you want my reasoning for that, it's very simple. Hagoromo was strong before. Hagoromo was strong enough to fight alongside his brother to defeat Kaguya. I don't think if you just throw in Hashirama and Madara without any 6 paths powers at Kaguya, they're fighting her for months at a time. I don't think that's happening. He also absorbed the full power of the Ninetales. I thought it was just no, it's 2 different people. He also. The meteor feat is bullshit because to actually destroy a planet, you would need 550 million times more destructive power than the meteors that killed the dinosaur. Probably. My point is... Anyway, my whole point with this is... 2 different dudes working on an 8-minute video. Nice. I meant the Tentails Madara, not base Madara. No, that's what I'm talking about, right? Madara and Hagoromo, but Madara and Hagoromo, put it like this. Hagoromo was capable of fighting Kaguya alongside his brother. Madara, do you really think that Madara alongside Hashirama can fight Kaguya without the Tentails? Do you think that they can fight Kaguya without the Tentails? I know you're talking about Madara with the Tentails, but I'm asking you, do you think they can fight Madara without the... Sorry, Kaguya without the Tentails? Because they both end up getting... They both, quite literally, end up getting... the same kind of an amp from the Tentails. Technically, you can argue Madara's is less because he's still missing a portion of the Ninetales, but it was enough for him to literally sit there and say, oh yeah, Here, the Ten Tails fully matured, so I don't know how much that really matters in the end. But my point is, what real argument do you have to say that, like, Madara's as strong as Hagoromo, right? It's like, what does he really do? What did he really have? Notice how they upscale Madara from the data books while One Piece gets it all from the manga? Yeah, no, yeah, we already knew that, yeah.
Yeah, by keeping up with the strongest versions of
Eon would know. He saw that meteor personally. Fuck you.
Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto at even KCM1 already scales it faster than Light. Naruto
Sure. How much faster?
then getting an ungodly amount of upscaling with his 6 pass.
Ungodly amount of upscaling? I mean, he got stronger. I would not say an ungodly amount of increase in terms of power and speed. I wouldn't say that. They weren't blitzing themselves around and moving around at some insane speeds in comparison to before. It wasn't that big of a difference. Like, it was a big difference. It was like 6 pads from KCM2 plus Sage Mode to 6 pads. It was a big difference. Because they went from having to do 2v1 a weaker Ten Tails Jinchuriki to now being able to each fight him basically on their own. Still, I don't think the difference was like so fucking big considering the Naruto and Sasuke were still able to keep up. Like, it's basically just they both went from not being able to solo. You can probably argue like a 2 to 10 times difference, honestly. You can argue that they're like twice to, if not 10 times stronger, depending on whether or not you think half of Sasuke and Naruto in half would be able to at least push Madara half the extent that they did with 6 Pat's powers separately.
Should place Jubidara at MFTL plus, given how much stronger Naruto and Sasuke have gotten.
I don't know. They're not really not doing
I would just mention the most notable ones, given how much stronger Naruto and Sasuke have gotten since those.
Did you tank the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs? Did you hide underground? I stood right in front of the meteor. It actually landed right on top of me. It took me a couple of years to get it off of me, though, just because I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like it was like a weighted blanket, right? It was like a weighted blanket. So I kind of just took the best snap I did for like the last. How long did it last? Like what? 30 years? I think I was underneath the meteor for like 30 years. When I woke up, it was kind of cold. So I kind of just went back underneath the meteor and I kind of slept for a little bit longer until like it was kind of warm again. And then I kind of just like, just kind of pushed it off myself. Daily reminder that no Naruto characters are identifiable light speed or planetary. Yep. You gotta be a rat sometimes for the upscale. We had it too good as One Piece fans having the whole verse light speed. JJK power scalers are crying only being Mach speed. I disagree about JJK characters being only Mach speeds, but sure.
I'll just mention the most notable ones. He possesses the Rinnegan, which gives him access to Limbo Clones that are an entirely different dimension. Can access Perfect Susanoo, can summon meteors, has access to the...
Can summon meteors that are under 80 feet tall, 80 meters. You know about Shrek's moon feet? I do not.
True Seeking Origin, which can dare neg by attacking the soul, Izanagi and Izanami, and his fire style. Madara is also a master in...
Who the fuck says Madara knows Izanami? Who the fuck told you that Madara knew Izanami? That's not on his jutsu list. Izanagi. So what, he's gonna give up a Rinnegan for that? Sure.
Hand-to-head combat as well as close range.
So now that the scaling is compared, how would Madara deal with the Yonko? We're going to set this into 2 rounds. We're going to start with Rinnegan Edo Madara versus the Yonko, and second round with Jubidara with his composite kit against the Yonko.
Technically,
so
I would argue smaller than Loki, but yeah.
Round, we're going to start with Edo Madara versus Big Mom. Big Mom's only win con is if she can grab Madara's soul. However, the only way Big Mom could even pull this off is if her opponent is afraid of her. But I don't think you and me is going to think Madara is going to be shivering his timbers against fucking Big Mom. Even if we were to...
I could unironically make an argument that Madara would shit himself from Big Mom. There is no way I'm going to sit here and entertain the idea that he takes a single hit from her. Let alone am I going to sit here and entertain the idea that if she swings one of her blade, if she swings Napoleon at him and actually hits him with it, and I think she can very easily, there's no way I'm going to even remotely entertain the idea that Madara doesn't just automatically have his body slashed in half. And from there, what the fuck does he do? Oh, he's gonna what? What is Madara gonna do? Like, realistically, he gets his body slashed by Big Mom, what's he gonna do? Throw TSO at her? Fantastic. He's fantastic. Cool. Prometheus, Hera, Advanced Conqueror's Hockey just punches them away. Like, who cares, dude? I tanked the meteor once. It was kind of comfortable, so I slept. Chad Eon. When Madara summoned the second meteor over the first one, which Inoki was holding the meteor beneath, didn't even shatter into pieces. An actual meteor would have vaporized the meteor below. Yeah. The compression provided warmth and shelter from the nuclear winter that followed. Yeah, it was honestly not that bad. I did feel like a little bit tingly while I slept. But honestly, like a 30, 40-year nap, it was pretty fine. When I woke up, and again, like I said, when I found out that it was like freezing cold outside and I put it back on me, it was honestly kind of fine. How long did it take again? I don't even remember. I just know I just know it was one of those like naps where like, you know, like when you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like look around and you kind of like just get like you like snuggle yourself up again like in your blanket and you just go back to bed and like more hours go by. Yeah, it was like one of those naps. It was like one of those like sleeps where like instead of sleeping like 8 hours, I slept like 100+ years. It was just nice.
To say she did grab Madara's soul, he could legit just play tug of war and bring his soul back to his body. Other than that, her homies aren't really gonna do any form of damage, as obviously Madara just outstats overall. Next up we have Whitebeard. He is obviously going to cause the most destructive damage with Madara. If Madara were to summon meteors, Whitebeard definitely has the power to just quake through the meteor. And for his Susanoo, Whitebeard could just damage the Susanoo in some capacity, and possibly hit Madara through his Susanoo. The thing is, Madara has a lot of ways to damage and overwhelm Whitebeard, like his meteors he can constantly spam.
Timeout, did you not just say
destructive damage with Madara? If Madara were to summon meteors, Whitebeard definitely has the power to just quake through the meteor. And for
if Madara summons a meteor, Whitebeard has the power to quake through a meteor. Why the fuck? Then why the fuck are you saying that Madara can just spam more meteors? Like it wasn't even a minute ahead. These guys can't even follow their own logic for 30 fucking seconds. What the fuck are we talking about?
For his Susanoo, Whitebeard could just damage the Susanoo in some capacity, and possibly hit Madara through his Susanoo. The thing is, Madara has a lot of ways to damage and overwhelm Whitebeard, like his meteors he can constantly spam.
JJK verse or Demon Slayer Speed Blitz victims? Okay, I think that's fair. Sure.
Shadow clones that could all use Susanoo, and his Genjutsu that Whitebeard has no counter to, and his literal infinite chakra.
And his what?
Clones that could all use Susanoo, and his—
Who gives a shit about Susanos? You just argued that he could potentially damage a perfect Susanoo. If you can potentially damage a perfect Susanoo, the regular ones are dog shit then. And you're also comparing the weak-ass... He's also comparing the weak-ass fucking clone Susanos to the fucking perfect, dude. The fuck are we talking about? They're not making... First of all, it would be complete headcanon to even argue that Madara is making a shadow clone perfect Susanos. I want you to show me a panel where he makes perfect Susanoo shadow clones, dude. How big do you think Kaido's flame dragon form is? As large as an island. Large enough to, about as large as an island. Yeah, I would say about as large as an island. Probably. Probably about as large as Loki's Devil Fruit. I would argue probably about as large as Loki's Devil Fruit.
his Genjutsu that Whitebeard has no counter to. And his literal...
Genjutsu, sure. So we're just ignoring Conqueror Zaki. Wait, that makes Eon like Vandal Savage from DC Comic. He's an immortal caveman. Well, I mean, my frontal, my forehead, my eyebrow isn't protruding, but yeah, you could argue it's like that. He doesn't have the chakra for that shit. Didn't say that Big Mom upscaled from Whitebeard. Shouldn't she be able to destroy the meteors as well? Again, thank you, dude. Okay, listen, I know the video is from like a year ago. I usually don't believe alive is planetary simply by using Genjutsu and Kurama. Even Teenage Obito can do it, and he's obviously not planetary. I don't think Kurama scales to planet level. He should scale to 6-path Shibaku Tensei. He should be multiple continents or close to moon level. Also, being star is quite unlikely. He should scale up to the Ten Tails and scale up to large planetary. Yeah. Set up any multiple from jumping and bring them down. I'm aware it doesn't work another way, but it is less than my enjoyment. Alive or anime violently slams, no Jubi needed. Heavily disagree. Not basically one thing. Only thing I got from this video is that the Yonko lose to anything Ten Tails since they have no way to seal him, which is false. They lowballed Madara and highballed the Yonko? Wow. The One Piece glaze is crazy. Madara would kill him even in his Edo forms. He's only winning because of regen. No, duh, he can't die in Edo. Why does everyone say this? He scaled him to he scaled him to star level.
Infinite chakra thanks to the Edo Tensei. But since they do scale similarly in speed, Whitebeard is able to
prior to when Madara absorbs the God Tree. This one-eyed Jubidar will then have the statement by Hagoromo that Madara is getting close to his own power. Hagoromo being someone who is able to fight the strongest version of Kaguya in base. Kaguya obviously has the power to create and erase entire time spaces and dimensions, which contain stars and moons within them. It's not to say Madara is relative to Hagoromo or Kaguya, but it's just something that should be mentioned. Since he would get stronger than this after absorbing the Shinju Tree, which gave him the power to damage 6-path Sage Mode Naruto with his Limbo clone, who would go to fight Kaguya later on. Again, I don't believe he scales anywhere near to a full power Kaguya, but being able to damage 6-path Sage Naruto prior to...
When does he damage 6-path Sage Naruto? When does he cause any kind of damage? Because the only thing he really did was knock him away with a Limbo clone.
gaining his second Rinnegan and Rinnegan, which is way stronger than all his previous feats, and was already stated to be getting close to Hagoromo's power way before. This should upscale him to at least a star range, and at the very least large planet, since there are other large planetary calcs that he would blatantly scale to. Moving on to his speed.
Whitebeard is able to somewhat keep up with Madara and his supposed clones. He could
Is it true that you threw the meteor? No, I didn't throw the meteor. The meteor was coming towards us. I simply went to the highest peak of the planet when it was falling down, and I simply just stood there. I did some boots on ground type shit. Well, there were no boots back then, but I did some boots on ground type shit where I literally slammed both of my feet into the top of a fucking mountain. I opened my arms wide and then I tried to stop the meteor. But once I did, I was like, you know what? It's kind of warm. It felt kind of toasty, so I kind of just let it continue to fall. And yeah, that's why we're here today. By the way, there's no actual evidence that Kaguya made her dimension. Isn't it a statement from the Yama no Minaka that it weaves through dimensions or some shit? Yeah, let me look it up. Naruto data book, 4th data book, jutsu list. Amino Tejikara, a technique with Rinnegan, and in an instant she can move the world she's in together with other people in a different dimension, creating dimensions as she pleases. Yeah, it says right here, creating dimensions as she pleases. The divine power of the founder that awakened her eye. The places she can move to are the dimensions of lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid, and these 5 dimensions are directly connected to the first dimension. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When she activates it, she uses up a large quantity of chakra, so it's a technique she can only she can use who has enormous power. Only she who has enormous power can use. Forcibly drags a particular dimension. There's no way to oppose it, and impossible to go back to the original dimension from here with your own strength. It's a dreadful technique, yeah. It's ninjutsu. She just negated it with ETSO. A misunderstanding or mistranslation, probably. Find another one then. Didn't they establish that base Madara is only planetary? Shouldn't the Yonko be stronger? Be based on where they established the Yonko? Yeah, but they didn't care. Yeah, it doesn't say she actually created the dimensions as she pleases. Creating dimensions as she pleases. I don't know, man. The word creating right here is kind of a red herring. Yeah, creating dimensions as she pleases. So Eon knows Vandal Savage. I know of him. I don't know why. I mean, he's a guy who's lived for many years, from my understanding. That's kind of all I really... Eon, I'm scaling Naruto on chapter 22 right now. No actual definable scaling, i.e. city level and such. Just chain scaling between characters and ninja scaling. I don't do calcs, at least not yet. I mean, do it however you'd like, but yeah, you're not going to find anything discernible. That's the problem with power scaling. A lot of the times, the authors are not going to give you a quantifiable metric, so you're going to have to use some chain scaling. Chain scaling is completely fine. As long as there is an objective line of logic, or the series establishes a sense of if a character is more powerful than another character, or a character is, for example, Haki is stronger than another character, then they should be able to replicate it depending on the extent of what the abilities are. Right? Like, Luffy can't replicate Mondor's Devil Fruit ability, nor can he replicate the fact that Mondor can create a quote-unquote infinite number of dimensions, but Luffy should still be physically stronger, faster, etc., so on and so forth. I'm making the your old joke. Savage came in, so that's why I brought him. Wait. Eon knows Vandal Savage as in I know him personally. I thought you were talking about, like, do I know of the character? So Whitebeard is not star level, even if it stayed in the guidebook in Madara, but Madara
could summon.
None.
And since their AP is kind of the same, he could generally do some serious damage to Madara. But over time, Whitebeard's endurance and stamina will run out.
Became the Führer of the Third Reich? That's crazy. It's funny how the Yonko have no outside amps, yet it takes Madara half a dozen amps and a few forms to get this hype. Yeah. I would say that the Bajirang gun is 4 kilometers big, and the Flame Dragon's form head alone is that big, is as big as that. I think that Kaido dwarfs Loki's dragon form, which is as big as a Sea King, which is about 4 or 5 kilometers. Okay, that's fair. I don't care if Kaguya made massive infinity plus infinite multiversal bells and whistles, space, time, whatever. Doesn't scale to her AP or Dura. I agree.
While Madara can just regen and still keep fighting on. So Madara will take this win. Next, Edo Madara will be fighting Kaido. Kind of the same case. damage to Madara, but over time Whitebeard's endurance and stamina will run out while Madara can just regen and still keep fighting on, so Madara will take this win. Next, Edo Madara will be fighting Kaido. Kind of the same case as we described for Whitebeard, but Kaido is much more durable, so he can take a lot of Madara's hits since they do scale similarly in AP. Kaido's future sight will be the biggest factor for this fight, as if he can somehow predict where Madara is going to be, he can get some damage on Madara with Thunder Bagua or Blast Breath if he manages to land them. The thing is, Madara could just still regen and continue fighting.
You were trying to do other kind of content? Guy?
Afterward. Madara will probably summon a perfect Susanoo to deal more damage, or cast a Genjutsu. Madara's Genjutsu probably isn't as good as Tsukiyomi, but Kaido doesn't have any counter to mind hacks in general, so any type of Genjutsu Madara could land, it will slow him down or put a complete stop to Kaido. This will be Madara's hardest fight so far, but if Madara could find a way to end this quickly by overwhelming Kaido with Susanoo clones and meteors while Kaido's in his Genjutsu, it could get the job done. Kaido is definitely the most well-rounded fighter.
How is he hurting Kaido? Wait, hold on. How the fuck is he hurting Kaido?
Going to be, he can get some damage on Madara with Thunder Bagua or Blast Breath if he manages to. Future sight will be the biggest factor for this fight, as if he can somehow predict where Madara is going to be, he can get some damage on Madara with Thunder Bagua or Blast Breath if he manages to land them. The thing is, Madara could just still regen and continue fighting afterward. Madara will probably summon a perfect Susanoo to deal more damage or cast a Genjutsu. Madara's Genjutsu probably isn't as good as Tsukiyomi, but Kaido doesn't have any counter to mind hacks in general, so any type of Genjutsu Madara could land, it will slow him down or put a complete stop to Kaido. This will be Madara's hardest fight so far, but if Madara could find a way to end this quickly by overwhelming Kaido with Susanoo clones and meteor.
So notice how he completely ignores anything they can do, even though he talked about their quote-unquote hacks. Notice how he can do way more fiction in general, even some real shit. Oh, okay. I mean, you could always divert your content quickly, you know, like nothing stops you from making the content that you want to make. You can talk about whatever you want. I know that there's guys like Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamer that just talks about a whole bunch of different shit. Mostly real world stuff, but a bunch of different like topics, right? Some technology, some having to do with like the internet, some having to do with like, I don't know, speed running dilemmas or gaming stuff as a whole.
Years while Kaido's in his Genjutsu, it could get the job done. Kaido is definitely the most well-rounded fighter of the group, but once Madara can get around Kaido's precog, which he absolutely could, then Madara should take this, probably in a high difficulty fight. Now finally for Shanks, narrative-wise he should be the strongest of the Yonko, pretty much meaning he will be doing the most damage to Madara. Shanks' main win cons could also be his future sight, which should let him see at least 10 seconds into the future, but again Madara could get around that. You could say Shanks could send a Haki wave that could possibly slow down Madara, or power null Madara's jutsus, since we are equalizing both power systems. But saying that would be extremely generous. To say Shanks would just Wi-Fi Haki an entire Susanoo away is insane, but let's say he just somehow did, and Shanks lands a Divine Departure.
Am I hearing this correctly? He's giving Madara the ability to use Genjutsu on Kaido, but he's not going to give Kaido the ability to use Haki to protect himself from hacks? Yeah, because why would they? Dude, they upscaled the fuck out of Madara so that he's star level. You explain to me. There's going to be Madara regens and wins. Yeah, this video is just Madara regens, wins, Madara uses Genjutsu. Yeah. This is you know what? This is part of the reason why I'm so anal about never giving Naruto characters Genjutsu. Right? This is why I'm always so anal about like never giving Naruto characters verse equalization. Because it's like, this is all that, because all it does is force people. All it does is force people to basically say, oh yeah, no, well, they win because of this one very specific hacks. They win because of a hyper-specific hacks. Every single encounter, no matter how fast, how strong, no matter what the speed difference is, no matter what the hacks difference is, it doesn't matter if they have future sight, it doesn't matter what's going on. The characters will be caught in Genjutsu. They never explain how, they never explain where, they never explain any kind of what's the word I'm using here? They never explain any kind of like logic for the character to act in this way, or they never go into in-depth explanations about how the character can go about putting someone in Genjutsu, or would it even follow their personality to use it that often, right? And I'm not talking about like Itachi, right? Itachi's a character that I can 100% agree, in most cases he would use Genjutsu if possible, right? But in a fight like this, like, dude, it's why I never ever move beyond the point of I'm not verse equalizing, because otherwise it just becomes an argument of, well, but they lose to Genjutsu, right? They lose. As soon as they get caught in Genjutsu, they have no way of getting out. It doesn't matter. No, your hacks don't work because the Naruto characters, because of verse equalization, would be just as strong. Therefore, because they are just as strong, Conqueror's Haki just won't work. It doesn't matter. It's just irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Why would Conqueror's Haki work but Genjutsu not work, right? You know what I mean? It's stupid. How does Madara even get around Future Sight? You ask me. You ask me how the fuck he gets around Future. You tell me, actually. You tell me how Madara gets around Future Sight, because I don't know. I personally cannot figure out for the life of me how Madara beats someone who would literally know everything that's going to happen before it happens. But you know what? If you believe it hard enough, maybe he wins, right? It's like arguing that Copa Verde, that Copa Verde, the guys that went like band for band with Argentina, it's like arguing that like they still have a chance at winning the World Cup, right? It's like arguing that Sweden or Switzerland or wherever the fuck that tall 6'5" motherfucker that I keep hearing about from the World Cup. It's like arguing that he can still win the World Cup after it's already been over, bro. I don't know. You believe it hard enough and tell me. Anyway. What were you guys saying? Yeah, exactly. She did create, even if she did create, we have no way of the time frame or whether it was just a gesture. I think I lost track of the AP scaling. You think with it being equalized Haki, you could be a counter or break-in jutsu, yet so far it only benefits Madara? Yeah, of course. It's only verse equalization is only ever made so that it can benefit your specific verse, and that's it. Madara being STR level is star level is ambitious. One might even say gooftastic. All the Yonkos can literally just neg regen. Which he absolutely could / he could just get around, gives no reason. But I don't blame
right on
this
his jaw.
creator. I blame everyone else who's spreading this dumb shit around the community for the past couple of years. We for real verse equalizing, but not giving Haki the weight. We for real verse equalizing, but we're not giving Haki the weight it deserves. Madara doesn't even use Genjutsu a lot. He uses it twice. It would be different if it was Itachi. I agree. Not everyone else. Sorry, I meant certain content creators acting disingenuously. Genjutsu is a power level thing. If you're more powerful than your opponent, you can put them in Genjutsu. I don't know. I don't agree with that, but sure. Has Madara used Genjutsu more than once on screen? Twice, specifically. Against the Ninetales. Against A. In the 5 Kage fight. Against a random shinobi, I think, in the anime. And technically the Infinite Tsukuyomi, if you want to argue that. We have seen weaker characters break out of Genjutsu. How about we verse equalize and say they get knocked out by Eustace Kid's Conqueror's Haki Blast? Naruto power scalers use Genjutsu more than it was used by anybody in the series. If you didn't know, my last comment is backed up by most of Naruto. Yeah. Okay. I do remember him using Genjutsu against the Raikage one time and the Eye of the Moon plan. I don't know how to write it. Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, Madara will stop Izanami, which will revert anything that happened to Madara, including death. Yes, it will sacrifice. Worst comes to worst, Madara will stop Izanami, which will revert anything.
He just said Izanami, which reverts, and I know that's just like a small mistake that they made, but it's like, dude, come on, you're already saying all this bullshit. You can't even get Izanagi right.
That happened to Madara, including death. Yes, it will sacrifice one of his eyes, but what's that gonna matter when Madara actually gets up close and destroys him in hand to hand?
When Madara gets up close and destroys him in hand to hand, yeah, he's going to defeat the guy who can literally see into the future and know what the hand-to-hand is going to be before it even happens. By that I mean you have to be stronger than them to put them under Genjutsu. There's no way to really put Madara above them physically. But Genjutsu's not a strength thing. Genjutsu's never been a strength thing. You can be really good at Genjutsu and also not be physically stronger than anyone else. I mean, look at Itachi. He's not that physically impressive, but he does catch people in Genjutsu all the time. It's about being able to tell if your chakra has been disrupted and how high level the Genjutsu is in general, so that you can keep the person from even finding out in the first place if they even are in it. And how is he saying he's verse equalizing and Madara can use Genjutsu but Kaido can use Haki to protect from the hacks? I don't know. I think it was just called the Sharingan Genjutsu. I don't know if it was named the technique. It was just Sharingan Genjutsu. I'm making the worst fandom vids and everyone's catching these. Hey, go ahead, dude. Go ahead. Throw my community in there. Say, this is the worst community of them all. All they do is talk about, actually, ever since 6 and the others left, we really don't have a lot of conversations about feet or femboys anymore, so I guess it's really not, I guess our community isn't, like, as vulgar as it was before. I view that as a positive, at least in that regard. What's, like, the worst thing you could say about my community? This guy doesn't use, this guy's very stubborn and doesn't use verse equalization. This guy does, the Eon community. They don't give a shit about opinions. It's all, they don't give a shit about, he doesn't give a shit about what your opinion is. You have to provide complete and utter evidence for it, or else it doesn't matter whatsoever. What are we doing here? Genjutsu is purely hack space. You think COC negates regeneration cross-verse? Fuck no, but I think it negates Maki-based regeneration, not all types of regeneration across all verses. It's one of the reasons why, like, again, I would like to know a little bit more about it, but I don't think we're gonna get that much more info, but I would like to know a little bit more about it. All things considered. If I ever do make like a Luffy versus Kaguya video, I'd like to at least have it. Itachi's a powerhouse, kinda, since he is above the level of the Sannin. Yeah, but I'm talking about it from like a physical perspective. He's not that much stronger. Physically stronger, I mean. Madara is having a taijutsu fight against Kaido's fingers. That's what I'm saying. I never get the Genjutsu talk with Haki. Isn't Haki disconnected to your 5 senses? Yeah, it is. Haki works independent of your 5 senses. You literally do not need to see a person to be able to sense them. You literally do not need to be able to sense to hear a person to be able to sense them coming. It's all based on attack intent. By the way, Levy just found out you called her Levy on stream. And how the fuck did she find out? How the fuck did you tell her? How the fuck did she find out, huh? Did you tell her? Did you? Somebody fucking messaged her, didn't they? Eternal, isn't that right? Nefertari. Joy Boy, do you guys think this emu? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You're a fucking snitch, Aster! God damn you! 322. You let her know like fucking 40 minutes ago? Beans are not delicious. Fuck you. You snake! I've never been... Bro, I have never in my life have been betrayed like this before. Eon just called you Levy on stream. It was a... Hi, my love. Just sending you a quick message because Aster apparently messaged you on stream saying, you know, I called you Levy. I didn't... Okay. I don't want to lie. I did say Levy, but I was using it as a joke. I first said Letty and then said, you know what? She's probably not watching stream right now. I'm just going to call her Levy for fun. Aster is, first of all, I don't think that you should be mad at me or disappointed or anything. I think you should be mad. I think we should be mad at Aster for him being a slithering little fuck-ass snake who goes and snitches away for no goddamn reason. I don't think it was even remotely cool that he snitched on me. It was just a small little joke and nobody said Levy on the chat. I promise you could literally go back to the Stray stream and say nobody you know, yeah, nobody even remotely said the word Levy. So he was just snitching for no reason. Nobody cared that much, and he made a mountain out of a molehill. I'm just saying, my love. He shouldn't trust him. He shouldn't believe a word that Aster says. He's nothing more than a dirty little snitch, and snitches get stitches and what have you and all that other crap. But anyway, yeah, love you. Bye-bye. We should be mad at Aster, he says. See how smooth he slid that in? Yeah. I'm really good at gaslighting. Aster did the Zetsu backstab Madara method on Eon. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. What the fuck, dude? Aster, what the fuck? Do you just get out? You just... So if I commit a crime, I just have to worry about you fucking snitching to the cops now? What the fuck, man? I can give you the timestamp if you need proof. You guys are... You said I was right. Yeah, and you're about... Yeah, and you guys are about to see me in real time. You guys are about to see some crazy shit in real time. You guys are about to see me remove Aster as a mod from my server in real time. Because what the actual fuck? Bro's more loyal to my girlfriend than he is to me. What the fuck? Fuck, I forgot how to do this. Yo. It's right there, Aster. I could click. It's just one click away. It's literally just one click away. I could do it, Aster. I could remove all of your power. You know what? Before I do anything. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be about that type of time, Aster. I'm sorry. It's about to be that type of fucking time. Madara was so strong. Him getting backstabbed by Zetsu is a huge anti-feat. Sure, if you want to call it that.
And even if Madara's jutsus were nullified by Conquerors, Shanks can't nullify taijutsu, or genjutsu for that matter. So yes, Shanks would be the biggest challenge here raw stats wise, but Madara still has many win cons to gain the victory. So with the first scenario concluded, we can move on to the next scenario with Jubidara versus the Yonko. Now since I analyzed—
Wait. You're telling me all of this was just no Ten Tails? You're telling me all of these arguments were no Ten Tails? Yo, these guys. There is not enough saliva and lube in the world. There isn't enough saliva and lube in the world to make up for the amount of glaze that they gave this motherfucker Madara. What did you say? Top 1 betrayal, we. Beg. Please let me know, because I'm in front of because from what I remembering, that never happened. What are you referencing? But that, I mean that you have to be stronger than them, but putting them under genjutsu, there's no way to really put... Oh, no, I already mentioned that. Yeah, I already covered that. I don't really know about the creators community. This is really about the only one I've ever seen. I mean, the anime fanbase as a whole. I got you. That's only true because you used it all on Sukuna. Yeah, but my king deserves it. Madara doesn't.
So yes, Shanks would be the biggest challenge here raw stats wise, but Madara still has many—
You're a real smart ass, aren't you? You always got some shit to say, don't you, Aster? Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't know Italians were so goddamn... What's the word I'm looking for here? You guys are very oppressive with all the jokes that you guys do. There's a lot of malice in there. There's a lot of like built-in malice into many of these jokes. I'm not gonna lie. I respect it. As a man who's also very quick-witted, his feet are nuts. What the fuck are you talking about?
Many win cons to gain the victory. So with the first scenario concluded, we can move on to the next scenario with Jubidara versus the Yonko. Now since I analyzed how Ed and Madara could beat all the Yonko 1v1, to make this somewhat fair, I'll just make all the Yonko—
I don't care anymore, dude. What fair? You didn't make this fair at all. You just gave Madara literally everything. Finally responds. So the developers finally responded.
Alright guys, welcome back.
Cool. I'll watch that later. You guys want to watch some honey garlic chicken breast? You guys want to check out how to make some honey garlic chicken breast? Fucking hell, man. I'm so over it. God, I am so fucking over it, dude. Can you react to exposing the bias of Versus Battle Wiki? Exposing the bias of Versus Battle Wiki. We need a scaling for how durable Susanoo is. I am not watching a Noodles video, dude. There is no way you can pay me to watch a Noodles video, bro. I'm not watching a 30-minute Noodles video, dude. I'm sorry. I don't have that energy in me. I'm not that strong. I'm not... By the way, Eternal found your girl's TikTok account. Did you ever cut yourself on her jawline? That's mean. I'll listen to this in like 20... She just replied to me, a stressful day at work and now this. I'll listen to this in like 20 minutes. No, and I like her jawline, and let's not make any jokes about her, the way she looks. Let's not make any jokes. Can Law solo Naruto, though? Yes, he can. Yes, I would argue very much so. Have you seen Itachi, but he's just gaslighting by Who Cares Productions? It's funny as fuck, sure. Itachi, but he's gaslighting. Itachi, but he's... When it comes to, like, stuff about her, I'd rather just keep any, like, comments and stuff like that, like, off the table. I don't know. I'm very defensive always about my girlfriends. At least in terms of that regard. I'm all fine with, like, having a little bit back and forth between you guys and her and all that stuff, but I'm not... But he's just gaslighting. I'm not the biggest fan of, you know, making too many jokes, either.
Dance with me, make me sway.
What about your exes? I could get two shits. They're my exes.
Hey there, mother.
Not to say that I have an issue with any of my exes. I guess the last one didn't end off in the best, but I think it ended off just fine. Anyway, yeah, I don't. I wouldn't be okay with somebody talking bad about my ex just because I don't have any resentment towards any of them, but, I mean, it's free will and they're not my partner anymore. Go ahead, but I'd probably ask you not to.
So, you finally arrived, dear sister.
Don't you start with that again.
Sorry, I've been lighting up so much gas that I started gaslighting.
I'm gonna fucking stab your face.
That's very unladylike. So what took you so long to find me, little sis?
Well, the secret
This
base
is
wasn't
I'm
exactly
stolen your last
easy to
text.
find.
No. It lasted for about a week. It lasted for about a week, and then we broke up because I just wasn't using the program enough.
Well, it's a fucking 4-story building in the woods.
Okay,
Like,
that is
impossible to miss.
I'm sorry.
Forget
I'm sorry.
it.
That one's
You know
worthy
why
of
I'm
a timeout. I need you to
I
not.
do.
I need you to not make jokes
No,
like
I
that
don't
at all.
know.
I need you to
Slaughter.
genuinely never make a joke like that again.
Bring our entire clan, maybe?
The chicken nuggets are cold. Mother. Oh, yeah. I'll hold the L on that one.
Hold the what?
I was a little bit of a goof.
We need a new
back
slur
then,
for Uchiha.
but things are different now.
I know that somebody in my chat was using the word Uchigers, right? Uchigers. They were using the word Uchigers. Though, to be fair, what's a really insulting way to call an Uchiha? What's like? Okay. What? Wait, I need to come up with a slur for an Uchiha. All right. Fuck all of this. Fuck all of this. I don't care about this anymore. I want a new slur for an Uchiha or for Uchiha. Chat, help me come up with a new slur for the Uchiha. Pink eyes? No. We need a new 48. All right, there we go. Now we got it. We need a new slur for the Uchiha. Something that would make Toby Rama proud. All right? Something that would make Toby Rama proud. Okay? I'm looking for anything. I don't want to like resort to Uchiha or Uchigers because like that does have some like actual racist connotations, which I don't want to do it. And Blackarod or Peak Blackarod is pretty fucking funny. I will act that one's actually pretty fucking funny. Red Eyes, come on, okay. Red Eye Demons. Red Eye Demons isn't bad, but it needs to be one word. It needs to be one word, or at the very least 2 words, right? There's a lot of slurs that are either one word or at least 2 words. Toby Rama is sitting in a chair giggling with his toes curled up and dangling right now. What the fuck kind of a line is that? Alright. Let's see. We could call them paddlebacks. Those dirty little paddlebacks. We could look up paddlebacks. Let's see. What do you call a person who kills their family specifically? Okay, a patricide, matricide, filicide, fratricide. I didn't know that fratricide was a word. Sororicide. Okay. Mariticide, uxoricide. The fuck? Eye merchants, jutsu stealers. Those red-eyed demon sounds too cool to be a slur. That's what I'm saying. Like a red-eyed demon. Like, come on now. That actually kind of sounds a little badass. Those disgusting red-eyed demons. Like, yeah, come on now. I stand by pink eyes as an Uchiha slur, but here's the thing. Pink eye would make it. Seriously, if you say pink eye. If you say pink eye to someone, they'll just think that like, oh, ew, they're gross. They just have an infection in their eye. Pink eye doesn't work for me, especially since their eyes are red, right? It doesn't fully translate well. The reason why I'm calling them a paddleback, is because Uchiha symbol. Because they always wear this fucking symbol on their backs, right? They always wear this fucking symbol on their back, so we can call them a paddleback, right? Fucking paddlebacks. You disgusting little paddlebacks. What's another one? What's another, sounds like a 4th grade insult. That's what I'm saying, right? Genjutsu spammers, that one doesn't work for me, right? It's too on the nose, right? It has to be something that has to do with their, it has to be something related to either their history, their usually a slur somehow falls around stereotypes or connotations about their basically about their culture, right? About who they are as individuals, right? What could we call them? The retinas objectifying them for their eyes. Yeah. I need something like smart, right? Like something. Right now we have paddlebacks. We need something else, right? Damn it. What's another thing? Something maybe has to do with their hairs, right? But they all have black hair, which is the problem. I don't want it to be like something that like can be adjacent to like a slur for like a black person, right? No. What could be like something for like the Uchiha, right? I think it's really, don't think. Fuck, Kishimoto didn't give me enough about the Uchiha. God damn it. All right, what's that? Uchiha. Let's look up the Uchiha. All right. Maybe an animal they look like. No, because how often do we have like? Oh, no, maybe like. No, because guard dogs wouldn't necessarily work. The Konoha military police force, right? Eye thieves, stone Chiha. Oh wait! Stone readers, you fucking stone readers. Stone reader, yeah, stone readers are good. It was a typo, my bad, bro. I meant to say your ex was a kid, as in Eustace Kid. The speech to text didn't work. All right. Hungry power grabbers. It's always an Uchiha, right? It's always an Uchiha, right? Edgelords? No. What's a word for like? What's another word for stealing? Another word's purging. A sign purger. You sign purger? No. They're sign jackers. They're sign jackers because they steal your hand signs. They steal. Oh, you fucking. You walking glow sticks. Stickings. Why the fuck did I write stickings? Walking glow sticks. Emotional man-child? No, that's more of like a personal. That's more of like a personal attack on the individual. You mad eyes. Something with eyes. Demon eyes. No. Oh, demon eyes, like demon eyes. No. That's too corny. Those readies. Those Sharin something, right? Come on, people. Come on, we can do better than this. Come on. Crimson Spawn. That's not bad, but it's not descriptive enough, right? It's not descriptive enough. How about we mix them all up and call them red-eyed stonejackers? Sharing gooners? Alright, I appreciate it. You walking glow sticks, you fucking sign jackers. You goddamn those Uchiha, those goddamn stone readers, right? Like, okay, it has to sound like when people, it has to sound like somebody will, Eon knows we could be, that's what I'm saying, be more hateful. Go down, yo, you know what, I didn't want to do this, I'm gonna look up slurs on chat. I'm gonna look up slurs for, we are looking, bleeders, ooh, you eye bleeders, oh, you eye bleeders. A guy on Discord just asked if Lebby is your girl, what do I tell him? Yes. You goddamn eye bleeders. No. Ooh, we're close. Something with bleed, right? Something with bleeds. You gaze bleeding, you You banned off of YouTube speedrun. Hey, there's a guy that speedrunning every slur. There's a guy I saw recently that made a video speedrunning every slur. There's a guy that I literally like looked up. I can't show you the video, but this guy quite literally speedran every single racial slur against. You know what? Let me just close that up. I don't think we need to keep looking at it. Kinslayers. Oh, Kinslayer. Ooh, I love that. Ooh, see, that's what I'm talking about. I knew you guys could reach from deep, deep down. Oh, Orphan Makers. Orphan Makers. Orphan Makers. Orphan Makers. Those goddamn paddlebacks. All they ever do is talk about how they're the strongest clan in all of Konoha. Everybody knows it's the Hyuga, man. Everybody knows it's the goddamn Hyugas. Make Konoha great again. Make Konoha great again. That's all I'm saying, man. No one else got it? Yeah. Kinslayers watched everything, huh? I didn't watch all of it, alright? It's just that when you watch a video halfway through, sometime. Blind slides? Ooh. Wait. Red lights Uchiha. Those nasty jutsu stealing bloodbacks. Oh, bloodbacks. That's a good one. Oh, those curse bloods. Those bloody cursebacks. Curse bloods. Ooh, Cindermen. Cindermen because they use fire-style jutsu. Oh, those fire spitters! Those goddamn fire spitters. Those goddamn like Sasuke uses lightning. Lightning lunatics? No, we're not gonna use lightning lunatics. Bloodbacks is crazy. Fire rats. You say it ironically, but Byakuyan had more potential than the Sharingan. It just never been properly utilized. Those self-cleaners. Oh, those cinder breaths. Oh, wait. Those cinder spitters. Even better. Those fucking cinder spitters. Ooh. Ghost clansmen. Okay, those Geno kids. You know what? It's a good thing you guys started coming up with some good stuff, because I was actually going to look up every racial slur and just start... I wasn't going to read them out loud, but I was going to like try to like make something using them for the Uchiha stuff. Jesus Christ. Alright. I might need to save this one. This one we might need to save for future reference. So whenever we have to talk about, Yo, you know what? I might just throw these into my fucking video. Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck? Yo, whenever I talk about like Naruto versus Sasuke, if I ever... Those bootlicking... They don't bootlick necessarily. Bootlicking red eyes. They wouldn't even be able to find your or hide. If you can see through walls at a distance of 10 kilometers. Tens of kilometers. Just use any jutsu that spawns in any location of your choice and hide while attacking from a target from literal miles away. Yeah, but then you'd have to have a jutsu that can quite literally spawn from miles away, and tell me how many jutsu can do that. Kinslayers is too cool. You guys think Kinslayers is cool? Hold on. You think Kinslayers is cool? Is Kinslayers too cool to be a slur? Is Kinslayers too cool to be a slur? Be a slur for the Uchiha. Okay. You know what? I'm changing the title of the video. You're telling me that there was progress? No. Ice. Sitting down with chat, making slurs for the Uchiha with chat. Fuck it, right? That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're doing on a Tuesday afternoon. That's what my life's become. I'm spending my afternoons writing down slurs. I'm making up slurs for fictional characters with chat with like 35 people on screen. Holy shit, the views went up. Was that all I needed? Edgelord Gooners. I hate those dirty jutsu stealing bloodbacks and their hot cheek breath. Kinslairs is like a moniker. It is, Kaido. Ask ChatGPT for the most racist. You know what? Fuck it. Okay, I need a non... Okay. ChatGPT. Hey, are you... Do you know... Do you know who the Uchiha are? Do you know who the Uchiha are? They're a descendant of Indro Tsutsuki. Okay, perfect. I need you to help me make some slurs for them. Some non-racial slurs for them. Some non-racial slurs for them. Right now, I have paddlebacks because their symbol is a paddle that they usually wear on their backs. I'm definitely stealing some of these. Use them as much as you want. Paddlebacks, red eyes, blinkers. Oh my god, blinkers! How did we not think of that? Eye freaks, glare heads. Oh, that's good! Drama Clan, those goddamn Drama Clan. Genjutsu junkies, staremongers, emo eyes, crow feeders. Ooh, I love that. Ooh, paddlebags is actually a strong choice because it feels like a nickname that would naturally develop in the Naruto world without echoing real-world slurs. It immediately evokes the Uchiha's crest while sounding like something rivals Shinobi would casually throw around. Oh, eye pluckers! Yo, don't look at those blinkers in the eyes. Holy ChatGPT, I didn't know your game. Hey, listen, when it's not fucking pornography, ChatGPT will find an answer, man. A red 40 is crazy as fuck. They were police, so try and make some police slurs. Can we make any slurs? Can you make any slurs regarding the fact that they were that they were Konoha's military police force? ChatGPT is a gem and might be. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't use those blue coats, those patrol dogs, those beat rats. Oh! Wait, beat rats. Those red rats. Those badge lickers. Those law dogs, leechmen. Okay, I need it more. I need these. Those paper ninjas, hall monitors, badge backs. Ooh, wait. Those blinking paddlebacks. Those blinking fucking paddlebacks. Ooh. I'm writing down some of these. Ooh, fuck Kinslayer. You know, fuck Kinslayer. I'm sorry, but this one, those walking ghost slicks. We got blinkers. We got redbacks. Fanbacks. I was thinking about fanbacks. We got let's see, glareheads. Eye freaks. Staremongers. Crow feeder. For Itachi. And what was the other one that we liked? Cursed Bloods, Mirror. Oh, Genjutsu Junkies. Alright. Ghost Town. Are you aware of the who? Should we make one up for the? Okay. Okay, now I need some slurs for the Hyuga clan. For the disgusting Hyuga clan. I'm not gonna write disgusting, that's kind of fucked up. To be honest, paddlebacks is the new one I'm gonna start using. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I might change up some of my script and say, what the fuck is this little paddleback gonna do? Like, if I ever reference something with Sasuke, please watch Dennis Main, that's the homie. Dennis Main. Cat eating a sausage ASMR. We'll listen to this while we watch. Who the fuck is Dennis Main? Edgiogu Dennis. Okay. What about him? Which one do you want me to watch? Eye Pluckers? Oh, that's right, that's right. Eye Pluckers. Eye Pluckers was a good one. Eye Pluckers was a really good one. Eye Pluckers. Can you say bleach scaling is actually consistent? Sure. Okay. Fanbacks. Alright, I'm saving this one. I'm saving this one as a... I'll probably just save it into my gallery. Uchiha Slurs. Oh, shorts. Any short, really. Sure.
Well, if it isn't my boy GTA Barber. Come inside, they've already started dinner.
Goku, what should I put on your plate?
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chickens, turkeys.
Okay, that's enough. Damn, Gohan second plate already?
Damn second husband already?
Oh. Are you laughing, Goku?
Is it true that I listen to mommy ASMR? I do not. Not at all. I'm not a fan of ASMR.
I'll have you know, I'm still in
It's really, really good? Well, it works. Yeah, it does.
Okay, Gohan, when are you going to start respecting your elders?
When you start acting like a real dad.
What? What are you telling this man?
Hey, enough with the clapbacks. Quiet, you big back.
Okay. Are you going to allow him talk to me like that, Nigga?
Can you be quiet?
Alright.
I'm trying to play Block Blast.
Alright. 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 That's enough of that. That's enough of that. Cool. I'm glad we used that language. Okay, now I need some slurs for the Hyuga clan. Wide eyes. Oh, those milky-eyed fucks. Those blank eyes, those pearls, those glass eyes, blue bloods, high noses, manor rats, court birds, palmers. Ooh, palm slappers. Ooh, the Uchiha are palm slappers. Disgusting copycat parasites. I'm going to sleep. Have a good one, Aster. Have a good one. I'm sorry. You know what's crazy? It's not even the fact that she said that. It was mostly just I don't find this kind of humor funny. Like for some.
This is a Weeble. This is a wall. And of course this is a bounce. This is a gallop.
Is he
oh, that needs to start.
Music.
Deidara.
Here.
Itachi. Here.
Oda needs to start tapping
Just
into all
put
different
off
CD
the Sharingan.
and V-clans. We just need some holy slander potential.
Isn't that him in the aura farming tournament over there?
Since when was someone gonna tell me there was a prize money?
I got you.
No way that guy stands a chance against King.
I wouldn't say so myself.
Who is this?
If it isn't Kakashi, the copy ninja.
Huh?
Steven, that guy in the stands. That's Kakashi Hatake.
Oh, come on. Of course I know that much.
What? This guy can't be that popular.
Why is it God calling me? Hello?
Krillin.
Alright, I'm over this. I don't care about this anymore. Bleach's scaling is actually consistent. It makes sense.
Power scaling in Bleach is often negatively received even among the Bleach fandom. We use.
What about glaucoma sufferers? Glaucoma sufferers. That's good. That's good, but the problem with glaucoma sufferers is that it's too long. A slur has to simply roll off the tongue. When I say glaucoma sufferers, I have to, like, actively think about it. I can't just say glaucoma sufferers without, like, you know, making sure that I don't slur anything within the context of the slur. As a matter of fact, yo, let me look up. Do you know who the Celestial Dragons are? Do you know who the celestial dragons are from One Piece? Okay. I need some extremely offensive slurs. Extremely offensive but non-racial slurs for the celestial dragons. Sky leechers, cloud rats, castle ticks, gold bloods, silkworms, crown parasite, throne maggots, ivory vermin, bubble rat, bubble brats. No, they're bubble rats. Bubbleheads, playing off of their helmets. Chain masters, whip lovers, collar kings, slave hounds, human collectors, auction hogs, brand lords, collar snobs, sky pigs, cloud pigs, high hogs, air snobs, bubble snobs, heaven hogs, roof rats, maybe something, maybe like a plant bubble pig. Okay. No, I need something more offensive. I need something more offensive. False gods, fake saints, throne filth, crown scum, heaven's rot. Ooh. Eon reading Dr. Seuss. Those halo maggots, sky scum, holy vermin, palace parasites, golden leeches. We already read that one. Human butchers, blood merchants, walking plagues. This is just puts Emu's hit list. This just puts you on Emu's hit list. I need slurs that play into how pathetic and useless the celestial dragons truly are. Bubbleborn, softskins, cradlebloods, nestlings, pampered whelps. Yo, no funny shit. If somebody called me a pampered whelp, I might unironically have to nuke their entire fucking house. Slur for the Uzumaki, biting posts. Those fucking swirl bags. Those swirl backs. Those swirl bags. Bubble babies, golden calves, lapdogs of history, inherited breathers, air leeches, throne ornaments. Oh, throne ornaments is crazy. Walking heirlooms. Now I need the most offensive, depraved slur you can imagine for a fishman from One Piece. Gill trash, reef rat, brineback. Oh my god, brineback is crazy. Kill all of those know-it-all pretentious potheads. I would call him probably a bubblehead. I don't know what potheads have to do with anything here. Dock slime. Jesus Christ, dock slime is actually kind of crazy. Net fodder. Net fodder is insane. You undertowing net fodder salt beast fucks. Holy shit. You water breathers. Oh my god, water breathers is crazy. Bilgeborn. What the fuck is a bilgeborn? Throw the bilge spawn back in the sea. I ain't gonna lie. If I ever had sex with a fishman woman and somebody called my son a salt beast or a bilge spawn or a fucking kelp brain or a brine back, I don't know, man. I don't know. That might be the day I go to prison. That might be the day I get taken behind the shed by the justice system, bro. I don't know. That is crazy. Sewage liquor is crazy. Jinbei is never gonna recover. Yo. Seawater, a play on seawater used contemptuously. If you want this to sound especially hateful, of a fictional bigot, from the perspective of a fictional bigot, they can also dehumanize. Yeah, I need the most. Yeah, I need the most dehumanizing, bigoted, the most dehumanizing, fictionally bigoted, hate speech filled slur that your processing power can muster. I want this to be the most offensive. What about no kin? No kin. For who? What about no kin for who? Yo, guys, I need a fictional race or a fictional group of people that I can make this towards. I want this to be the most blue sunbathers. Ooh, that's a good one. What about, okay, wait, we need another race of people. What about, I want this to be the most offensive, disgusting, and demonetizable round of slurs yet for the tailed beasts from Naruto. You know what? Fuck it. For the Uzumaki clan. Oh, Shinigami for the Shinigami / Soul Reapers from Bleach. Ooh. Corpse Keepers, Grave Rats, Soul Butchers, Death Leeches, Grave Filth, Rot Cloaks, Ghost Vermin, Corpse Hounds, Soul Maggots, Coffin Dogs, Rot Bloods, Hollow Feeders, Death Parasites, Tomb Scum, Soul Scavengers, Grave Worms, Funeral Crows. Oh, wait. Now, try it for the Hollows of Hueco Mundo from Bleach. Soul Gnars, Soul Leeches, Flesh Gnars, Hunger Beasts, Starvers, Gut Mouths. Jesus Christ, Gut Mouths is actually kind of crazy. Moss Spawn, Empty Heads, Empty Skins, Void Spawns, Mask Face, Blank Skins, Nullborn, Vacants. Yo, imagine calling a hollow a fucking vacant. Those disgusting little vacants. We need to make the Serate great again. Is saying this with so much passion. Those goddamn carrion souls, those white vermin, those wastelings. No. Okay. Give me something even more offensive, potentially racially motivated, but offensive, even potentially racially motivated against the against the Uzumaki clan from Naruto. Those red weeds! Oh my god! The half-breed mutts. If all these groups were real, Eon would have gone missing in a minute. Stop, Letty is here. Hi, Letty. Context. After Aster gaslit you into believing that I actually called you Lebby when in fact it was just supposed to be like a quick joke. It was almost like a slip of the tongue. And as I said, you and I should rightfully be mad at him. I decided to look up slurs for different groups of people across fiction. I'm just saying this is all because of Aster. This is all their fault. But Aster's asleep right now, so we can be mad at him together. Anyway, Crimson Vermin, Rust Heads, Bloodlocks, Red Wretches, Copperheads. Oh my god. You know what, Naruto? You know what, Nart? Yeah, let me look up Naruto Uzumaki real quick. Is he really an Uzumaki? I mean, he's blonde-haired and blue eyes on like all those flame rat, copperhead, red wretches. Those goddamn chain boar, seal freak, fuin rat, chakra leech, and jutsu horden, chain spinning, bonding bug locksmiths. Those goddamn crimson parasite, seal spawn, red plague, whirlpool rats. Those bloodline rot. I'm glad that we, as the collective experience, got rid of all those Uzumakis. Naruto's a dirty chakra hog? Yeah. Ramen slurper. Look at him. Look at this kid. Look at this brat eating ramen. Look at this brat eating his ramen, slurping up all them ramen, all that ramen, all that ramen, like those unkillable long breathers. Some real long breathing shit we got going on over here. You see him? You see that Naruto brat? I heard his daddy fucked one of them bloodlock rust head crimson vermin. All right. I'm about to go. Yo, YouTube's algorithm is 100% fucking demonetizing these. It's tough for the Uchiha. Paddlebacks is probably the best. Eon tapping into his inner Uncle Ruckus. Now hold on here, children. I don't want any of you beautiful Konoha seedlings to get anywhere near them curse pool chakra parasites. I even heard he's worse than all of them. I heard that grave dodging hardskin doesn't even remotely know that he's got a whole demon fox seal inside of him. Well, I'm here to tell you the truth. The truth is that none of you born wonderful little Akamichi and Nara folk, you beautiful Yamanaka and Hyuga babies are much better than those red-tailed fox boy bloodlock jutsu horden bind bug chain-born filth. Your entire YouTube channel is about to be demonetized for this. Naruto Slurs is Hitler's dream child, yeah. Alright. The accent was on point, though. I know you practiced the voice. I practiced it a lot with Letty when we were watching the Boondocks. This shit is the Gion channel trailer. Should I just make these into, should I just make this into shorts? Should I just, fuck power scaling stuff. Yo, give me another anime. Fuck it. Give me another anime. Oh! Okay. Now, I need you to really look deep down into your algorithm and find the most disturbing, disgusting, and offensive slurs that even Lord Frieza would gleefully roll off the tongue for in regards to the Saiyan race from Dragon Ball Z. We're slur scaling now. All of our accounts are about to be deleted. Bro must have watched Boondocks recently, late last year, early this year. Just be doing anything. Those monkey-born, ape-kin, fur-back, tail-spawn, beast-blood savages. Those wild-born, claw-hand, feral-bloods, moon-spawn. Jesus Christ. Planetary vermin, low-born warriors, battle-trash, war-spawn, violence, breeds. Cannon fodder, rage animal, brute-born, savage-stock, combat livestock. Pride apes, ego beasts, roarheads, barkers, chest thumpers, glory monkeys, war pups, tiny titans is crazy. Mocking their self-image, I live for this type of hatred, false warriors, pretend kings. The red planet plague, the berserker strain, those fucking berserker strain. The feral legion, the savage line, the tailed calamity, the primitive horde, the battle blight. Those are honestly kind of badass, I ain't gonna lie. I take one nap and this happens. Yeah, you weren't defending Naruto enough, and now I went straight into finding insults for Saiyans. Knuckle walk. Okay, knuckle walkers is kind of crazy. Those beam belchers. Yeah. Those beam belchers. Uzaru Saiyan mouth beams. Mouth beams. Beams. Yeah, those beam belchers. Bro, I've fallen asleep and come back to multiple times still alive and still being on bullshit. I'm sorry! My apologies, I'm trying to have fun on a Tuesday afternoon with chat. My bad, I'm making entertaining content here to the masses, and by masses I mean 32 people. But the masses nonetheless. What do you mean, crazy gorillas with tails? Yeah, I accidentally wrote beans instead of beams. Sue me. Anyway, we're off of this chat. I think I'm over it. I think that ChatGPT after a while, after like the first few times, it starts becoming very, very samey, you know? Okay. By the way, would you guys like to check out my Pal World Ranch? Would you guys like to check it out at all? I got it set up and everything. I can just turn on my PlayStation real quick. Okay, so let's go back to the script real quick. You love Bean so much. It was a fucking typo. N and M are right next to each other. Don't start. Yes, as a pal myself. You've been playing Power World? Yes, I've been playing 1.0 Power World. I got it on Friday and I was up until 7 a.m. from like midnight onward. Just grinding. Honestly, Grok would low-key be the best to create slurs. I don't have, Frieza clearly isn't a zoologist. If it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey, it's an ape. We learned this shit on VeggieTales is crazy. Pokemon Ranch for the Wii was great. Why are we comparing Pokemon fucking Ranch to Pal World? Why are we bringing up Pokemon Ranch? Anyway. Oh! So yeah, let me just read you guys some of this and let me know if you guys have any issues with any of the scaling that I brought up so far. Arlong charges. Yeah. Okay, so finally, who wins? Okay. If I completely ignored Syrup Village, Baratier, and the Arlong portions of Luffy's scaling, then I could make a legitimate argument for Naruto having the capacity to at least give Luffy a decent matchup. But the simple fact is that Luffy could quite literally take down a creature that is over twice as large as Gamma Bunta, and there is legitimately no reason for me to even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto could do the same. Let's go into the strength portion of the round. Naruto gets absolutely mogged by Luffy when it comes to brute strength. There is literally no feat within the entire context of the first 100 chapters that even remotely puts Naruto on the same tier of strength as Luffy. Sure, both punched and harmed a large serpentine creature, but Luffy actually knocked out the Lord of the Coast, whereas Naruto only at best stunned and bruised the snake. Even if I grant the snake every benefit of doubt and say that it is as large as Manda, it doesn't mean it's as physically powerful, as durable, or as dangerous. Stopping a giant snake that essentially has no feats whatsoever would be extremely impressive if Luffy didn't lift up a creature that is at the very least over twice as large as Gamma Bunta, and one that weighs 16 tons, which is 14,515 kilograms or 32,000 pounds, and he spun it around like a pinwheel and sent it flying outside of the island's borders. Naruto, on the other hand, was bleeding from his nose and mouth after being slammed through 3 large hollow tree branches and physically stopping the snake from attacking Sasuke. Sure, he was defeated when Orochimaru hit him with a 5-pronged seal, but we're not going to sit here and ignore the fact that he was in a poor physical state before his chakra was sealed. Let's compare that to Zoro literally surviving an explosive blast that can take out multiple 2 to 3 story houses. Even if we ignore Buggy's statement, the simple objective fact is that Buggy also tanked an explosion that was powerful. Buggy also tanked an explosion that was powerful enough to wipe out a row of houses at point blank range. Also tanked a similar explosion. A similar explosion at point blank range, and Luffy could hit him with enough force to make him cry. I think I've heard you say you weren't including calcs to make the flight closer, but the summon snake for Naruto block got calc to town. That means nothing to me. Like I said, it just means nothing to me. Knuckle walkers are W saying slander is crazy. Sasuke, that dirty little paddleback. No, no, what? I even start. No, what? I won't even start. Yeah, you're better than me. I'll call him that. Is much better. Now I had to grind all day to get my bases right. I got basically everything. My base is still fairly early in, and I don't think I've done that many story-based missions. I got to like the point in the, at least plot-wise, where I have to go into the volcano area. Luffy beat a guy who could quite literally lift up a house right out of its foundation and slam it into another house. There are no feats in the first 100 chapters of Naruto that is even remotely as impressive from a raw physical strength perspective. Sure, Naruto punched Haku through an ice mirror that can tank a fireball from Sasuke, but there is nothing within the entire 100 chapters of the story that even remotely implies a potential attack potency for the jutsu. For the punch. For this punch. For this punch. This punch. Every time Sasuke uses a jutsu in the future, it essentially fails every time Sasuke uses... Oh, for this damn... explosion at point blank range. Okay. Sure, Naruto, that Sasuke's fireball couldn't tank. Naruto could punch Haku through an ice mirror that could tank a fireball from Sasuke. But there is nothing within the entire 100 chapters that even remotely implies a potential attack potency for the damn jutsu. Every time Sasuke uses the jutsu in the future, it essentially fails unless he uses it to hold someone in place. This isn't the best metric to go by, and going by some random calc that follows the interpretation that it vaporized the ground beneath it only really goes to show that I have nothing that I can really argue for this technique. From an actual story-based standpoint, Naruto punching Haku through an ice mirror doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, if I had to be honest with you guys, Naruto punching Haku through the ice mirror means nothing to me. Like, it genuinely isn't really even an impressive feat in my opinion. Because, again, what does the fireball jutsu really do? What mass does the fireball jutsu really have? How hard does it actually hit? We don't know. Because there's nothing that I can use to quantify how tough the ice mirror is or how powerful the fireball jutsu is. There's no statement, no feat. The only feat I can use, there are no statements, and the only feat... There are no statements. And the only feat I can use as a comparison is Naruto punching down a giant snake that also has no durability feats besides taking a punch from Naruto. So it's unquantifiable. These feats are extremely self-contained, and you'll see this throughout a vast majority of the video. The reason why many people believe that Naruto feats are impressive is because they see a 12-year-old kid perform feats of strength that are superhuman in nature. But when you compare it to another series that also has feats of superhuman strength, but in larger quantity to the point that even fodder displays, that even fodder characters, unnamed characters, display, that even fodder, unnamed characters display feats of this level. It quickly becomes excruciatingly apparent, at least to me, that Luffy is already starting off at a much higher scale than our favorite hyperactive knucklehead ninja. Okay. Luffy has more brute strength than Naruto. So what? Naruto is way more durable and is a much better combatant. Sandbag, you stopped listening halfway through Naruto's scaling. Okay, and what's your point? In what world does Naruto have better durability feats than Luffy? Well, he got turned into a pincushion by Haku and survived being slammed into 3 trees and, fang over fang. He took multiple fang over fangs. Okay, so let's run that back real quick. Naruto did get turned into a pincushion by Haku, but the fact that the needles pierced his body means that it's not a durability feat. If anything, it's an endurance feat, and regardless, Luffy has suffered far worse injuries and walked away no problem. Like what? Well, for starters, he took a chakram straight to the back of the head, thrown by a man who can slice through multiple trees with them. Yes, but he screamed ow, which means it didn't hurt him a lot, which means he's a little bitch. Ah, yes, how could I forget? Any feat where a character shows some level of pain or verbally says ow is automatically invalid. So I guess Sasuke is a little paddle back bitch. Paddle back bitch because he got blown back by an explosion and said, ow. Exactly. Wait, hold on. I mean, no, I mean, it's okay for Sasuke because he just tanked an explosion. No, he didn't tank an explosion. He saw the explosive tag, tried to jump away, and got caught by a portion of the explosion. Meanwhile, Luffy took an explosion straight to the face from a 1-ton battle spear and shattered its metal tip after landing 5 punches. 3 punches mid-explosion. 3 punches mid-explosion. At least 3 punches. At least 3 punches mid-explosion. Mid-explosion. Yeah, I got nothing. Exactly. And it's not even just Luffy in a vacuum doing this stuff. Zoro and Buggy quite literally tank a buggy ball that can blow away several houses. And if we take the statement seriously, if we take his statement seriously, it could level a smaller town. Okay, I like this entire stream. I appreciate that silver comment. Does Emu also have the same immortality that the Holy Knights have? I have no clue. I think I've heard you say you weren't including Calyx, but the summons think oh yeah, I already read that. When you edit the video, put paddle back in red, please. I'll throw a big paddle back. I'll throw a big paddle back in a picture of Sasuke. Socket heads. All right. This doesn't end at just tanking explosions either. This doesn't just end at tanking explosions either. He got slammed by a line that could bring down a house by knocking a person into it. Luffy also withstood taking multiple large stakes. Goddamn autocorrect. Large stakes fired by Don Krieg's shield and could even withstand the pain of punching Krieg through a large spiked metal cape. Naruto was coughing blood after being knocked through multiple hollow tree branches, and as far as Kiba goes, I'm gonna be honest, Fang over Fang, as far as the first 100 chapters go, is an unquantifiable jutsu that essentially exists within its own scaling. This technique isn't used at any other point in the series prior to this moment, so there's nothing for me to go off of as far as how much damage it deals, because all it really is Kiba and Akamaru spinning very fast and knocking Naruto in the air. Sure, it could be used, it does do some grinding. It could do some grinding and slashing, but there's no reason for me to believe that an attack like this is any more dangerous than Arlong's sharks on darts technique that literally goes through stone walls. And we're talking about a technique of a fishman who can lift up an entire house and who can lift up entire houses out of their foundation, can throw water with enough force that it's compared to a shotgun, and can literally eat cannonballs straight to the face. Mind you, Luffy was thrown around by Arlong, he was bitten multiple times by Arlong's cannonball-crushing teeth, was hit even more times by sharks on darts, including its spinning version, then Naruto was hit by Fang over Fang, and he powered through all of it just to finish off Arlong with a single kick, smashing him from the top floor all the way down to the bottom floor of a 5-story building. What car you think Uchiha's drive? Just came back from watching Spain, France versus Spain semifinals. Trash versus garbage. So who won? Did Spain win? Is Spain going to the finals? If you remove your bias for just a second, it is extremely obvious that one of these two not only has better endurance, but also has better durability feats, because yeah, Luffy could be pierced and slashed, but even those type of attacks aren't enough to put someone like him down, and it's not like Naruto. And it's not like Naruto is immune to slashing, to piercing, slashing, or blunt force attacks. What makes a character like Haku, unlike Luffy, who's at least immune to one of them, what makes a character like Haku so dangerous isn't his attack potency, because he says it himself, he's aiming for places that would result in mortal injuries. The needles that he lodges into Naruto and Sasuke are specifically designed for acupuncture. They're literally called acupuncture needles. Luffy, on the other hand, takes large stakes straight through the shoulder and legs that were shot from a rapid-fire shield and continues to power through until he punches his opponent Don Krieg right in the face while he's also guarding himself with a metal spiked cape. Okay, but what about hand-to-hand combat? Naruto is a trained assassin child soldier. He's been trained since he was a kid to become a deadly, awesome ninja. He can throw shuriken and kunai and at Luffy, easily negging him. Okay, and? Luffy was also trained since he was a child, but the difference is we get to see a decent portion of the things he had to survive. He was thrown down an unfathomable ravine, left alone in the jungle at night, and he was tied to a balloon and flew off into the distance all by his own grandfather. His would-be brother Ace could snap a large tree as a 10-year-old and send it barreling down at Luffy. He survived falling from a broken bridge. He was attacked by multiple large species of animals like vultures, snakes, crocodiles, and a massive tiger for months on end at the ripe old age of 7 years old. He was even beaten by an extremely large man wearing spiked gloves and wouldn't say a word when they just needed him to talk all the way through sundown. All the way till sundown. For hours till sundown. And until he couldn't even yell anymore. The only argument for Naruto being trained as an assassin or this super dangerous ninja coming right out of the academy is that he knows how to throw shuriken and manipulate his chakra. Shuriken / kunai. And manipulate his chakra. Even their hand-to-hand combat training usually ends once someone is knocked down. Luffy, on the other hand, had real-time survival training with his brothers where they could take down large tigers. Meanwhile, you won't really find a single scene where Naruto himself does anything as impressive as a child, and Sasuke going on a mission with his brother to take down a large boar isn't enough for me to say that either of them have been trained more as children, especially when Sasuke missed the shot. Especially when Sasuke missed his shot and Itachi took down the boar. Spain won, France played terribly. That's fine. After Blue Lock lost in the most one of their most recent matches against France, I'm pretty fine. Did the little paddleback kick a bear in part 1? Probably. I don't recall this. I think this was from a filler scene. Yes! Sasuke did take down a large bear in a filler scene. I think it was not in a filler scene. No. It was around the 5 Kage summit. It was around the 5 Kage summit, right? Yes. What chapter does Sasuke save Karin in a flashback? Chunin exam. Saves Karin from bear during the Chunin exam. Specifically does not happen in the original part 1 manga. It was only shown in the Shippuden thing. Yeah. It's a Karin's flashback. Yeah, it doesn't show up in the original manga part 1. When she was saved, he used his Lion's Barrage, which honestly made no fucking sense to me because he never uses the Lion's Barrage until he fights what's his face. This is also without accounting for the fact that Luffy quite literally is immune to blunt force trauma. Is he really? Because there's a whole bunch of discourse around that. Well, there are two schools of thoughts with this. Either Luffy is highly resistant to blunt force trauma, or he's just straight up immune. The reason why some people believe that Luffy isn't immune to blunt force trauma is simply because there are scenes that usually depict Luffy taking some kind of damage from attacks that would fall under said category. However, most of them generally come from Nami and his grandfather beating him up. In an SBS, Oda was asked by his fanbase why Nami's hits affect Luffy, to which he responds, "When friends beat on each other, it's mostly to teach them a lesson. Their punches work because they're full of compassion. They work on one's hearts." As for Garp, there is an SBS statement that says, "When Garp punched Luffy, why did it work? Was it hockey after all, or was it love?" To which Oda replies, "Is it love in this case?" If I have to be honest, I interpret this in the same way as how Nami can hurt Luffy. It is a small emotional response that they inflict on Luffy due to his actions. Nami only ever hurts Luffy when he does something extremely stupid, when he puts either her or her crew's life in danger. when Luffy does something stupid. When he puts either her or her crew's life in danger, or spends all of their money, she displays the capacity to hurt him, but the results are never long-lasting. Garp's love for Luffy is usually embodied through actions of bodily harm. He attacks Luffy first on sight and punishes him whenever he acts like his grandchild. Luffy even comments on how he'd be nicer to Garp if he'd treat him better. It's clearly for comedic purposes and never actually lends itself to real long-lasting damage for Luffy. Both of these examples are far and away completely and contextually different than Luffy taking blunt force trauma in the middle of a fight that never really happens unless the attacks are coded in Haki. Luffy taking attacks like Kuro kicking him in the face don't exactly translate to him not having a blunt force immunity, because in the official translation quite literally has him state that he cut his own lip. When Foxy lands a barrage of punches on his face, he quite literally states that he knows the punches themselves won't have an effect on a rubber man. Even in the flashback where Luffy is bickering with Ace, his brother literally says that he is immune to blunt force trauma even almost 600 chapters in. Stagnixos has a wonderful video that talks about this topic more in depth, so I'd like to give him a quick shout out. But my whole point here is, if the author is doubling down on this concept almost halfway through the series, then it becomes at least narratively implied that the character is immune to blunt force trauma. So I genuinely don't have a reason to even entertain the idea that Naruto can hurt Luffy with his punches in any way, shape, and form, whether or not he coats him with chakra or even senjutsu, when we talk about those abilities later on in the series. You should bring up Luffy tanking island cracking punches against Moria. Cracking punches against Moria, Absalom, which vastly outscales what he should be able to tank. Okay. If people use the gag scenes, Luffy should also have some insane healing factor where he heals a majority in a single panel and after the beatings. Yeah. I just came back from a match. What a fucking rap. The outcome was favorable, though. Favorable for who? Who you guys going for the finals, then? Because last up is what? Argentina versus who? Isn't it like Argentina versus Great Britain? The UK? Oh, yeah. I forgot. Here is... Rubber Man. Luffy is even covered and shrunken and covered and Luffy is even contained inside of a small box, and said box is crushed, stomped on, and punched by Gecko Moria after absorbing 1,000 shadows. Moria absorbed 1,000 shadows and split the island of Thriller Bark with a single punch. Yeah. The UK isn't a country made. It's made up of 4 nations, and they all play separately at the... It's versus England. Got you. My bad. I'm so uncultured. I'm rooting for Argentina, but they haven't played their match, though. I kind of want Messi to lose. I don't know why. Like, everyone, like, I just keep seeing, like, people say, like, oh, I don't want Argentina to win. They won the last one. And I think some people just straight up don't like Messi. By the way, been playing FF16. Might be my favorite game. Jeff, please let me know how you feel when you beat Final Fantasy 16. I still need to 100% the game, but I love the game. The explanation I hear for resistance is even stabs or blunt force. It's just a lot of horse and a small horse. Luffy's immunity would be no limits fallacy. Yeah, I don't agree with that. The Rokugan Naruto's scared of Sakura, but everyone in the community knows it's a gag, but takes Nami's gag seriously. Yeah. You know what also isn't a country? Belgium. Fake social construct. Alright. The Rokugan Moria's attacks, impactiles, also ignore conventional durabilities and internal attacks. I'll talk more about those when I get to them. After absorbing 1,000 shadows and splitting the island-sized ship of Thriller Bark with a single punch. Okay. No damage after being contained inside a small box and said box is crushed. Okay. Okay, so where were we? If the author... Okay. Most of Naruto's combat capabilities, as far as the first 100 chapters go, relies on him using his shadow clones to completely overpower his opponents through sheer numbers. But he genuinely relies on punching and kicking more than anything else, which Luffy is entirely immune to. And I know what you're going to say, Sandbag. What about Shuriken or Kunai? What about Shuriken and Kunai? Kunai. Naruto can totally use them to stab and cut away at Luffy, but these tools, especially Naruto's hands, don't mean anything as far as this fight goes. Let's be real here. How often does Naruto actively use Shuriken or Kunai to defeat his opponents? Because in the Haku fight, he throws one Shuriken at him, and proceeds to no longer use them throughout the rest of that encounter. He also throws a single kunai at Zabuza while Kakashi was caught in the water prison jutsu. He didn't really use any in the Forest of Death. He never pulled a single kunai or shuriken out against Kiba, so I really don't have a reason to entertain that Naruto would all of a sudden become some ninja tool savant that would shower Luffy with shuriken. Luffy could clearly withstand large stakes fired by a launcher. A chakram that was lodged in the back of his head by a man who could slice through multiple trees and took down multiple bites from Arlong who can crush cannonballs with his teeth. And that he stated himself, grow back stronger every time. Grow back stronger every single time. There is legitimately no argument I can even remotely think of for Naruto having the capacity to overpower or put down Luffy with a couple of ninja tools, especially when he has no feats to back up the concept. Even if we're talking about shadow clones, Naruto quite literally shows the capacity to hit multiple opponents at once with either whip or Gatling, and his punches could snap trees and he can shatter steel with his fists and teeth. It's not like he can summon 1,000 shadow clones whenever he wants to. The only time he was able to successfully pull this off within the first 100 chapters is in the first chapter, but even if we said that Naruto could bring them all out whenever he wants, what then? Is Naruto going to throw kunai and shuriken at Luffy from all directions, something he's never done before? Or is he going to simply jump Luffy with all of his clones, trying to punch and kick away at him before realizing that they just aren't effective? If Luffy hits him even once, I think it's very possible to argue that Naruto would probably get a rage amp, but what is it really going to do for him? His best feats are at best competing with Luffy, and Luffy's best feats completely blow that version of Naruto out of the water. Blow that version of Naruto. Blow that version of Naruto out of the water. His best feats are at their best competing. It's just not comparable in the slightest bit from almost every perspective, especially if we talk about speed. I said it once, I'll say it again, Naruto does not keep up with any of his rivals in terms of speed. He has never once been portrayed to be as fast as Rock Lee or Sasuke, especially in base form. The only time he ever performs a body flicker like maneuver is under the effects of the of the Ninetales cloak in the tuning exams. Base Naruto is not a speedster and is easily below the even Mach 1 speeds, even below, and is easily below even Mach 1 speeds, considering that Sasuke couldn't keep up with Rock Lee, who was stated to be fast, but he's not supersonic. Even with a Ninetales Imp, and even with every single benefit of doubt, the best I can give Naruto, if I just ignore the fact that he has no good quantifiable speed scaling, is somewhere around Mach 5 if you just think that he's as fast as weightless First Gate Lee. As a low-end, weightless First Gate Lee. But what about him catching Haku? What about it, Sandbag? What about it? Zabuza was surprised that Haku was losing in terms of speed outside of his mirrors. The same Sasuke who at the start of the next arc was blitzed by Lee, who is once again fast but not supersonic. Naruto catching him while under the effects of the Ninetales chakra is not impressive in the slightest bit if you actually keep track of the scaling. And then I just keep going. A bit of devil's advocate, if I remember correctly, Ninetales chakra uses his tails grow. He can be used as claws, which could damage Luffy. Yeah, but that's the next version. I'm talking about the first 100 chapters. Arlong also bit through one of the pillars in Arlong Park, if I remember correctly. Correct. I don't know what it made of. It's just stone. You could just say it's stone or concrete. I'm not really going to give it much else other than stone and concrete. Don't want Messi to win this because he's established that he is better than Ronaldo after the last World Cup. This will firmly prove it. Think of Ronaldo as Vegeta and Messi Goku. Okay, then okay. Sakura's first fight with no amps, she beats the shit out of the same sorcery who effortlessly shrugged off Naruto's kunai and made him withdraw. Yeah. Handle up to the 3 tails, so I actually retract my statement. Naruto's still stronger. Yeah. Physically, at the start, yes, but I still think Naruto will win with Rasengan and clones. That's for round 2. When I get to round 2, then we can start talking about that. But I'm gonna be honest with you. How many of you think that the Rasengan can actually hurt Luffy? How many of you actually believe, also stated surpass Tsunade, who's already implied to be physically strong, Jiraiya, who Naruto doesn't surpass prior to, like, 6 pails and in the Pain Arc Assault? I would argue Naruto surpassed Jiraiya by the time he had perfect Sage Mode. But as soon as Naruto puts out 2 tails, Deidara started running away. To be fair, he doesn't really have much to do in that form. Like, he just kind of crashes out, freaks out a little bit. Can a Rasengan hurt Luffy? No, it's not. It's never described as a shockwave. It's never described as a shockwave. Yes. Yes, it'll hurt on impact. No, it's... No, the impact, and even if the impact, no, the... And pushback won't hurt. No. I'm talking about his actual nails. Yeah, fantastic. Tell me, how often does Naruto use his nails to rip away at somebody? Cool. Is the Rasengan shoved into Luffy's chest, or is it from inside, like Naruto fans compare the rubber ball training? No, outside of his chest. Creates a Rasengan, shoves it into Luffy's chest. 1 second. Let me put up the thing, and then I'll let you guys do it. Yes, but only the first hit, not the... Yes, but only the first hit, not the second. But only the first hit, not the second. The torque, the spinning... Yeah, actually, I don't really think I need 3. Not the second. Okay, there we go. I don't think Rasengan can hurt Luffy. I really don't. 3 tails, Naruto's above them, probably everybody besides Kisame Itachi. I don't know if I agree with that. The most I would give it is to say with Sting, but I don't think it's actual damage. Yeah. Of which Naruto? Part 1 Naruto. Part 1 Naruto. Part 1. The Rasengan of which Naruto? Couldn't Luffy just bounce back the Rasengan? Yeah, I would also argue that a gum balloon would 100% blow back the Rasengan. Like, gum balloon, right? I'm talking about base Luffy, no gum balloon, no gum nothing, right? Just Luffy standing around in base, takes the hit. Is it in a 40k? There are a bunch of evil space elves who casually steal stars to power their massive city hidden between dimensions. Just how powerful do you consider that? I don't fucking know, dude. There's like so little context. I think you could argue he'll feel it. It's not gonna hurt him. I would argue that he could feel it. I would argue that the torque of it could like spin his body around maybe, but I don't think it's actually hurting him. I think it's more like oh, it kind of stings, but it's like, all right, like oh man, he spun my midsection a bit. He spun my midsection and sent me flying. Like, do I think it could send Luffy flying back? Sure. I do not believe at all it'll hurt him. I could see the rotation aspect could hurt him potentially, but otherwise, no. Yeah. I mean, it's not like Luffy hasn't taken spinning attacks before. I'm talking about Shippuden and Naruto at the beginning. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know. That version of Naruto, I would not say is even comparable to Kisame or anybody else. I really wouldn't. Yo, you'd have to explain how the Rasengan works and why it wouldn't penetrate Luffy. I'm going to go out of my way to do that when I develop the argument for part 2 for round 2 Naruto. That's why I said it might be like a 10-hour long video. I'm really going in depth. Like, I am going through everything I can think of. Sorry, just on my mind. Also, I don't think the Rasengan would do much. Sting, but nothing serious. Yeah. No, the impact and the pushback won't. The spin would be more disorienting than damaging. That's what I'm saying. It's like, Naruto, like, okay, let me ask you guys a separate question, right? Let me ask you guys a separate question. What do you think? I want you to type this one out. I want you guys to type out what you think would happen. What do you think would happen if Naruto, kid or post time skip, slammed a Rasengan on Luffy's chest, right? Like, what do you think would happen, right? It could be anything, by the way. It could be anything. Would the torque get caught with the spinning torque? Spinning torque get caught in Luffy's flesh? Would it get caught in Luffy's flesh? Would it spin Luffy's whole body? Would it tear through his skin? Slash rip it? I don't think it's this one, but slash rip it. Mind you, it never really does this. Tynixus appears to be using AI, which is a little disappointing. I mean, he's using AI, I think, for like the... I think he's using AI for like the visuals of his videos. I don't know if he's using AI for any actual writing. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't give a shit if a YouTuber uses AI for like their content. I'm not one to like really... Again, I've never really had the biggest issues with it, but I will say it is disappointing for many people, and it's one of the reasons why I personally told myself, like, alright, I did think about maybe making like an AI image of like Luffy and Naruto fighting, like just AI images of like what I think would go down in the fight, but because I just didn't want to like pay some artist that probably a couple $100 to make a couple, like even 5 of them, right? Like it would have to be like a couple $100 to like have an artist draw exactly like multiple panels upon multiple panels upon multiple panels. But it's like, I don't know, thumbnails for sure. I've not listened hard to the writing. I don't think his writing. I've watched one of his videos yesterday while working on my... I watched a couple of his videos yesterday while I was working on my writing, my script. I didn't notice anything that like spoke out to me as like actual AI in terms of like the writing. So I think it's fine on that. Basically, his midsection would spin like Gum Gum Rifle, but then bounce back to normal. Okay, do you think he would blow Naruto back instead if he used Gum Balloon? I don't think he uses AI. Probably for the thumbnails, yes, but I don't think for anything else. I'm not gonna lie, as someone who studied software, I don't mind AI, but it's like not that great or worth it. I think it's not that great or worth it, especially like from a YouTube channel perspective, as far as like people want to see content creators make their content. People want to see that kind of stuff. Even if you're using it as a tool for one, even if you're using it as a tool for one small like image or whatever within the greater aspect of the video, or even if you're just using it to like develop visuals that you're essentially going to sprinkle out throughout your videos, I still think people would have an issue with it, which is why I'm like, you know what? My channel does struggle to get views. I don't want this to be one of these cases where like people have another reason not to watch me beyond me saying that Naruto doesn't win. Like as a content creator, I want to give people less reasons to not want to watch my content. So that's why I just say no AI at all in the channel. I think it would spin out like Gum Gum Pinwheel, where he does spin. I feel like the torque could hurt him potentially, only if it's giant or gallant because of his arm stretch limit from Whole Cake Island. Yeah, but you gotta remember his arm stretch limit is insane. You gotta remember that, like, there's no way you can... Okay, I'll put it like this. You can believe it if you want, right? You can believe this if you want, but I'm sorry, I have no reason to even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto could spin Luffy with a Rasengan to the point where it stretches his body far past this distance. These mountains are 5,000 meters tall. These are 5-kilometer tall mountains, right? 5,000 meters tall, and Luffy is stretching his arms past multiple villages that are all separated. Yeah, there's no way. I'm sorry, the Whole Cake Island stuff, the Whole Cake Island arc stuff where Luffy was ripping out his arms, yes, he could rip out his arms. He had to literally stretch them farther than this distance. He had to have been stretching his arms past several thousand meters while in Whole Cake Island. I know it doesn't look like it. I'm not entertaining the idea that Luffy only stretched his arms for like 100 meters and he started to fucking rip off. Yeah, he would have to literally spin Luffy. He would have to literally stretch and spin away Luffy's skin far past this distance. I'm sorry. I do not entertain that argument at all. I personally, there's just no way I'm going to be convinced. The Rasengan is likely grinding away at Luffy and blowing him back. Yeah, I would say grinding away, but I don't think the grinding force is enough to hurt Luffy. Even like Part 1 Luffy, even like East Blue Luffy, I don't think it has enough force to literally rip away Luffy's skin or grind away. Because, like, let's look at every utilization of the Rasengan, right? Let's look at most utilization of the Rasengan. They don't actually tear the skin. They don't really rip their opponent's skin apart. Like, maybe you could argue it for, like, the Jiraiya scene where, like, he uses, a Rasengan to, like, slam, that random dude. Where, he slams it and he rips open his coat or whatever. But, like, look right here. Look right here. Didn't even rip his coat open. Didn't even rip his fucking coat open. Let's look that up in the anime. Jiraiya shows Naruto Rasengan for the first time. He be even more stretchy in the post-time skip. Exactly. Jiraiya uses Rasengan for the first time. Right? Right? Okay. So he hits the guy, he sends him flying, boom, 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 boom. Okay, it doesn't show the scene fully, right? Jiraiya uses Rasengan. Fuck, I don't want to look up the episode, man. Come on. Alright, what episode does Jiraiya use? Can somebody look up what episode in the original Naruto series could do it? The imprisoned Luffy was a weakened Luffy, to be honest. That as well. From what I've heard, YouTubers, most artists in the first world, overcharge to hell and back, finding artists in poor countries since they're usually as good and cheaper. I think that one of the guys that I use for my thumbnails, he is from another country. I think he's from Singapore. The reason why I think it wouldn't cut is because it has to spin past Luffy's elastic limit. Exactly, right? You can't just sit here and say that, that Naruto's thing would just rip it apart just because you think that Luffy's weak. You have to use an actual example. I mean, let me be real here. Even against Kabuto, it rips the skin. It rips the skin, but Kabuto... Sorry, not the skin. It rips his clothing wide open. I agree with that. But this right here is not his skin growing back. At least I don't believe that this is his skin growing back. And even then, this is the only instance in the entire context of the story where this happens, right? This is the only instance in the story where you see some legitimate damage, internal damage done by the Rasengan, right? I think personally it is internal damage personally, But, like, let's see against, like, Pain, right? In, like, the Pain Assault, right? Naruto cracks Pain with a Rasengan, right? Naruto cracks Pain straight up with a Rasengan, knocks him out. This is the move that defeats him. His skin isn't torn apart. It isn't ripped to shreds. It isn't bleeding. We don't see muscle. We don't see nothing, right? You just see his stomach. Like, I'm sorry. Rasengan is a blunt force attack. Rasengan is a blunt force attack with torque, with spin. That is it. It does not do it. I'll repeat myself. Does not do that much grinding damage unless you want to argue it's one of the larger versions of it, like the massive Rasengan. I've seen the Admirals versus the Holy Knights isn't close vid. Let's check that one out. I'll probably, let me see real quick if I want to watch it. Wow. Today's been hitting me. I don't know. Today, like, my energy's been hitting. By the way, I've been checking out some new Family Guy fits. I am so, new Family Guy is trash. I'm sorry. Modern Family Guy is dog shit. I'm sorry. It is Admirals versus Holy Knights. It's Modern Family Guy is so trash. What's Goji? This is a new person has joined the debating circles. All right.
There are a plethora of warring factions. The largest of these include the Pirates, Marines, World Government, and the Revolutionary Army. But among them exists an extremely high-ranking group known as the Holy Knights. These select few answer directly to the Gorosei and Imu, who rules the world.
South Park's always been peak, yeah.
Their main priority is protecting marriage.
But it does have portions of content within the context of South Park. There are portions of content that wait, think of the last two comments. My bad. I don't think his stretching limits. The stretch limits. I think he was just stretching because he wanted to break the rods. Yes, he wanted to do that. Would you agree with the last comment? I think it. That was holding his arms in place. No, he wanted to rip his arms off because he couldn't remove the rod, if I remember right. I haven't seen Family Guy in over a decade, but you should go show us those pals, buddy. I got you in just a second.
And its celestial dragons. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, holds the Holy Knights on a dangerous pedestal. The true...
Yo, okay, I'm sorry. I'm crashing out, like, very hard right now. Not like, physically, like, I'm angry. Like, my energy's, like, just straight up dipped. I'll watch this, on a later stream. I kind of just want to show you guys my pal thing, and then I'll show you guys my pal world, and then my base and everything, and then I'll change a couple of the things. All right. Yeah, no, I'm like physically crashing out really badly right now. Holy fuck, I'm feeling tired. I don't know why. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll do it for you. Give me 1 second. I'll keep this up, if anything, for you guys. I'll keep the video up, and you guys can continue to watch it as we go along while I set everything up. I don't know if you guys can hear. No, it was, history.
True war against the world government will begin when they mobilize, with their former leader being the father of red-haired Shanks, and the brother of Shanks being one of their top fighters. But how would this group fare compared to the strongest the Marines have to offer? Before we continue, make sure to like and subscribe, and without further ado, let's get right into this video. Since there are 8 Holy Knights, I think it's only fair we use the main 5 Admirals we see in the story. You could also include Garp and Sengoku, but as we haven't seen what all the Holy Knights can do, I think keeping it like this is more fair. And considering we will also include Garling, who used to lead the Holy Knights before his promotion to the Gorosei, Akainu being considered to the fight is fine, as he is also the leader of the Marines. The first thing that any matchup including the Gorosei or Holy Knights need to go over is how exactly could somebody defeat them through their regeneration and immortality. Their regeneration is so potent that it easily lets them survive some of the most fatal wounds. Well, recently One Piece has given us that answer, exactly in 3 different ways. Gabon explains that in order to stall or negate their regeneration, one needs to have an extremely strong Conqueror's Haki. None of the Admirals seemingly have Conqueror's Haki, besides maybe Akainu or Kuzan, but the previous Fleet Admiral Sengoku is stated to have been a user of Conqueror's Haki in his Viver card.
That's a fucking lie. It's not true. The Viver card is nothing more than false news. Sengoku's a fucking bomb. He eats beans. He likes men as well. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just stating a fact. Sengoku likes men. All of the above, so on and so forth. Yeah. Oh shit. Let me just make this bigger. Okay, so here's my pal world. This is my character. I made it female this time because I was like, fuck it, why not? I usually don't play these games with a female character, and I was like, you know, might be fun. So if I ever, I guess, make like an online multiplayer base or whatever for like the community and stuff, don't fall in love with the random female character. Yeah, Sengoku type shit. Fuck Sengoku. He eats beans. He eats cracker beans. All this shit. All right. Okay. So these are my pals so far. This is my house. Don't make fun of it. I made my house early on, and I kind of never. Oh wait, whoa! This wall is different. What the fuck? This is my homie right now. This is my pal Nightwing. I caught him actually all the way over there. I caught him all the way like over there. Funny enough, he was way too strong. He was like smoking my pals, and I just and like at 36% for some reason he just wanted to be caught. So ever since then he's been my homie. So here's my pal stuff. I got all my furnaces and stuff right here, right? I got my my pal grazing area over here. This is Van Worm. I don't the names are trash, by the way. I will say one thing. This is definitely not Pokemon. The names are absolute dog shit. This guy's name is Sweepa. This guy's name is Nightwing for whatever reason. This is Relaxosaurus. I hatched him from an egg. No, I'm not giving Sengoku a chance. I'm not giving Sengoku any fucking chance. He's a fucking bum. He can eat a dick. Fuck him. The guy couldn't kill Part 1 Luffy. This is a Mamoris that I caught randomly. This is an Alcyone, a Verdash that I randomly also hatched from an egg. It's pretty sick, guys. It's pretty sick. And then I've got all of my stuff right here. The main base is on top of a cliff, and it doesn't look that good. I didn't think my base looked that good either, but you know what? I'm kind of happy with how it's turning out, man. I'm kind of really happy. Pokemon names are peak. I agree, Pokemon definitely has much better names than Pal World. Pokemon 100% has, most of their names are 100% better than the motherfuckers I've seen here on Pal World. And this is basically just my base. I've got a bunch of barrels everywhere. I've got a bunch of storage spaces. What's the name of the game? It's called Pal World. And yeah, I've got all my cool shit in here. I finally got some Gigaspheres, and I've got some Hyperspheres as well, so I just have to, like, you know, just make some stuff up, find some stuff. Oh, let me show you guys what pals I've caught. Let me show you guys what awesome pals I've recently gone out of my way to catch. I'll show you guys my main team right now. I also caught a Blazehowl. Let me show you guys the crew. Alright, so this is Nightwing. I can call forth my Nightwing, and I can glide with him, and I can aim down a gun, and I can shoot with Nightwing. So I've got a whole pal that flies around and goes wherever the fuck he wants, right? Uh-oh. Okay, shoot it over there. So let's descend real quick. Then we got Turtackle. I caught this Turtackle. I forgot where the fuck I caught him, but he was supposed to be like a boss guy. Yo, dismount. Okay, there we go. Now here's Turtackle. I don't know what the fuck his name is. Turtackle, come over here. Come over here, buddy. He's a little weird guy. He kind of reminds me of, fuck, that one Pokemon from Gen 7. Toxicity, or no, it's not Toxicity. Toxapex. He kind of reminds me of Toxapex. I've got this guy named Reptiro who's fucking huge. He's like a big-ass Torterra, but covered in flames. And he mines stuff for me. I've got Hell Zephyr. Yeah, Turtle and Tentacle. Yeah, exactly. I've got Hell Zephyr, whom I can also fly on, and I've got this guy, Elphidran, who I recently just caught, and I can also ride on top of him, and I can also fly. He's a cute little guy. Nicknamed the bird Richard Grayson. Well, fuck, wait, which bird? Hellsvelger or Nightwing? Hell Zephyr. Oh, Hell Zephyr's terrible. I'm renaming him right fucking now. This name is fucking terrible. Not catching humans is a waste. I'm catching every day. You can catch humans? Yeah, this is Pal World. It's one of the most popular games on Steam, only 30 bucks. Yeah, and if you get it on PlayStation with PlayStation Plus, it's even cheaper. By the way, I got something to show you guys. Let me show you guys my first scene. What the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, I also had a bit of a glitch. Yesterday. I made this armor, and the armor quite literally would fix itself. Like, if for some reason it was just stuck on an animation. Weird as fuck. Where is it? Ah, right here. I wanted to show you guys something. So this was me the first time I made my, This was me the first time I made some PAL spheres, because I kept wasting them, because I didn't know that if you just let go of the button, they just wasted. Nightwing is Richard Grayson? Who the fuck is Richard Grayson? Let me look up who Richard Grayson is. Richard Grayson. Ah, Dick Grayson. Sure, I can name him Nightwing. Yeah. I can name him Richard Grayson. So you see this little guy right here? So in order to catch your pals, you have to make them friends, and you have to give them. You have to basically have. You have to persuade your pals into being your friends. And I've named my stick Persuasion. So first I had to chase after these little fuckers. Yeah, I got you. So first I had to chase after these little cat guys, because I was like, I want this little cat guy to be the first guy I ever catch, right? I want him to be the first pal I ever want, and he got stuck, bro. The game's a little janky. So I started beating on this little guy, and then I beat him to death, and then I realized, oh shit, I never picked up. If you guys had noticed, I made some pal spheres at the start, but I never picked them up. I just walked away with them. So I beat the fuck out of him, and then I didn't have any of these to fucking catch him, dude. It was a total fucking waste. So then I had to go all the way back around. I had to go all the way back, grab the pal spheres, run all the way back to try and catch Kativa, and lo and behold, I found out that if they're defeated, if they fainted, you can't catch them like in Pokemon. I thought it was complete and utter horseshit. So then I immediately just run towards the other guy. I find his other little friend, and I try to catch him. This is my first ever pal catch, guys. Clearly goes to show the chaotic nature of what is the mind of Eon. Yeah, I'm just feeding them with persuasion, and then I catch the little bastard. And now I've got all these guys. How the fuck do I just beat the poor guy for no reason? Hey, I didn't beat him for no reason. I beat him so that he could, you know, be my friend. How the fuck do I rename him again? Show details. That's how it is. Nightwing. Ah, there we go. Richard Grayson. Richard Grayson. Richard Grayson. There we go. His name is now Richard Grayson. If anyone got this on PC, don't do mods. I only had like 6 for QOL shit, quality of life shit, and after a bit it just crashed. It just started crashing on launch. Alright, so that's a good thing to keep track of. It's a good thing I'm on console where those things don't exist. Also, I need some ingots. Alright, so enough of the crap, enough of all this garbage here. Oh, by the way, let me show you guys this little guy. Let me show you guys one of my favorite little dudes. Where the hell is it? Ah, this is Chikorita. Yes, I named it Chikorita because my girlfriend asked me to name this guy Chikorita for no reason. And Chikorita and I have the power to hold a gun and shoot alongside me. So if ever somebody wants to shoot the shits with me, I simply point Chikorita at them and I just start shooting. What also doesn't exist on console is freedom too. You don't need it, man. You don't need mods. Games are fine without mods. If a game needs a mod, it wasn't good enough to be a game without a mod, alright? Games that need mods are dog shit in my opinion. Anyway, so I'm gonna take you guys to where I've been traveling to and fro now recently, and it's this area right around here. Just be naming anything? Yeah. The PAL names are fucking terrible. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. This happened both before the 1.0 update and after, when I got fully new set of mods. They were supposed to be compatible with FNAF mods. Five Nights at Freddy mods. I'm not doing Five Nights at Freddy's mods. Fuck no. Alright. So what do we need to do here? Oh yeah. I needed to... By the way, let me just show you guys what the PALs look like. Let me just show you guys the Palpedia. Some of the names are fucking trash. Like, what the fuck is a Fwack? Why is his name straight up Fwack? Oh, FNF? What's FNF? Celeray. We got Krojiro. Krojiro isn't bad. Krojiro's my homie. All my homies love a good old Krojiro. This guy, by the way, his name is T-Fant. I hate the name, but T-Fant is honestly one of the cutest little fuckers I've ever seen. You don't need mods. That's a choice, which consoles don't have, and I don't use mods for most games, but mods get an update like any other game. Friday Night Funkin'. Friday Night Funkin'. When I get back, I'm gonna name my T-Fant Friday Night Funkin'. Alright, so yeah, we got some pretty terrible fucking names like Melpaka. What the fuck does Melpaka mean? Or Nox. Everybody knows who Nox is, right? Everybody say hi to Nox. There's also Mao. For whatever reason, his name is Mao. And Mao Christ. There's also Rushore. They couldn't name him Rushbore. They name him Rushore. Or Fox Parks. I was answering your question, but sure, I appreciate that. Fuddler. This guy is just straight up named Fuddler. I don't know why his name is Fuddler. And then they have this weird ass fucking name named Eiktherdir. Or Direhowl. Or Capitry. Or Swee and Sweepa. Turticle. Yeah, the names are fucking terrible. Mozzarina. This is like the best name though. Mozzarina is like the best fucking name, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, Yokai Watch, name's clear. I would believe so. I would 100% believe you. Like, this is... You know what's funny? I feel like it's either the... It was both The Boys and Invincible that got me used to terrible fucking names. Friday Night Funkin', a rhythm game about a blue dude trying to get lucky with his girlfriend, but her literal demon parents keep trying to kill him. That's interesting. Are dog shit, but man, is the game fun, and I was addicted for months. Yeah, no, the names are dog shit, Kelpsy. But the characters are fun. The game is very fun. Do you have a Lavender? The Gooner Pal? I do not. I don't know what a Lavender is. I have a Rebunny. Although I wouldn't call this a Gooner Pal, I call this my friend. I like Rebunny and Rebani Batan. There's Jelliet and Jelroy. I don't know what... I think the reference is supposed to be like Romeo and Juliet, but why is his name Jelroy and Jelliet? Jelliet. There's also Wispa. What a cool fucking design for what a dog shit name, man. Tombat. Oh. Oh, I get it. Like a tombstone. And like a bat. Univolt. Whoever the fuck thought naming this thing Univolt was a good name is out of their goddamn mind. Mods offer you the choice to customize your game how you wanted. Without a map mod, I'd have dropped Clear Obscure Expedition 33 because I kept getting lost. That's fair. Catch some humans too and put them to work. My base is China. I'll do it for my third base. It's PAL number 69. There is no way. There's no way PAL number 69 is the Gooner Pal. By the way, Cognito is one of my favorite pals. Cognito is 100% one of my favorite fucking pals just because of the way he walks. I'll show him to you guys in a second. Muffly. I would protect this little fucker with my life if I needed to. But yeah, no, the names are trash. B-Guard and Elizabeth. That's so dog shit, dude. Grintail? Okay. Tarantris. Why do they give the tarantula boobs? Why did they give the tarantula monster boobs? To be fair, Nidoqueen also has them, so sure. Serpent. Guys, you can clearly tell that they had the most creative fucking group of people developing these names. Mamorist. Why not just call him like Mamud or something? I don't know, Mahmood. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, that's basically Pal World. Pal World is one of the games of all time. Alright, I need to get the fuck up out of here. I'm looking for some specific pals. I don't need that guy. Ooh, wait, what the fuck? Ooh, a Wixen. Wait a second, I'm about to powerbomb this bitch. Here, watch this. You can also control your pals and have them... Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Wait. Alright, let's go. Are you going to do some Pal World scaling? I have no clue yet. Maybe once I'm like far enough into the game that I feel comfortable with it. Can I just catch this little fucker? What if I crack him in the head, right? Fuck you. Fuck this guy. How dare he? How dare? Blast him. And then sometimes shit like that happens where the attacks just don't come out. What the fuck? Oh, bro, buddy is stunned. Buddy is bamboozled. Alright, let's keep moving. Dude, I was thinking that exact same thing. I was thinking to myself, like, yo, There is no way anyone is gonna sit here and convince me that Pal World did what Pokemon should have done 5 fucking years ago, bro. Pokemon should have been on this shit, bro. Like, listen, I'm sorry, but Pokemon with guns is genius. Pokemon with guns is absolute fucking genius. Who would have fucking thought that giving a character a gun so you can also help fight with your Pokemon? Who would have thought that giving your character a gun and an open world so you can basically do whatever the fuck you want, literally giving the player the exact freedom to do whatever they want is, I'm sorry, it is everything that I wanted in a Pokemon game. And listen, I get it. Nintendo couldn't have had the kids also shoot the shits with the Mons, right? That would have been probably fucked up in some way, shape, or form. Pokemon Ranger is cooler. I disagree. Pokemon Ranger essentially entirely revolves around you essentially going from point A to point B. It doesn't have the number of options. Like, it's basically just put a stylus on the ground and all of your combat essentially revolves into have a Mon that is used for the situation, what Pal World already does, and also just spin around. Holy shit. Attack! Attack, Nightwing! Attack, Richard Grayson! Defeat him! Holy shit, my bro just got destroyed. Like, even fucking Pokemon Zeta A. Fucking hell. Well. Good job, Turticle. I forgot. Good job, Turticle. Thanks, man. I really appreciate you taking down that pal that I wanted to capture and take home so we can make it a friend. That's crazy. The issue with having Pokemon plus guns, the main characters are young. That's the thing. Listen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think Pokemon legitimately going down the path you want Harley Quinn. In this game, sure. If you can find me a Harley Quinn, then sure. Here's the thing. I don't think that Pokemon can have guns. I don't think guns work with Pokemon, right? It's an IP that's lived for too long, that has too much shit going on with it, that adding guns to it at this point is just too much. You have to find a way to allow the player character to have some kind of an influence on the game, on the map, on the things that they're doing. And I just can't think of a way that Pokemon can do it besides the player just running around and throwing a Pokeball. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I played Pokemon Legends Arceus. All I really had to do was just sit there. All I had to basically do as a player was just move around, run around, and then maybe, just maybe, these motherfuckers gave me the option of maybe dodging attacks that the Pokemon's use. It's not worth it, in my opinion. Requires summoning a generating electricity pal. Fuck right off, dude. All right, where the fuck am I? Give me 1 second. I gotta mark this on the map. Where's the map? All right, right here. We're gonna mark this, and we're gonna mark this with a chest. And then we're gonna add it, and then that's it. All right. In Gen 1, Anime Ash was held at gunpoint. Yes, and unfortunately, it just doesn't work nowadays. But all I'm saying is that, okay, when the concept of Pal World first came out and we were being told that there were Pokemon with guns, let's be real here. Everyone laughed at the concept. It was way too it's way too out of whack for anyone to really think that, alright, an entire open world where you have hundreds of species of animals that can all, do something different or similar things, but ultimately, you as a player are there to, go around this world, do survival, do all this crazy shit, right? It's basically Tears of the Kingdom, but with Pokemon, right? I cannot believe, when I started playing this game, I didn't genuinely think, what could a gun really offer? What could an actual fucking Glock offer in terms of gameplay? But it offers a lot more fun than I ever would have thought. Because when you're playing something like Pokemon ZA, and you're in the middle of, a raid battle or a boss fight or wherever the fuck that game has, let's be real here. No. Let's be real here. Let's cut the bias for just a second. Let's stop just tittling on Nintendo's balls and sucking their cocks. No, let's be real here. Oh shit! Oh shit! Head out! Oh, they defeated him! Alright. Go, Alphadran! Ah! No! Fuck, I just wish that manipulating the pals was a little bit easier. Haha! I've caught you, you motherfuckers. Fuck. Come back here! Alright, there we go. Why would I stop sucking? All I'm saying is let's stop giving Nintendo some random fucking neck for doing the bare minimum, right? What is the fun in a game like Pokemon ZA, right? What is the game in a game like Pokemon ZA? That it's Pokemon. Cool. That's the fun in a game like Pokemon ZA. But as a player character, as someone that has to, at certain points, not control the Pokemon and simply sit there and move around and walk around, all I'm really doing in any raid battle or boss battle or whatever, as far as Pokemon goes, essentially boils down to, and this is me being like as objectively honest as I can be, move around in a circle and hope that I don't get hit and dodge whenever the Pokemon attacks me. That is it. Now, is there anything wrong with a gameplay loop like that? It's really just not hitting this thing. What the fuck? Nah, this game is dead as Large Legends Arceus. Like, imagine not wanting to use any Pokemon. Imagine saying, I don't want to use any pals. I want to get and catch and defeat all the pals on my own. You can do that. It might not be optimal. It might not be something that you should try to do. Move out of the way, Alphadran! Oh my god, Alphadran's dead. We have a problem. Nope, not you. It's like I, as a player, can fight this fucker as well. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Alright, start attacking, start attacking, start attacking, start attacking, start attacking, start attacking, start attacking. Alright. Listen, you asked for this, alright? You fucking asked for this, buddy. It was your fault. You... Hey, listen. How many Pokemon games let you kick the Pokemon? I'm just saying. That's kind of funny. I didn't even know I could do that. That's kind of fucking funny. I didn't know I could actually just kick a fucking Mon. That's funny as fuck. Unfortunately, this motherfucker just desecrated a Pokecorpse. Yeah, they can eat a dick, bro. This game gives me the freedom as a player. To do whatever the fuck I want. And I can also make a girl with massive fucking thighs. Look at those thighs. Look at them legs. Yeah. Anyway, this game allows me to play with the freedom and simplicity that I've always wanted to see in my Pokemon game. Anyway, I did take out that Pokemon. I wanted to catch it. Also, fun fact, the more of these Pokemon you catch, the more you can, like, infuse into each other so that way you can make your pals stronger. And they even have, like, specific abilities that, like, help them to either work around the house or make battles a lot better. Like, I genuinely could not recommend this game enough. I know it sounds like I'm really glazing it. I know it sounds like a sponsorship, but I really do think that this game is well worth the money. Like, 20 fucking bucks? Like, okay, what would you rather play, this? Or a shit-ass Pokemon game like Legend ZA? Where you can't craft nothing, you can't do much shit, you're running around the same fucking city, the same fucking biome, for multiple upon multiple hours on end. There's this, the only line of progression is essentially some arbitrary system that simply lets you go into different areas, where in this area you can just go wherever the fuck you want, as long as you're willing to deal with the high level differences. And the most important part, you actually, as a player, get to do something alongside your Pokemon rather than just letting the Pokemon do it. I'm not gonna lie, Totodile's in it, I'll take that shit-ass game. That's fair, that's reasonable. If Totodile is enough of a reason for you to say, nope, I'm playing Pokemon, it doesn't matter, fuck Pal World, I think that's completely fine. If Totodile was the difference maker between Pokemon and a game like Pal World that is literally less than half as cheap with way more to offer, I think, you know what, that's completely fair. By the way, you guys want to see how fuck-ass the fishing in this game is? Alright, that's definitely a turticle. That's definitely a turticle. 100% is going to be a turticle. Okay. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. There we go. Uh-oh. Alright, I didn't need another one of these little... Whoa! That's a new turticle. That's a new one. DSTS, my monster catching game. Demon Souls DSTS. I don't know what that game is. What's the name? Ace Swimmer, though. It's interesting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay. Ah! Dude, I'm gonna get sucked into this game if I keep playing. I gotta go eat something. I'm like really crashing out on energy. Okay, we almost got it. And there we go. The fuck is this? A Fin Cider. That is one of the worst names I've seen yet. Oh, it's inside of the fish. I get it. It's inside of the fish. Digimon Stories Time Strangers. Time Strangers is a lot of fun. I've definitely enjoyed my time playing it. I recently beat it, actually. As a matter of fact, yo, let me show you guys something really cool. This is a bit of a spoiler for Digimon Time Strangers. If anybody wants to see the, if anybody wants to see, if anybody doesn't want to get spoiled for the final boss of Digimon Time Strangers, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to head out. I'm not gonna have the stream up for much longer, but I wanted you guys to see this awesome ass fucking cutscene. This cutscene's badass, by the way. If you get all the Royal Knights, you get this scene. By the way, Chronomon is the literal concept of time. You think Luffy's Bajirang gun would impress Emu? Probably not. Probably not.
Thank you.
I thought that scene was so badass when I played it. I thought that scene was so fucking badass when I first beat the boss. By the way, really underwhelming final boss in my opinion. What is this title, dog? This is Palworld, and the other video that you saw, he is dead. Stop attacking. Yeah, the other one was, it was not this when I left. Oh, that was Digimon Time Strangers, and now we're playing Palworld for a little bit. I just wanted to show you guys some Palworld real quick. Maybe even sponsor it a little bit. I would love to be able to sponsor this game. I think it's a really well-made game. Your space buns are cute. Thank you! I thought the same thing when I made the character. I thought the same thing. You meant the stream title? Oh! Oh! Oh, right. The title of the video. Right. I forgot. We made a lot of slurs for the sauce for those disgusting little paddlebacks. Honestly, I'm kind of proud of calling them paddlebacks. Kind of proud of that one. Anyway, yeah, we made a bunch of different slurs for those paddlebacks, for those filthy, disgusting paddlebacks, and oh yeah, nothing crazy. Aloha? I do not have the level to fight that thing. We're gonna go here, we're gonna go spread upwards, and then I'll, yeah. What is this over here? What do you mean you like them paddlebacks? I do not care for said paddlebacks. The fuck is this? Oh, we have, some points. Let's, enhance real quick. Stamina. I don't know, man. I kind of put everything into like work speed and stamina. Yeah, let's do some more stamina for now. Once I get to 240, then I'll start going back to work speed. Listen, it's not my fault. It is not my fault in the slightest bit that Kishimoto decided to put a paddle on their backs. Loves the Chun-Li hairstyle. Thank you. I thought it was like the best hairstyle for the female characters. Holy shit. Also, it's Breath of the Wild, by the way. Anybody like Breath of the Wild? Anybody like Tears of the fucking Kingdom? You guys like climbing in your Zelda game? Well, you can climb in this game too. Holy shit. What's this? Sweet. Okay, I gotta head back to the thing because I don't have a way of reviving these guys yet. Where the fuck was the... Okay, I have to head back there. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay. There's a big egg there, though, so that means I'll go there. You also put all our specs into them juicy thighs. Listen, I needed them juicy thighs to constantly run, or else I can't do my work. It isn't a paddle. I'm pretty sure it's a fan. They're a fucking paddleback. Alright, cool. They're fan backs. They're paddlebacks because if I call them a paddleback, it'll be more disrespectful for their to their culture, to the Uchiha culture. Those blinkers, those red blinkers. Okay, come on, get up there. Come on, get up there. Come on. All right, there we go. Where we go next? Okay, we have to head back to that point over there though. Because I do need to head back, and I don't have an auto-teleporting location yet. Okay. We fly from here. We float, I should say. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Because I do want to grab these. Who's your favorite pal? Who's my favorite pal? I don't know. I don't know. What is my favorite pal? Alphadran's pretty cute. Alphadran's pretty cute. So far, I like Reptyro. He's pretty chill. Oh my god, I need to have more of these. That is one of the cutest things I've ever seen. It looks like something peeking out of inside of a costume. But even if you reach inside, there's nothing in there. In fact, you keep reaching down deeper and deeper. Perhaps the universe itself lies within. That's crazy. That's a crazy-ass statement. Yeah, Pablo back there. Pablo back is more insulting. You think so? You think a paddleback is more insulting? I agree. We made a lot of them. We also made, we also looked up some really fucked up, Oh, wait, they're fighting. Yep. Oh, wait, they're fighting. Hold on. No, I'm not fighting. Hold on. A sharkfish? It was cute. You didn't see it? You didn't see the way it did the thing? Okay. We have to head back to that blue spot right there, and then I'm going to probably just call it quits. Because I really need to eat something. Okay, we're back to full stamina. Holy shit! What the fuck is that?
Yep.
What the fuck is this thing? A Knocklem? No! No! Don't attack! That was a misclick. But you on the other hand. He hit him. Why would you hit him? Why would you... My brother in Christ. That thing is level 55, dude. I'm not fighting that thing. Fuck no. What do you want? What do you want, Bushi? Oh, shit. Yeah, you gotta stop knocking out the guys I'm trying to catch, Turtackle. Turtacle is too strong, dude. Turtacle's probably like my highest hitter. Okay. So that's the Mon that's there. I need to head back to base. Yeah, we need to head back into base, so it's all the way over here. I still don't know where to build. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Once you get like the initial ability to like unlock technology, the game completely opens up. You can basically do whatever you want. Like, I'm really not kidding when I say you can genuinely do next to whatever you want. A circuit board, a sphere assembly line 2. God, this stuff's starting to become very expensive. And I still don't know how to make coal. Yo, how do you make coal in this game, guys? Does anybody know how to make coal? Dash in midair when equipped? How do I make coal? I didn't want to look it up, but, like, I also kind of want to ask. I think we'll just do... carbon fiber. You know what? We'll do the ultra spheres for now. I think I can make an argument for Rasengan hurting Luffy since it would have a small shockwave property. It's never stated as a shockwave, so I don't personally... You can argue it, but there's no way... Does this game have a false swipe move to avoid killing the target? Yes and no. So, I have this thing called a Ring of Mercy that I unlocked, somewhat later into the... somewhat later into, like, the development of the game. But yeah, so, any damage that you deal will resort as a mercy hit that lets the pals survive, but your pals do not have such an item. So, there is a chance that you can potentially kill the pals that you're trying to capture if you don't set them to peaceful when they're low on health. You have to set them close to peaceful so that way you can so that you don't instantly kill them. Also, I think we're gonna put this away in the in our cooler. You can hide food in the cooler, and like many other of these survival games, it actually extends the time by quite a bit. Okay. When Naruto hits the water tower, it does a frontal damage to the tower, but sends a shockwave through the back. I would say it's more so I would say it's more so the pressure of it that sends it barreling outward, because there's a pressure buildup that shoots out from one end. And essentially, the pressure buildup from the Rasengan essentially shoots it out. I don't think it actually does internal damage. I don't believe it's a shockwave. It's not stated to be a shockwave. You can try to argue to be such, but I would I don't think I have to entertain it unless there's something that adds to it. Aquatic fluid. I don't need rifle ammo right now. And then there's this handgun schematic for coal. Is there a skill tree? It is there in the skill tree you gotta unlock? Really? Handiwork. Which of the skill trees do I need to do it for? Is it for the kindling? Egg hatching speed. Research kindling speed. Egg hatching speed. Work speed for kindle plus 10%. Would it then be for mining? You need stone and ore. Mining cart. By the way, you're basically get invaded by people, including super strong pals and humans. I'm aware. I've been attacked. So in real life, we burn wood to create coal. That is what I think. I can make charcoal. I can't make coal. I need coal, which I still can't figure out how to produce. Pressure from what? The kinetic force of the Rasengan. The Rasengan is a mass. The Rasengan is a mass of spinning chakra that's essentially a pressurized mass of spinning chakra. When it hits a thing, it basically blasts out and pushes outwards. Skill tree, I mean. Where you have the skill points? Technology. I haven't seen coal anywhere, really. If I go back all the way up to the start. Wooden fence, carpet, ladder, bear... Tidy, wall torch, heat resistant, tombstone, defenses, flame cauldron. Oh, I can finally make the flame cauldron. Improves fire making speeds. Yeah, well, I don't want to unlock that yet. Yeah, no, I don't know where I can get it, honestly. Are you a closeted furry for the pals? Fuck no. Coals you mine within dungeons or caves. Okay, so I have to go inside dungeons and caves. Thank you. Thank you. And I can finally hatch this egg. A Relaxosaurus. A Relaxorus. Cool. I have a second Relaxorus. Fan-fiddly-tastic. Let's see what we get for this one. Actually, let's see what we get for this one. Yeah, let's see what we get for this one. Alright, that's gonna be 40 minutes. No, absolutely not a furry. Absolutely not a furry. I just wanted to play a game that has mons in it that lets me shoot the mons. Okay, I need that. Okay. It's there. Either you didn't find the blueprint or it's further down in technology. Okay. I'll probably just have to go find the blueprint. I don't want to look it up, though, but fuck it, right? I guess I don't really have a yeah, I guess I really don't have much of an option. A visitor has arrived to my base. You really need to look up. I'm not looking up that thing. Where the fuck is the guy? Okay. Good stock. Alright, what do you got, buddy? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? I don't need any of this crap. That's okay. Handgun stuff. Huh. I can make my own handgun stuff. I don't really need to spend my money, all things considered. Although I could use some needle injections. We'll drop some bag. Holy shit, that was 20k. God damn. Yeah, not worth it. Smash or pass Lola Bunny? Pass. I'm not smashing Lola Bunny. That's a fuck. She's an animal. She's a fucking rabbit. I'm not smashing Lola Bunny. No. What's wrong with you? Okay. Yeah, if anybody wants... Damn. I'm double your level. Yeah, probably. I've only had the game for 4 days. 5 days. 4 days. Yeah. Well, a shockwave is an instant increase in pressure, temperature, and density. Yeah, but the Rasengan is never described as such. It never shows the capacity to really be considered a yeah, it's got a long way to go, youngin. Alright! Oh, so now I'm youngin, right? So now I'm youngin. First it's Unk, now I'm youngin. Anthropomorphic. It's a fucking animal, bro. I'm not fucking Lola Bunny, dude. Which one of these was it? Impatient, underworldly, cells. There was this one, right? Noble. There we go. I have to swap these guys out anyway. Okay. This one as well. Okay, and where the fuck is the stranger? Where was the visitor? Where did he go? Where's the visitor? Dude, did the visitor leave? You're kidding me. The visitor fucking left, dude. Jessica Rabbit better than Lola Bunny? Yeah, because that's an actual fucking person, dude. What are we talking about? Yep, the person left. I wanted him to sell him some. Eon is like an ancient little bro. What do you mean I'm an ancient little bro? That doesn't make any sense. You just described a shockwave by using its pressure. The Rasengan would make the whole AK the shockwave. Ah, well, if I described it as a shockwave, then I take back what I said. Not a shockwave. I have no reason to even believe it's a shockwave. You can kill the visitor too. I'm aware I can kill the visitor. I'm aware I can kill the visitor. If nothing forces me to say that the Rasengan is a shockwave, I have absolutely no reason to believe that it is a shockwave. That will always be my argument. If it's not an objective statement within the context of a data book or a series that says that the Rasengan is a shockwave, I have absolutely and objectively speaking no reason to even remotely engage with the idea that the Rasengan is a shockwave in any way, shape, and form. I'll put it like that. I'm just gonna leave it like that. I will only agree with information that is as objective as possible. Or that I have to agree with. In the Rasengan's case, it is never described as a shockwave, therefore I don't care how I describe it, it is not a shockwave. How many of these guys do I have to send out? I'm just gonna send all these guys out. Oh, I have to send out multiple grass guys. Sure. Alright, they're out. I sent out... Oh! Here you are, you bastard. You. Sell. How many of these can I sell them for? All of that. Yeah, we'll sell all of that. Holy shit, I can get that. Yo, wait, hold on. I got a lot more shit I could sell this guy. Hold on, hold the fuck on. Hold the front door. Give me this. Use it to make clothes. Wait, no. Can be sold at a high price. Where's Mr. Merchant? Where the fuck is Mr. Merchant? Yeah, come the fuck over here. Yeah, I've noticed that if I attack people though, I noticed that if I attack people though, they I get like assaulted by an actual like gang of, what do I even describe them as? Police force? I get attacked by like a police force. It's weird. Okay, I need this. I need these. I don't care for any of this crap. I'm gonna keep the schematic. I already put those away? No, okay. put this schematic away. Put this away. And put... coal. Where the fuck do I get coal? Requires a high quality metal. Can often be found in caves and other places. Okay. Okay. Got it. Alright. Where's Mr. Merchant? I still need him. No way. Fucking hell. He left. Did he despawn? Where the fuck did he go? When I attack people, the police show up. Yes! That's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Why the fuck are random people coming in and joining in on my business? Did you see my last message? You just described it as... I did describe it as a shockwave. I did. You're right about that. I described it as a shockwave. I didn't know that I was describing it as a shockwave. Therefore, I take back what I said. I retract my statement. I don't agree with it being a shockwave because there is no piece of evidence within the entire 700 chapters of the story that verbatim states that it's a shockwave. Therefore, I do not agree that it is a shockwave. There is nothing within the context of the entire story that's going to force me to say, oh, that one. Which other one? Your last message. That's all your messages. Yeah. I did read your message. Anyway, yeah, no, I gotta head out. Guys. I am starving. Where's the thing? Oh, by the way, funny thing, you can lift up your guys. The Nocklum you saw earlier, I actually caught it. Really. I think one of them got nuked because that wasn't the last message. It probably got nuked. You can just type it in again. So yeah, you can just lift up any of your guys. Just type it in again and that'll be the last message. I eat on those fucking yams then. Eat on those yams? I don't want to eat on those yams, bro. Yeah, you can lift up any one of your pals and just start throwing them around and have them like work on specific jobs. It's weird as fuck. Oh, look at the Mamorist going in there and enjoying his bath, I guess. Anyway, I'm thinking about building like a second location. I just don't know where, cause like this is where the map is. This is all the stuff that I've kind of like checked out so far. I'm just not sure how much farther up. I was saying I don't really care much, but in short, it's hard for me to explain it in chat, and I don't want you... Oh no, I know you're not. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I wouldn't get mad at you for trying to explain what a shockwave is. That's fine. That's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I've also like made it a personal mission of mine to not get as upset. Not even at people disagreeing with me or anything, but more so just like disingenuous arguments. I'm not saying that you do anything like that either. IMAX. I hope that it didn't come across that, and I'm sorry if I gave off the idea that I would be mad at you for the whole like, what the fuck happened? The volcano goddamn explode? What the fuck was that explosion? Eon taking those he captured to the second location. Yeah, I want to take them to like a separate location where I can essentially have them in... I can, the map is huge. Wait until you start fighting the gym leaders. I fought one of them. I think I fought some girl like in a tower, but that was kind of it. Oh yeah, there's something over here. There were some crazy powerful mons over here. I think I would have gotten like one shot if I tried to fight them. It's like down this area. Oh, those guys, yeah. Oh, I'm going the complete wrong way. In my opinion, if something behaves as something and it don't need to be stated at the property of the lasers in One Piece being light speed, you know, that's fair. That's fair. Ah, there it is. The Relaxosaurus Lux. That's fair. I think that's a fair comparison. My only thing is that it's the only instance within the entire context of the story where, like, it does do some kind of damage like that, because in every other instance it doesn't necessarily function as a shockwave. Which is why I don't agree. But it's fine. Hopefully these guys are chill. Hopefully they're chill. It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank. Imu-sama versus Madara. I don't even know why you're asking me if Madara even stands a chance. It's never Madara. There is never a case... Hola, soy Juan. What's up, man? There is never a case where I think that Madara Uchiha beats anyone in One Piece post-time skip onward. He's far too weak. Post-time skip Madara, in my genuine opinion, is not a strong character as far as One Piece go. Sorry, Madara Uchiha, as far as One Piece goes, is not a strong character in my opinion. You have to basically give him everything. 10 tails, you have to give him, like, everything. You have to just give him every line of scaling and just basically chain scale him with everybody else. It's just not close. Dude, is it not working? What the fuck? Alright. Dude, I said I was gonna... I want to keep playing. Fuck. This is my problem with these survival games. I go too hard. Give Mother 10 tails and he still gets vaporized. Yeah, by Emu, yeah, gets vaporized. Okay. 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 Ooh. Okay. Okay. Stay like that, stay like that, stay like that. Sweet. God damn, this Krojiro is huge. I think it shows at the anime against Kabuto, but I'm not fully sure about it. You can argue that it did do some internal damage to Kabuto, but he healed from it quite rapidly, and it never shows it again. Is increasingly based. I appreciate that. With Kabuto, it's the only instance in the entire context of the story where, like, you see some kind of internal damage done, but in every other instance, there's really no kind of internal damage. You don't see it with the pain bodies. You don't see it with the guy that Naruto defeated. You don't see it with, you don't see it with the guy that was faking being Itachi. You don't see it with Pain. You don't see it with the guy that Jiraiya first used the Rasengan on. Like, what I mean is, there is exactly one example of the Rasengan busting something in from the inside and the Rasengan damaging an opponent from the inside, and that's technically Kabuto if you want to believe that it didn't rip open his skin. It's either you think he ripped open his skin or it's just causing internal damage, but that's kind of the only two cases. In every other case, when the Rasengan lands, it either grinds away at the enemy or it simply just sends them flying without any sign of, like, internal damage being done. I was playing Space Marine 2 and ran into a guy named CP9 Luffy. That's fun. Lucci, that's fine. That's funny as fuck. I like that. I like it when people, like, make anime names like that. I don't know. I've been coming more and more around to the idea that it's actually kind of funny. No, I don't. I guess the Rasengan has to enter you to do it based on both the water tower and the balloon stuff. Yeah, it's like, I would say it's one of those cases where, like, Naruto slams it in and the force that pushed in on one end of the thing blasted out through the other. In other words, the impact and explosion kind of hits it, creates a little crater, but the force itself blasts outward through the other side. I don't know, it's like the built-up pressure, but I don't know, it's just, calling it a shockwave is just not something that, like, I feel comfortable with. Fuck it, I'm hiding these away. It'll be easier for me to know where to hide these, especially in this area, and the nails and this stuff I have to put away in the front one, and then, okay, then we're done. Yeah. How you been, though, IMAX? How you been, man? Okay. Everything that I need goes there. And then we're done. Okay, sweet. Alright, guys. Have a good one. Appreciate you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys for showing up. Appreciate you guys for being a part of the community. I will catch you guys all later. I'm probably just going to leave my PlayStation on, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn off the stream. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Peace out. I'm good. Almost done with the reciprocating English course. Got you. I cannot wait for those cross saves for this so I can cop for PC and play it at better quality. I just hope that you don't have the same issue that the other guy had, where you were lagging. Their game was crashing for any of the mods that they threw in, but I think you said you weren't going to throw mods in the game. Have a good one, guys. Oh, engine. My bad. Reciprocating engine course. Got you.